Hello, hello. Guys, is I am audible. Hello, what's up everyone? यार मैंने थोड़ा सा सेटिंग वेटिंग चेंज क्या कर दिया, अभी खुद ही के लग गए क्या? हेलो हेलो हेलो, आई एम ऑडिबल. हेलो, मैं देखूं क्या इसको. हेलो, एक सेकेंड, वो बाद में मैं सेट कर दूंगी, अभी के लिए तो इसको निकाल दूं. एक सेकेंड गाइस, एक सेकेंड. चलो. अरे यार साला कुछ काम करने जाओ कांड ही हो जाते हैं. चलो लेट्स गो. आई एम ऑडिबल. बोल दो ना. मेरे फोन में एक सेकंड पहले ये खोल लूं. मैं यार हमेशा भाग भाग के ही आती हूँ. मैं सच बताऊं तो मैं भूल गई थी. मैं मस्त सो रही थी, घोड़े गधे सब बेचकर. चलो क्या हाल है भाई सबके, कैसे हैं आप लोग? की हाल चाल एवरीवन? यो हैरी जी व्हाट्सअप. हाँ चेक क्यों कर रहे? ओ यार मैंने कल सब सफाई वफाई करी ना. अच्छा हाँ, आपको तो पता ही है. तो मुझे लगा कि ये सब वापस से छेड़ विड़ तो नहीं गया, कुछ कांड वांड तो नहीं हो गया. बिकॉज मैं काम करने जाती हूँ, कांड हो जाते हैं. एवरीवन नोज, है ना? तो क्या हाल है भाई, कैसे हैं आप लोग? हाय अखिल, हेलो सॉफ्ट. हाँ. हेलो आर्यन, हाय मोहे, थैंक यू सो मच फॉर योर लवली ज्वेल्स. गाइस यार ज्वेल्स आन दो, एकदम बूम बम तरीके से आन दो. चलो भाई, जॉनी भाई की टीम भी है क्या? नहीं यार, इसमें वो नहीं है उनकी टीम. उनकी टीम बीएमपीएस खेल रही है. नहीं, बीएमपीएस बोल रही हूँ. कौन सा था? बीजीएमएस. यस. लैग हो रही मोटी, लैग हो रही, लैग हो रही. आज मैंने कैमरा कैमरा बोल रही, मैंने नेट आज ना दूसरे पे डाला है, इसलिए तो नहीं. हाँ. हेलो उमर, व्हाट्सअप, क्या हाल, कैसे है? मुझे ऐसा लग रहा है कि मैंने आज नेट उस पे डाला है, इस मारे तो नहीं. हेलो मॉन्स्टर, हेलो ब्लैक फिश, क्या हाल? कैमरा लैग हो रहा है, स्ट्रीम नहीं, कैमरा लैग हो रहा है. कैमरा लैग हो सकता है, कोई ऐसी बड़ी बात तो नहीं है. बट इसके आई हैव ओनली वन दिस ऑप्शन. ज्यादा हो रहा है क्या? ज्यादा हो रही है? अभी काम चलाऊ है, चल रहा है. छड्डो ना, देखते हैं. आओ यार गाइस, चलते हैं बूम बाम तरीके से. हाँ, चल जाएगा क्या? बाद में, वरना मैं देखती हूँ. एक बार स्टॉप करके ऑन करना पड़ेगा. बहुत ज्यादा लैग हो रहा है क्या? हाँ, स्टॉप स्ट्रीम करके फिर चालू करना पड़ेगा यार. गाइस सिस्टम है फिर. हाँ सिस्टम. अब सोच लो क्या करना है. हेलो सूर्याश, क्या हाल? बताओ बताओ. अब ठीक है. अरे बेवकूफ इंसान, लगाया ही नहीं था स्क्रीन, तो कहाँ से स्क्रीन आएगा? अभी मैं चैट से बातें कर रही हूँ, अभी टाइम है स्टार्ट होने में, तो थोड़ा सब्र रखा करो. हैव सम पेशेंस इन योर लाइफ. नहीं, मैंने कुछ नहीं बढ़ाया है. वो कैमरा का भी कनेक्शन सब हटाया था ना, सब साफ कर रहा था, तो मेरे को लग रहा है इस मारे तो नहीं लैग हो रहा है. आप आ गई. ओह नाइस.
PMWC at EWC 2026 here in Paris, France, and this place is
एक
absolutely
बार कैमरे का प्लग निकाल के कर सकती हूँ.
So right when you walk through the door, if you get
हाँ.
lost, you can head to one of
नहीं
these
नहीं, इसको
stations
बंद नहीं
right
रहने
here
दे
and see
सकते.
all the stuff that's going on here, so you can find out exactly where you want to be. Here you can even take a closer look at your
कब start
favorite
होगा
team.
2
We got some
मिनट
big
में.
names right here. You can even see what the schedule is going to be looking like. We got matches going on right now, and even the results. So you go get some lunch, you come here and see exactly where your team's at on the leaderboards. We got so much crazy stuff going on over here. As a matter of fact, we got some quests for you guys to complete. So hopefully you go finish all that up. And then once you're done, come back here, spin the wheel, and hopefully you take something home with you. Here at EWC, the fans get to see some of the most insane gameplay they've ever seen in their entire life. Well, when something gets a little bit too excited, they can come on over to the EWC Festival Zone and burn off some of that energy here. Shooting some hoops, kicking some goals, that's what it's all about. We got some crazy spots like this where you guys can test out your reaction time and see just how good it is. You wait till that timer to go down.
अब तो ये रीस्टार्ट करना पड़ेगा यार.
Which one's going down? Let's see.
मैं इसलिए कैमरा छू ही नहीं रही थी. ये ना OBS पूरा बंद होगा फिर स्टार्ट होगा. वो कैमरा ही कैश नहीं हुआ.
Got it. Can you beat that? Let's see. We even got a crane game here to see if you can win surprises. Let's see if I can pull one out, huh? All right, slow down. Wait for it. Wait for it.
एक सेकंड रुकोगे, आपको शायद थोड़ा बफर होगा, कोई ऑप्शन ही नहीं है.
And if you come down to the stage, you may even be able to beat me in a game of rock, paper, scissors. Are you ready?
I am.
Powered by Play.
हेलो 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 माइक
Welcome to the survival stage, where the name really does say it all.
Everything
Everything these teams have been fighting for comes down to what happens right here, right now. And today, there is only one objective.
Survive! That's right.
अभी
One
ठीक है.
bad drop, one missed time rotation.
एक
You're
बार
driving,
देखना.
hit the one rock
I'm
in the
Mohit, I'm
middle
all
of the
good.
open,
आप कैसे
that causes
हैं?
your car to flip over and get your whole team destroyed.
अभी देखना एक बार है रिजी.
Sorry about that. Could cause the end of
चलने
your
तो अभी.
esports World Cup.
बट अभी तो ठीक है ना.
The pressure
मुझे
is
लग रहा है कि ये
on,
वाला
the
नेट इतना
margins
प्रॉपर नहीं आ रहा.
are
मुझे लग रहा है
small.
कि मैं
Every
अगर
single
एयरटेल पे
point
स्विच कर
could
दूं
be the
इसको
difference
तो मे बी
between
इसका वो
moving
सही हो.
forward and going home.
हाँ.
Today, every decision matters. Only the strongest
कैमरा ठीक है,
will
कैमरा
survive.
गाइस.
This is the survival stage. Let's drop in.
पिछली बार क्या किया था अपन ने? मुझे भी नहीं याद, करके देखो. बट मेरे में तो अभी ठीक चल रहा है कैमरा. मतलब अब तो थोड़ा बेटर है. ऐसा नहीं है कि कह सकते कि बहुत लैग हो रहा है. ठीक चल रहा है. स्विच कर ही देती हूँ इसमें.
We have 10 teams waiting in the finals, and at the end of survival stage, we will be finding out who are the other 6 teams joining them. Welcome to the PMWC at EWC 26. My name is the 7WG, and I'm joined by none other than Blank, Maxman, and Lace. Blank, this is your first time actually getting to do a opener with us here. How are we feeling for survival stage?
I'm feeling good for survival stage right now. You've made me stand outside though. I'm very pale. I am burning. I imagine a lot of the passion is burning for the players right now, just as high, maybe higher potentially, to get over towards where they need to be to get towards those finals going forward, because honestly there is some good competition here. I think some of the teams just about eked it out. It's going to be a good day.
It is going to be a great day. Don't forget, if you want to put in your predictions, go into the EWC Play app and put in those predictions, because you might be able to win some awards. We'll get some predictions later on from all of us. And if you are putting your predictions out in social media, make sure you use the hashtag EWC, the hashtag EWC26. Format reminder, I kind of
Last
explained it
option
earlier.
is
I'm just going to
stop
explain it to you
or
once again.
start.
The tops to the teams aren't going to be getting a second
चलो
chance
let's
lace. They
go.
will be
अब
getting
सब
those
कुछ कर
teams
लिया.
crushed.
Yeah, that's it.
I
It's going
hope
to be a dominant performance.
अब बस बढ़िया से चले. इसको एक बार रिफ्रेश कर देती हूँ. बूम बम करते हैं. क्या लगता है भाई सर्वाइवल स्टेजेस का क्या सीन है? मैं अभी तक कुछ देख ही नहीं पाई यार. अब इसको कौन सी आत्मा आ गई? अबे और
With that one, I'm hoping the arena kind of sucks in this rondo, so maybe they'll end up showing up on the rest of the games. Because after that rondo, they just ended up not being existent during the group stage. But we'll see what's gonna happen with the arena. If you missed out what happened during groups, don't worry, we got the STC rewind for you.
आपको इसका क्वालिटी कैसे दिख रहा है चैट?
Here for the SCC rewind, and of course it is the survival stage, which means things get deadly serious for all of our 16
Alpha
teams.
7!
To the left-hand side, you can see Alpha 7, which is ready to go here, considering that they got themselves
By
one
survival
win
stage
during
में
the
बूमबा
group
होने वाला है
stages here.
chat.
For a team like this that was PMWC
sure.
champions in the past as well, that is not enough. They're going to be wanting to get themselves into those top 6 spots to be able to move through into that grand final. And then we move over, of course, to Yangon Galacticos here, PMWC champions, the defending champions at the moment as well. Kind of finding themselves middle of the pack when it comes to the group stage as a whole, but this team themselves is looking for the back-to-back to start things off, so they've got to survive the survival stage.
And speaking of champions, Nongshim Red Force, the defending PMMI champions, coming into this one looking to try and get past this survival stage. They displayed some real tactical brilliance over in their games. They played during their group, and hopefully they can rely on their star player Hyunbin to find that strength as we take a wander over the fence to look at another team who is going to hopefully rely on their star player too, Ulf, with Eren, who has been an absolute firecracker out the gate during his ascension with the rest of this team. Another team from Turkey joining into the finals directly would be phenomenal. And hopefully these guys are going to be able to join Ida and S2G over with a direct qualification spot with the survival stage clincher.
Two more brilliant contenders in the survival stage, encompassing E-Arena as well as GOAT team. Let's talk about E-Arena
जवाब
first,
नहीं
though.
दिया
Of course,
आपने,
they
मैं
were
अभी
able to get
chat
a
read ही नहीं कर रही
record-breaking
थी.
game. 29 eliminations, as well as the placement points for first place, meant a 39-point game was spectacular, but still not able to make top 5, so finding themselves in that survival stage. Moving on to GOAT team for just a little bit as well. We had 2 chicken dinners for them in the group stage, but again, unable to find a top 5 placement to be able to get through into that final. That means there's a little inconsistency here and there. However, they're going to be 2 challenges to try and make that top 5 and make it through into the grand final.
Tiamba were a little bit timid during their group stages, so I don't want to scare them here, which is why I'm trying to be quiet.
Whispering for, right? Okay, so you're on about Tiamba. AGAL from their region is also in the same boat, right? A lot of pundits and experts think that they are going to be the one to potentially challenge for that title at the top, but they do also find themselves in the survival stage. And all in all, John, that now means that we might have the strongest survival stage lobby
और
in
बताओ,
PUBG
जब तक ये लोग
of
बोल
all
रहे
time
स्टार्ट
here at
होता है, जब तक अपन
PMWC.
chat
So that
read
does it for
करते
the
हैं, बस
SCC
बातचीत
rewind.
करते
You
हैं.
don't want to miss it.
You don't want to.
As week 5 comes to a close and we
she
prepare to
looks
dive
cute.
into week 6, it's time for another club championship update. First, a little recap on the last bit of action that we missed out on, and that, of course, is the crowning of another EWC champion
Hello,
in Call
Mayur
of
Raval,
Duty.
what's up?
It was
Hello,
now
Biscuit
the
Place.
two-time
Camera buffer हो रहा
back-to-back
है, बहुत ज़्यादा
champions in
buffer हो रहा है क्या
Optic
यार?
Gaming.
भाई,
They
मैं
were
और क्या
able to
करूँ?
claim the win
PC
over
restart कर
Heretics in
सकती
a
हूँ
tense
बस.
back and forth, but at the end of it all, they were not
काम
able to
चलाओ
be
भी नहीं
taken
चल
down.
रहा
This
क्या?
was a massive win for Optic Gaming. But as we prepare to dive into week 6, it's
काम
time to
चलाओ
talk about
चल
what
रहा है
we've
कि
got
नहीं?
going on our stage, because today is day 1 of the survival stage. Now, when it
यार,
comes to the
मेरे को
CC
इसमें
side of
edit
things and what
भी करना
storylines we're going to be focusing on, it's all about AGAL. After a second place and a first place finish last week, there is a lot of pressure on this team's shoulders to get some more points on the board for the AGAL club. Those 2 top finishes did put them at the top of the leaderboard above the likes of Falcons.
ये क्या चल रहा है समझाओ तो जरा, मैं आपको समझाती हूँ. Okay. नहीं हो रहा है. Okay. तो basically 2 ग्रुप थे, ग्रुप A and ग्रुप B. तो ग्रुप A में से 5 टॉप 5 आपके फाइनल्स में जाने थे, and same as ग्रुप B. और जो लोग फाइनल्स में नहीं जा पाए, उनके लिए सर्वाइवल मैचेस हैं, वो यहाँ से सरवाइव करके जा सकते हैं, जिसमें से टॉप 6 या 5 उनमें भी सेलेक्ट होंगे। अब आपको समझ आया? तो अभी आज डे 1 है, ये जो टीम्स हैं ये क्वालिफाइड टीम्स हैं सर्वाइवल स्टेज की।
Yeah, no more vitality here anymore. But we do have AGAL. This is a really strong team. Very, very strong team. Great team overall. Flower H is probably one of the most popular players right now in PEL. And I don't believe that they should have really dropped out from a top 5. I think they should have come into this one
6 teams,
I feel like
yeah.
group stage, they really did muck that up, if I'm honest. But I believe that they can get it done here. I think AJL has some really strong players on the side.
Camera
It
lag,
just feels like a
camera
moment
lag,
for a Chinese
camera
teams.
lag.
PMI wasn't that scrimming ground we were hoping for.
भाई मेरे में अभी कैमरा ठीक चल रहा है, इसको ऑफ कर देते हैं, ठीक है? ऐसे देख लो फिर आज। कुछ बफर नहीं हो रहे, ठीक है, थोड़े टाइम में सही हो जाएगा, ज्यादा अपना ज्ञान मत ले लो जाएगा। गेम देख लो। ओ ये नेट बहुत बढ़िया था। जॉनथन कैसे खेलेंगे यहाँ पे? तो ये तो वैसे भी गॉडेल और रैंक 10 की टीम्स क्वालिफाइड हुई है ना, वो तो बीजीएमएस खेल रहे हैं, आज उनके वहाँ पे मैचेस हैं।
Let's see what AGL is going to be doing, because you talked about Maple. I'm hoping we're going to see Maple show up here, especially in the first rondo. But
that can cause some trouble to Indian teams, in your opinion, in finals.
It's going to be none other than Alpha 7. I know Kalara's got a chance to talk to.
Hi, Roshan.
Hello, here with Revo again here, but this time around we've got the survival stage. Day number 1 here as they look to try and.
ये वाली teams तो पूरे 0 से ही करेंगी, all teams.
So first questions first. I want to get your opinion about what was going on in the group stage and now applying that here to the survival stage, right? How did you see the competition as a whole, and has there been any kind of talks about adaptations that you want to make as Alpha 7 coming into the survival?
I think on group stage we made like many mistakes about like execution, so that was our problem. I think we fixed it. I hope so. So now we are ready for survival stage, and to be honest, I like to play like things like that because it's our last chance for many things, and maybe they have some pressure. So I'm ready for everything, and let's make it.
Do you think that your team thrives under pressure better compared to some of the other teams?
I think so, because like it's around like 5 or 6 years on global stages. Like we play, I think PMWC last chance one time. So I think we know how to play it. So let's try our best. Let's do everything is needed to qualify.
I like that. That's good.
कितने teams जाएंगी? 6 teams जाएंगी.
Bigger picture here for a moment as well.
से.
Does it feel to you like the rest of the world caught up with Alpha 7 as opposed to Alpha 7 slipping a little bit? Because the competition in Pubg Mobile right now seems extremely fierce. It feels very, very powerful at the moment. So what's your perspective on that?
I think like the scene right now about PUBG is like everyone wants to fight. They don't want to hide.
एक group से बोल रही हूँ. Day 1, sorry, my bad.
Points. They prefer to kill.
Day 1 बोल रही हूँ, मतलब survival stage.
We need to find kills. We need to find things to fight.
Yep, in finals, यार बहुत ही ज़्यादा difficult है, सच बताऊँ तो.
You are good because you did like
भाई सारी team best है. मुझे लगता है कि बहुत ही ज्यादा इंटरेस्टिंग फाइनल्स होने वाले हैं, मतलब बहुत ही ज्यादा टफ होने वाले फाइनल्स, क्योंकि सारी टीम्स ऑफ कोर्स सी बात है अपना बेस्ट देगी। एंड सच बताओ तो अभी कौन सी थी वो हो रहा बहुत एग्रेसिव खेल रहे, विटालिटी ब्रो उनका तो ऐसा लग रहा था कोई कंपटीशन ही नहीं है। 40 भाई 40 के हुजैन ने क्या ना हुजैफा ने तो वहाँ पे 1v4 कर दिया जाकर, मतलब बहुत ही ज्यादा ग्रैंड फाइनल टफ होने वाला है, बहुत ही ज्यादा। और ऐसे घुस घुस के मार रहा था विटालिटी, तो बाबा रे बाबा और अभी बताओ, अभी ये भी सर्वाइवल स्टेज भी बहुत खतरनाक होने वाला है, तुम देखो एक से एक टीम्स हैं।
They're at a 3.25 elimination average, and their contenders Nongshim and also E Arena were sitting on 4.5, and E Arena obviously from that fantastic starting game was 5.
आपको कॉम्प्लिकेटेड इसलिए लग रहा है क्योंकि आप स्टार्टिंग से देखा नहीं है और कॉम्प्लिकेटेड लगता है बट होता नहीं है। अगर आप गेम्स को थोड़ा भी देखते हो तो बेसिकली उसमें क्या होता है, पहले नॉर्मल मैचेस होते हैं, उसके बाद उसके क्वालिफायर्स होते हैं, फिर उसके बाद उसके सेमीफाइनल्स होते हैं, फिर उसके बाद वो टीम्स फाइनल्स जाती हैं। तो वो ऐसे 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 ग्रुप्स में से निकल कर आता है सब। तो होप सो आप समझ पाए हो।
We were discussing essentially like how is your game plan to finals going to change, but it's pertinent to this because he was saying essentially that what we want to do going forward is be a bit more aggressive. I mean,
5 टीम्स हमारी टीम ग्रुप ए से आई, 5 टीम हमारी ग्रुप बी से आई, तो दो हमारी 10 टीम्स तो मिल गई, हमें 16 होनी चाहिए, तो 6 टीम्स अब यहाँ से निकल कर आएंगी। अभी समझ में आ गया होगा ऊपर ऊपर का।
There's so much potential on that roster, right? Guizhou and Obscure, I feel like they've really, truly been tested many times. They won PMGC, they played PMGO, they know what's going to be coming up here into this one. But I think in particular, what I want to see from Alpha 7 is, of course, trying to be aggressive, as you were talking about here, Blank. But I would say the biggest issue I have is when they don't have the zone, they really struggle to get into the play zone itself, into those mid to late game circles. The scouting is just not...
ये वालों ने भी वहाँ पे चोक कर दिया भाई, उन्होंने अपना चिकन खराब कर दिया था। ये वाला बहुत बढ़िया मैच खेला सौम्या ने, बहुत ही प्यारा मैच खेला सौम्या ने। हाय आलम, व्हाट्स अप। PMGC में अपनी 2 टीम्स हैं, यस।
Their game on North George, oh my god, once they had that building, they were looking fantastic there because they were able to play their own game.
They dropped there.
Exactly.
They do drop there.
They dropped.
या यहाँ पे एस पावर बहुत बुरा मरा, जबकि एस पावर ने वहाँ पे एक बहुत प्यारा नॉक निकाला था, बहुत ही बढ़िया, बहुत ही प्यारा नॉक निकाला था एस पावर ने।
And I'm glad you kind of brought that up because there is going to be a big change today for the roster. Obscure, when we got a chance to see, and if you actually can, Tamaj, pull up the players.
4 मिनट बाद है अभी तो।
Because you will notice that Obscure ended up being with the least amount of eliminations, and he is going to be sitting out. They're going to be bringing in a brand new player. We actually got a chance to see him play 4 games in their last day of group stages. He's going to be coming in, and he's going to be filling those shoes.
It's going to be interesting to see because he doesn't have that group stage experience. So how is that new player going to change your whole team dynamic, Blank? It's going to be interesting.
The 4th player Alpha 7 meat grinder continues. This is so sad.
Squash 2.0, Pedrino 3.0.
PMGC जियो कहाँ से आ गया?
Who's the next one on the line?
हमारी 2 टीम फाइनल खेलेंगे, अपन तो क्वालिफाई कर गए, एक #2 पे और एक #3 पे, #2 पे और एंगुटेन और #3 पर गॉडेल, अपन क्वालिफाई है। ये लोग फाइनलिस्ट थे ना। ये वालों ने तो खुद ही चोक कर दिया था अपने आप ही लास्ट में। दोनों सेम कर दो। अरे अभी उनका वॉल्यूम कम कर रखा है, अभी इतना बढ़ जाएगा कि आपको खुद ही समझ नहीं आएगा। मेरा वॉल्यूम इसलिए तेज आ रहा है, अभी मेरा वॉल्यूम ठीक आएगा। तो हेलो, अब कम आएगा।
The thing is that like I like that they're making these aggressive plays, but they aren't actually, like Max just pointed on, scouting to be able to make these aggressive plays. So if they can just have that ability to sort of make sure that they've cleared their back, because they are sort of focusing more on that edge, except for that match 10 where they dropped there and they stayed there. If they can be able to play that scouting power a little bit more, I do think even having a new player on this roster, it's going to be a lot better. You know, sometimes you're just going to add a little bit of new flavor into the mix and great things can happen.
Yeah, I'm usually very against those kind of switches, but with the way that this squad is currently playing, with the way that they've been playing 2026,
Where is Bhim
I actually wanted to say the word, I would end up getting fired, so I'm not going to say it.
मेरा
I'm glad
mic
that we are going
पास
to be
में
getting a
है,
change out of them. And actually, Blank, give the microphone to Max, because one team that I know Max wants to talk about is none other than non-Sim Red Force. And
पाक की टीम है फाइनल में। हाँ जी, वो ग्रुप ए के हैशटैग बने हैं।
in the finals, it didn't end up happening.
take the mic back. No,
हाँ, ये रेड फोर्स भी बढ़िया खेल रहे थे फिर सिस्टम हैंग सबका अभी भी कैमरा प्रॉब्लम दे रहा है क्या पीसी रीस्टार्ट करना पड़ेगा अब तो इसके अलावा कोई ऑप्शन नहीं बचा है आप हिल नहीं रहे मैं बोल रही हूँ सिर्फ मैं कुछ मूवमेंट नहीं कर रही अभी तो मैं चुपचाप बैठ के खुद सुन रही हूँ थोड़ा थोड़ा
Well, you come to these international tournaments, right? And this is the problem: is that a lot of people try and change up their play style. I think non-shim red force.
Oh, maybe backside उसके wire का problem हो. एक second.
When to play aggro, when to pull it back a little bit. Versus Ida, that was tough. But it really reminds me of Game 3 from them on Erangel. I think it was day 1, I believe, that they won. That was a fantastic game. It was a really good game. But even they realized it was a little bit slow. It was a little bit passive. And that's fine. But I still think they were quite proactive in that situation. But it really does just speak to the way they want to play it out. It is too slow. We need aggression, Lace.
Do not stress, Max. I am wholeheartedly believe that they'll be in that top 6.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Oh, wow.
I've got that. You know, he was like, give me that good juju, and I've got it for you because they were 24 points ahead of Alpha 7. And
Off yesterday to go back and VOD review.
Absolute आओ अभी अभी मेरे को समझ आया अभी प्रॉपर होगा भाई अभी एकदम प्रॉपर कैमरा चलेगा मेरे को जो लग रहा है वो उसके नीचे वाले पोर्ट में उसने बहुत ज्यादा बफर में ले लिया अभी चेक करो लास्ट क्वेश्चन के 2 सेम तब तो यार उनके आई गेस सर्वाइवल रेट्स और इन सब से पता चलेगा सब सर्वाइवल सब कैसा है क्या है अब बिल्कुल सही अरे अभी मेरे को समझ में आया पीछे वाले ना मैंने शायद उसको 10G पर 10G बोल रही हूँ कितने पर कर दिया है नीचे वाले में पिन पोर्ट में लगा दिया था मेरी मदर टंग हिंदी है इसलिए अभी ठीक चल रहा होगा कैमरा
16 teams live to fight another day, but now there are no safety nets, there are no second.
मैं तभी सोचूं यार मैंने कुछ किया नहीं है क्या चल रहा है नेट भी चेंज कर लिया
Yeah, some came close making it in the finals, other came close to elimination, but today is survival stage, so the points are reset and basically Bunny
Points reset हो गए guys अब
One
सुनो
mistake could send months of preparation out the window. However,
कोई
one
allowed
moment
नहीं
of
है।
brilliance.
Hi Jigar, hi Hermadev,
Yeah, indeed,
क्या
Bunny.
हाल?
I can see them. They are ready. So it is time to welcome our team on the stage, starting with GK Esports.
भाई क्या खतरनाक टीम्स हैं ब्रो इन्होंने चिकन लिया था उसके बाद इनका सब सिस्टम स्लो हो गया था
Dopeness.
आज सर्वाइवल स्टेज क्वालिफायर्स में आज से दो दिन कितने दिन का
Team RRQ.
Wolves Esports.
Kiwum Derricks.
फर्स्ट मैच अभी सबका
Tiamba.
एंट्री हो रहा है दोस्त हाँ उनके टीम है ओह नहीं हमें को नहीं
Al Hula Club Esports.
बढ़िया खेला था इन्होंने भी इन वालों ने
7-1 GS Esports.
Furia.
Hello Aishu, what's up?
Alpha 7.
Go Team.
इंडिया की टीम अपन की क्वालिफाई कर गई है दोस्त सब क्वालिफाई कर गए तुम क्या उसके सर्वाइवल स्टेज में जाते थे क्या सूरज घूमने आएंगे
AGL.
AGL
E Arena.
ओ भाई बहुत खतरनाक होने वाला है गाइस सर्वाइवल स्टेज बहुत खतरनाक
Who Wolf Esports.
And finally, your defending champions of PMWC, Yangon Galacticos!
सर्वाइवल खेल रहे हैं भाई. इस बार रैंडम सही रखना.
Today you won't survive by hiding. Fight smarter, adapt faster, and deliver when the pressure is at its peak. That is what it takes to keep this dream alive.
The group stage is behind us. Now a new fight begins. Welcome to the survival stage of the PMWC at EWC 2026 in Paris.
We've got to make a couple more spots available. That is for our survival stage teams, joining some of the best teams in the world.
Nongshim Red Force.
그룹 스테이지에서 충분히 몸을 풀었고 이제 우리가 살아남기 위해 어떻게 하는지 모두에게 보여주겠습니다.
Não tem mais chances de errar. A gente vai dar o nosso melhor no survival stage.
अभी सबका इंट्रोडक्शन बता रही है. इस तरह सर्वाइवल के लिए खेलेंगे. कितनी टीम्स रहेंगी? 6 टीम्स रहेंगी यहाँ से. इन्होंने तो यार वो चिकन मिस कर दिया, पता है. वहां से इनको काफी प्रॉब्लम हुआ है. इन्होंने वो जो चिकन मिस कर दिया. आईडीए के टीम ने 1v3 कर दिया था इनको. मैंने शॉर्ट्स में डाला भी. अगर नहीं देखे तो आप लोग चेकआउट कर सकते हैं. डायरेक्ट फाइनल में बाकी सब बाहर. यस यस, सर्वाइवल स्टेज वही होता है. सही पकड़े हैं. पूरा बहुत बढ़िया खेली बाद में. 16 टीम्स ही है. टैग इसमें कहाँ है दोस्त?
ก็ในแผนที่รันโดพวกเราก็ทำให้ทุกคนเห็นนะครับ ส่วนแผนที่อื่นๆพวกผมก็ทำให้ทุกคนเห็นครับเพราะพวกผมก็ทำได้ในทุกแผนที่ครับผม
Thailand makes a stand here at EWC.
우리는 몇몇 팀을 얕봤지만 다시는 같은 실수를 하지 않을 것입니다.
Of Nongshim Red Force.
फाइनल्स में कितने मैच होंगे? मेरे ख्याल से सेम ही मैच होने चाहिए. 6-6-12.
저희를 교전으로 상대했을 때
I think so. 39 पॉइंट्स था वही सर्वाइवल. ना बहुत बढ़िया उन्होंने खेला था. उसके बाद उन्होंने पूरा चोक कर दिया.
You know what? Talking about the group of death, is it group A? Is it group B? I think it's the survival stage because oh my goodness, that is stacked as hell.
Welcome to the survival
अरे गॉर्डन
stage.
सर्वाइव
We
कर चुका
are
है
getting
दोस्त.
straight
वो
on
फाइनल
into
में.
it. 10 teams have already booked their tickets directly to those grand finals. We need to find 6 more. Where are we going to do that?
Check it and
Over the course of the next 2 days, John, we're going to start to whittle down the list, see who's able to, of course, keep themselves fighting, make it through to our finals, and who does go home. Like we said on the stage, right, no more safety nets, no more backup plans. You either do it or you're gone.
Yeah, absolutely. There is no chance beyond this one, and there's plenty of teams looking to try and resurge.
2 दिन चलेगा. yes. हर मैचेस 2 दिन चले हैं ना. क्या लगता है कौन जीतेगा? चैट आप बताओ. अगर आप लोगों ने स्टार्टिंग से इनके मैचेस देखे ना तो पता चलेगा. 18 में और लास्ट डे स्मैश रूल है क्या? अच्छा.
Without the presence of those teams at the top, and they could have a chance to get a back-to-back PMWC title, because of course from their previous one they have their champion Ancient Charm set. Make sure that you guys are joining in with the PMWC event in game and redeem your perk vouchers so that you can get that Ancient Charm set. And
कहाँ से टैग आएगी?
looking that good.
Yeah, it is a beautiful outfit to have as well. It looked amazing in person when we saw them come out a couple of days ago back during the start of the group stage. Right, we're going to see them live in the flesh with the rendition of the outfit they had. It looked great. Cultural heritage as well tied into it, so a lot of storylines there with what they've achieved. But that's the fact. That's now in
होरा ये जाएगी. होरा ऑलरेडी क्वालिफाइड है.
It's going to be worst case scenario if you come back.
होरा तो आपकी क्वालिफाइड है.
Still have a chance, but they want to push for finals.
यार मुझे ऐसा लगता है
Looking to do that. Alpha 7 probably the most notable of
ये
those names in and amongst it.
Red Force
only team in the world, the only organization that has got
Yangon को जाना चाहिए.
repeat of titles, the PMGO, PMWC and PMGC.
अल्फा 7 भी जा सकते हैं, बट वो थोड़ा खेलने जाते तो उनका थर्ड पार्टी हो ही जाता है.
Pretty devastating. So hopefully Alpha 7 will be able to find one of those 6 spots and we'll see those.
4 तो हो गई. आएगी खत्म. GK, yes, GK. GK ने पिछली बार में बहुत बढ़िया चिकन निकाला था, उसके बाद वो लोग पूरा ढीले हो गए.
Back in their group stage to at least give themselves a nice influx of points to guarantee survival stage, not be down in the risky areas. I'd say mechanically they've looked good, John. It's just not been an easy run for them whatsoever. There's been not much luck on their side in terms of the circles we've had, the games they've had played. They really.
मैं किसी एक टीम को मिस कर रही हूँ, समझ नहीं आ रहा. तबीयत ठीक है ना किसका?
Yeah, keep on pushing, keep on going. Plenty of power from Brazil.
फ्री होता है लेकिन बीच में भी विनर डिसाइड कर सकते हैं.
Lined up around the crusher. You see the team logos sat upon them, right on the precipice of getting crushed, going into the fated jaws of demise. Can't dance your way out of that one.
बड़ा बड़ा जेट. आपकी और किसकी? मेरी तो ठीक है, थोड़ा बहुत तो चलता है. बिग फैन फ्रॉम पंजाब पाकिस्तान. थैंक यू. विटालिटी क्वालिफाइड है बाबू, विटालिटी सब क्वालिफाइड है. चलो प्रेडिक्शन दो गाइस, लेट्स गो फॉर प्रेडिक्शन. भाई आपकी टॉप 6 टीम्स बताओ. इनमें से बताना जो अभी क्वालिफाई कर रहे हैं, ठीक है? साइड में आएगा. आप बताओ क्या लगता है टॉप 6?
Before, and it wasn't quite enough, right? Obviously, the E-Arena chicken dinner is so massive. You do need to keep going beyond it. Sure, you can get these early hot drop scenarios, and I'm expecting most teams will do.
चलो अपनी टॉप 6 टीम लिखो.
And trying to get stuck in and amongst it.
अभी सर्वाइवल स्टेज क्वालिफायर्स में. सर्वाइवल
स्टेज. For Rondo exclusively on our esports rotation, but I'm also interested in who's going to be able to secure some of the ground around this one, because I feel like, you know, top 6 is maybe not as difficult as it has been in those group stages, right? When you remove the top 10 teams from the lobby, it opens up a lot of opportunity for teams that were maybe suppressed by the presence of those truly really strong and on form teams.
Survival space top 3 guys.
Strong teams that weren't on form, that didn't make it. But there's no longer that suppressive force. It's not as constricted. So hopefully we'll see teams start to find their feet, start to be able to breathe a little bit, get some life back into the blood.
Let's
I'm turning you up in my ears already, John, because I can already hear the Alpha 7 fans starting to get a little bit excited. I know how today's going to go. They're going to really bring that energy early, see if they can get the squad locked in. Anny and gone. I think you touched on some nice points there, man, where maybe it's going to be at a different landscape here with the teams we've removed, right? Obviously, some of them hard cut from the tournament. We saw those teams already destroyed. But for the others that remain, this is your chance to get back into it. We've got the playing path on screen now. We'll see what our circle's looking like and begin to dissect this one.
Yeah, Yulin will be the hot drop target with the plane path out on the west side instead of Neox Factory. It's a little bit too far afield to really get stuck in. So, straight on board, we're with AGAL, E-Arena, who have got that outpost more enough towards Stadium.
39
Looking
points
like they're not going to have the better end of the stick on
this
this first engagement. Tony K going down. XZZ wants to find another with a pump action. Jump wide with a micro Uzi, though. And a Tommy gun to back it up. 2 for 2. And Maple now, as a solo position for AGAL, has to try and hold his nerve against the 2 from the arena, but they are both very low, Jackie.
Yeah, they really are. A lot of damage done to either side here, obviously, hoping to see if you can pick pieces together. If they can close out on this and get the next 2 elims off the back of it, it'd be huge for AGAL. That's a nice react. Maple swift with the SMG up close. Schweppes trying to tuck in and get himself top back up on the old HP as well. Maple's got the 1 nade, John.
He pulled the pin earlier, and that was what prompted the push forwards. Joker unlikely to be getting back up here. Swaps out for a sniper in close range. I mean, sniper's good as a shotgun if you hit the shot, but will he be able to do it? Running low on ammo, desperately searching for these weapons now. Still, just the smoke here. I think this fight might be isolated. Both teams will be able to get these recalls, remember. These points are starting to come through thick and fast. It looks like Yangon Galacticos have got 3, Goat with 3, Maple with a shotgun now is back on with the fight.
Let's go.
Maple baiting it on the pre-fire towards the window. Schweppes with a lean in. Quick opportunity to stim whilst the rest of the lobby are scrapping amongst each other. Rapid looting from Schweppes, needs the ammunition to fight with. They get visual on one another. Maple's going to be swung to the left right now. He's been poising himself nicely, but the angle's not going to work. And Schweppes does get it done.
Hey, Schweppes is the only player in this tournament with a chance to get a triple PMWC title. He was showing a little bit of that power of old. We'll see if he can bring Irina to the forefront because they are up on 3 elims. But there is so much on the tables already. Look how many players have scored one. Tiamba wants to try and take him down. They heard this one. They move on through. Tiamba want to take that 3 elim title as well. We now have 6 teams with 3 elims.
Yeah, we missed out on the GOAT fight off the back of the draft. That was up against KRX, I believe. They did great work on that, finding themselves the 3 elims, leaving it down to 1 player to attempt to recover them. We'd think it's about GOAT team, John. Usually in our regular rotation, it feels like they're super good at playing it slow with the long rotates around the outer edges. Rondo, they love a scrap. They've got the talent for it. We see 1 knock here onto Fuchs, but Ketch can't flush it, as they will have to lock in for this one. Force up close and personal. Scarface over the top side, downs him.
Okay, keep it 2 on the spot as well for Ulf. They do have Kelsey off in the distance, so would be fine. Well, not fine, but it would be okay if Scarface had gone down in that scenario. But to hold his nerve is brilliant. Means he can get in and maybe get a couple more points. Look for the confirm onto Poops, man, but it's not going to work. Not on the first peak. Killer Joe has to hit the back, but without a helmet, those headshots are going to ring mightily in the ears if they're able to land. Dropping the smoke, keeping the power. Has still got another smoke behind him. Some more meds, but it's not going to matter. Killer Joe puts him down. So Ulf recall further up to the north. With the circle throwing out that way too. We're on board with Alpha 7 now.
BGMS करेंगे कैसे? वहाँ से परमिशन ही नहीं आया तो कैसे कर दूँ बताओ? मैंने तो मेल करा है उनको.
Make it uncomfortable on the peak. Awkward pixel angle.
वो लोग नहीं
thread the
देंगे.
needle with it. Milu wrapping over to assist. The squeeze out does get aggro. Good moves on the peak, but that was swift.
Straight past that windowsill and in with the shotgun shells. Alpha 7 get dismantled by Milu. What a pullout for Tiamba, able to just swing past that entire fight. Alpha 7 do have that outpost and can go for the recall. Teams are starting to outstrip each other on these elim counts, but Tiamba on 6 elims. GOAT team as well, getting those 6 on board is a great start for them. Looking to start transitioning now into the mid-game, get up north, because the circle is quite dramatic up there. A lot of it is cut off by that river, and the crossings are not as easy as on other maps.
Yeah, that was the thing. We didn't quite
चलो
catch it
बताओ
right.
तुम लोगों ने रोंडो मैच रोंडो मैप बहुत देखा है ठीक है मैं भी तुम लोगों ने खेला भी हो ठीक है मैं बेसिकली इतना नहीं मैंने खेला ही नहीं बेसिकली तो क्या ही है इसमें रिकॉल कितनी स्टेज तक रहता है
Furia looking to get out
Chicker
of
यार I guess उसके लिए परमिशन जरूरी है
have already sent out and
तो
away
without
from it as
permission
well.
मैं कोई चीज वैसे भी नहीं
Goodness
करती
me, everyone is still alive, and that is very lucky, Jackie. That is incredibly lucky. And if you guys want to be lucky at home, you can hit that lucky spin. Make sure you're jumping into the game for your chance to draw that exclusive 2026 PMWC tournament set. It's looking nice, it's looking shiny, it's looking fresh.
Hi Manish.
Is indeed. It's like a Barney Banks outfit. You'd catch him wearing that one.
I've seen him.
मुझे लगता है स्टेज 3 तक
Maybe we
रहता
can
है
get it sorted for the finals. I bet we can. I bet we can.
Maybe. Would reinforce the leg seams, make sure that he's nice and comfortable out on the stage. But we'll see, John. We'll come back to that one at another time. RRQ on the move as well.
Hello, Manish.
Obviously, a roster that felt like at times they had some good sort of approach.
भाई
to a
लाइक
few of the
बटन नहीं
fights we
रुकना
saw.
चाहिए सब्सक्राइब
Maybe a
बटन
little
नहीं
bit more
रुकना
paralysis by
चाहिए
analysis
वरना
in a
फिर
few
हो
of the
गया
situations,
जो
though.
जो
We
टीम
look slightly
बोली
more
वही नहीं
cutthroat.
होगा
I suppose that is the name of the game for all the squads
लेट्स
who've
गो
got
यार
into survival stage, but I
फटाफट
think
से
that
लाइक एंड
resonates with them as
सब्सक्राइब कर
well.
दें अगर आपके पास फ्री
For
ज्वेल्स है
RRQ,
तो
I mean,
फटाफट से
they do
ज्वेल्स
have a
भेज दो
standout
सब
performance in terms of
लेट्स
Lepar,
गो ज्वेल्स की कृपा नहीं
definitely
रुकनी
on
चाहिए
point when it comes to getting in those clutch
हमारी टीम बढ़िया
situations,
खेल रही
making
है
it work,
मेरी
and to an
सारी
extent
टीम
he's the
बढ़िया
reason why
सबको
RRQ were
सिखा
able
रखा है
to get in towards these survival stages. But they do need to be more cohesive, more together and fluid in those fights. Hopefully they can play off one another a little bit better here. Looks like, we might see an elim that may well stick, as Geeke do have one of their players taken down, and Geeke are all around Alpha 7 and E-Arena, so it could be a little bit difficult to get to one of those recall towers, even though they are still fairly available. I mean, you've got Ryan that is completely unoccupied, you've got Kunxia up on that northeast side as well. So there are accessible positions, but those will start to get more closed in as teams move in. I mean, we've got Yangon Galacticos, who we're on board with right now, moving past Meiran, with GOAT team on their west, and Al-Ula are quite far to their south. Ahead of them, though, it's the Wolves, who have managed to get up to Heme Town, up on that northeast side, fairly swiftly and without too much trouble.
हाँ मुझे लगता है ऑलमोस्ट सब रिकॉल हो ही गए हैं मोस्ट ऑफ द टीम्स रिकॉल्ड है
3 elims there. nice to see for the squad. Again,
Next
so much more
week,
pressure on your
yes.
shoulders, right? It's all the added pedantry as well, having to come out bringing the trophy
14
twice
to
now. It feels like
16.
all the other squads you're playing against, all eyes on you. If you can't do your organisation justice of yourself as well, those memories of last year probably flashing before your eyes, John, when you're back at the hotel. You know
मुझे
they
लग रहा है
need to show
पानी
up
वाला
here in
ब्रिज
survival.
का जोन ना हो.
Next circle goes quite far west here. I mean, this is a good opportunity for Arena to get into a solid spot. They're already on the north side of this river. The crossings that I said can be a little bit more treacherous than a lot of other maps when you have similar divides over water. So hopefully they can start to establish. Do they keep this 2-2 or do they regroup over towards a more centralized and coherent position? I feel like they still have a little bit of time to do that.
I think he recall
They may want to
होगा.
try and stay out in the open for a little bit, but within the next minute or so, they will need to regroup. Yangon Galacticos able to find a player from Q1 DRX.
Fourth player I guess recall होगा. मैं NS को
Very nice
support
pickup there.
सारे
4 elims now
survivor
for
stage
Yangon,
में
although they
Harbin
did
बहुत
lose
गंदा
Cloud in the
मारता
process,
है.
so a 1-for-1 trade. And as I said before,
अरे वो
the
बहुत
recall
बढ़िया
towers
खेल
are
रहे
still
थे Red
open,
Force.
but
उनका पता
from
नहीं
this
कैसे
point
choke हो
on,
गया.
it's going to get harder and harder to access them, Jackie, because the blue zone will start to cut off quite a lot of them. The
I
rotates
guess
won't be there, and teams will be on
X4
top of
उनका
them already.
दोनों का recall है.
Yeah, you lose that availability. Makes it far harder to
Chris
weigh up
की
the
team है
decision
ये,
making. But it's
Chris
worth
की.
attempting to go for it. So we'll see if that plays too much
First
of a
of
vital
6
role
teams
for
जो
these
final में
squads
जा
as
रहे
this
हैं.
one
बताया
develops.
तो.
Obviously, KRX had a bit of an unfortunate start off the drop as well. Went down to the one solo that was offset for the recall. That worked out to get them back up, but only one elim point to their name at this point. They are able to safely get Say Cloud back into the action though on their
मेरे
ramp.
according KRX
So
का
they're
भी
going to
हो
be all
जाना
right with
चाहिए.
that. Is he going to be caught by the Wolves though? Dropping back in right now, they're both going to have to advance to the outside of blue. Not going to be doing too much damage right now, John.
But gold
So
test
maybe they
में
can
6
avoid
kills
each other.
निकाले.
I don't think that Wolves would commit to go for the player on the parachute. They should know that there is a team to their south. Sure, that would be an indicator that someone has just recalled there. But given that it was only one player dropping down, you're fairly certain that it's a full 3 squad already on the ground. Committing to that fight for Wolves in their position right now, I think is a little bit too much of a risk. And they weren't really in position to get the player on the way down already. But Yangon Galacticos have other ideas. They have just crossed swords and taken a knock over the Wolves.
Chris का जाना
Wolves didn't want to
Chris
engage,
का.
but Yangon said, you know what, if you're here, we might as well try and get some points. Put some warning shots their way.
मैं
Don't
तुम्हारे
necessarily
पास
need to
SPL में
commit onto the
नौकरी
fight.
करता
Just get a
हूँ.
couple
Oh,
and get
nice.
out. Or, hey, maybe
मेरे
actually
पास.
just grab the whole squad.
अच्छा यहाँ
Romeo's
पे
back
कोई
in for more.
नोएडा में करते हो
Yeah,
आप.
they were able to find
अब
that
गाड़ी
flush
नहीं
and
चलेगी.
they're
हाँ वो जोन में गाड़ी
immediately
नहीं
across the
चलती.
bridges around Muhopan on that north side and potentially looking to guard the Wolves out here
हाँ, ये किसके
and
घर
stop
है?
them from getting to a recall tower closer to the zone. It will start to hurt
भैया
a
भाई
little bit
गाड़ी
too
वाड़ी
much for
पार्क
the
है
Wolves'
full.
liking if they don't
Hey,
get
you're
through
good.
quickly. And the northern pair
Hi,
for
Praful, what's
Yangon
up?
Galacticos is going to send out and maybe look to control that recall tower on the north side.
Guys यार फटाफट से लाइक एंड सब्सक्राइब कर दे जो भी हमारे चैनल में नए हैं. लेट्स गो भाई. लाइक बटन नहीं रुकना चाहिए एंड सब्सक्राइब बटन नहीं रुकना
See where
चाहिए.
they're repositioning to right now. Like you say, be in a good position to swarm effectively all angles towards that recall. If Wolves come up to it, they could catch them.
Okay, the circle's on the north
बोला
side as
एकदम
well.
पानी वाला
So
जोन
pretty
जाएगा
important
ये.
to get a position up on that north edge. As I said
अब कर
before,
जाएगा
the
उसके
arena
बाद
now
ऊपर वाला
in a very
देख लेगा
commanding position
रायन
and
पे.
maybe
ये
rondos
स्टेज
their map.
3
Who
एडी
knows?
के रिकॉल है
They
अभी.
haven't managed
ओके.
to get a huge number of elims early on, but then again, they didn't when they were in their stadium chicken dinner
Yeah,
either.
sector 45
they have
near.
already got 4 as
Sorry.
well, which, as I said, not huge, but still pretty significant.
Near Amity,
Ryan,
okay,
having that
nice.
recall tower in and available for the next about 4 minutes or so is also going to be quite important
KRX
for the
का
teams on
बंदा
the north
recall
side.
नहीं हुआ.
As Yangon
इसका मतलब उन पे
Galacticos
recall
trying
नहीं
to
था.
corral the Wolves
Hello,
against
Cable.
them. But the north side is going to get more and more packed, so Yangon Galacticos taking a bit of a risk here to try and make that fight work, to try and hold this one out. They are losing time, losing tempo to get towards the zone.
Yeah, investing a lot into this now. At a certain point, it becomes a matter of cutting your losses. In the downtime amongst that conversation as well, we saw Alpha 7 actually go down to a duo. Thankfully, they've got one of their players back up. The other not so lucky yet. That was this encounter versus Non-Shin Red Force. A side that's surprisingly powerful when they're feeling confident. Ravo out of the running already, John. Shot at the back of the vehicle on the exit. Not ideal.
No, and it's very difficult now to get to a recall tower. There is one to their northwest. They
flat
might try and
player
break
है
for it, but
Garden
Non-Shim,
Glory
I think, have read into that and
में.
have moved
Okay,
two of their
Gardenier
players
Glory.
out
Okay.
towards it as well. For Alpha 7, it feels like a 3-play on. And I don't think they're going to be able to go for it.
कुछ याद आ गया.
Have got two of their players right behind this ridgeline as well. The backstop two for Ulf, Ketch and Kelsey have yet to cross by Stadium, but it seems like with Nongshim Red Force on the move, they can just get gone. Wolves do manage to move all the way over on the north side.
निशा वैसे भी किक पे करनी है और उनको मेल डाला था, कोई रिस्पॉन्स नहीं आया है. और वो लोग नहीं देंगे यहाँ पे.
Towards KRX's position, but they've wrapped up towards the northern side. Got stuck into
यहाँ पे
Yangon.
किसको मिल सकता है?
Already been able to knock out one player from the squad, leaving them with a triple threat. Yangon actually doing pretty good work here, right? Coming out tied in first place between three other squads, and Tiamba and Go, the squad they're head-to-head with here in the fight. So cleaning up on this one would be huge for them.
Ooh, looking to do a little bit more damage, but they'll be content with the first knock. And they do have their backs to the blue, so need to be careful. The zone is going to hurt pretty significantly here, especially as stage 4 starts to come on through. It's going to be unreasonable, so you have to get on the road. Al-Ula taking shots from an off angle. They're a team that hasn't crossed the river yet, hasn't made their way through, but is going to try and put pressure on the back lines. For Yangon, they're going to have to play on as 3 now with that knock coming through. I was looking at where Tiamba as well were playing, given, as you said, they were in that top 3. They are in a really sticky spot on the south side for Tiamba. I think their fight through is going to be maybe the hardest at the moment in the lobby. We'll have to wait and see if they're able to make it work. Yangon Galacticos get out of there, get into the next zone, and they wait for this next circle.
Yeah, Go bailed on the fight. You can see them pulling back down towards the south side. Dopeness caught line of sight from the ridge as well onto Yangon, and it's Al-Ula that are coming up around the back. That's the shift on the zone. They're pulling away, going back down south. Oof. All right, mate. Fair bit of water as well. Cutting off a lot of the play space you've actually got the longer this one goes, John.
Yeah, I was looking at Tiamba, as I said before, and I feel like this is seemingly what I kind of thinking they should be doing here. Moving over to the south coast, may be able to swim across later on, but a lot of teams that are very committed to the north side are going to be fighting for the hills around that E-Arena Ulf position where Goat have just moved on into. This is going to be the focus for so many teams. So I feel like Tiamba, they're looking to play for a third place, but they have taken a knock on the back there. And this rotation is under threat, under danger. Aaron is waiting for someone else to step forward to say, I've got the shot.
Zone se jana to yaar bekar hai.
If they could find cover on that south coastline, I feel like they might have a chance of getting fairly deep into this one.
मतलब एकदम ही जोरों से की आत्मा आ गई. लो जोन से गिव अप ही कर दिया उसने.
Unfortunately for Eagle, going down to the zone has resulted in his demise, so he's cut out of the lobby. Maple also hit from the sideline. Dopeness very far back with good line of sight onto them. So they're just peppering to make it uncomfortable for these squads.
मुझे तो NS का ही देख तक नहीं रहा है.
As well, John. This is heating up now.
Yeah, a lot of teams crunching in. AGAL on the north side will have to face off against Dopeness, as you said. Yangon just beyond them. And they are now within nade range. We get a little replay from... Oh, he's knocked himself with a deployable cover flare there. That is not good news for the Wolves.
That's
going to slow him down a little bit on the replay. I missed that one, but there we go. Sometimes it happens. It is a danger. And he's going to get run down as well. The front bumper to take him out. The Wolves are going to chime back in, though, with look at the damage pouring in on the Elim feed there. Goodness me, the Wolves want vengeance.
Yeah, this is getting messy, John. You had this back and forth game of nade badminton going on. I thought they were able to thread it through the window, but it's a near miss. The Flower H stays alive, and that's at the detriment of Yangon.
View, nade over the top. Trying to get the distance, but not quite there. And this is the difficulty. They can't really take fights on two fronts. Able to expose one angle against AGAL. And now he moves forwards with a shotgun in hand. XZZ wants to find an answer. Doesn't get the full knock. Has the shotgun, but he's on a sliver of HP now. And another nade might just be all is needed. The healing desperately important for them. Across the road is Romeo now on his last legs, and AGAL are suffering.
Dopeness pushed up hard from backside as well and got into a good position to command respect on what they've realized is now two very weak squads. So if they can steal away points, it'll be magnificent for them. Smile falls for Yangon as well, leaving them with only one solo player left alive in a horrific position to attempt to defend. Furia going out, joining. 721 GS, so two squads now gone.
They are out of there already. We're down to 14. Those recall towers shut off, meaning no players can jump back into the fight. More deployable cover. Don't look, Wolves, don't look. It's fine, it's not on top of you. You'll be okay. They managed to get all the way out to the west side there. They had a tricky approach, and they're showing the scars of it as well, playing now on as two players alive. This east side We'll be chill for about the next 30 seconds, maybe, once RRQ settle themselves down and lose their player on the east edge. But with this circle, it's going to have to get trickier again. This has been so nasty for the teams out in the east to be able to make their way through. They have been on the brunt of these circle shifts.
Non-ship getting a bit of a look down towards the road. Meanwhile, amongst all this, we've seen another play coming out from Goat.
We've seen
him be a bit of an explosive entry for the team. If he can open up a potential player to a squad, he'll go for it every time.
Goat ने fight लिए, but 3 men है ये भी.
They did lose out on Foops, man. There's a nice back and forth between Foops and Killer Joe and how they play off each other, but you've still got a ton of talent left alive on this roster. So know you think about Go John as well. They're going to be gunning for a big victory here. If they can start it off with a nice bit of energy, feed the hot hand, they play with that throughout the whole day.
I mean, it would be a great start for them. A team that was in the contest to jump up in a top 5, a direct qualification spot. They want to prove to everyone at home, to their fans, to themselves maybe even as well, that they do deserve one of those spots, and here's the place to do it. Another knock over the top from a nade from Goat, doing damage. Suffering across a lot of different teams right now with nades flying back and forth. A close proximity engagement is not favorable. Irina were under pressure from Douglas, but they handled it. Seems like they're doing okay. Mormon does get flushed away though, and hang on a minute, Irina may not be able to handle the pressure because Goat and AGAL looking to rock up all at the same time. 4 teams now on spot, and Douglas up on high, taking shots, laying down the lead.
Oh mate, sweating bullets on the push in. Panic stations, and they just can't compose themselves to slay the Goat. Thankfully, Kenji with the sacrificial nade bounces it out the window and hits that one on top of Moxie to leave them down with only a duo in position to attempt to fight here. Awkward collection of players all amongst each other.
Tony K, nade, cooking. Doesn't quite know where these players are, and I don't blame him. The amount of chaos that just happened. 2 teams descending immediately just after another one crashed on through. On the southwest side, in the meantime, Alpha 7 do go down to GK. That southwest side is clean. Spicker moving on out. Spiker around the corner.
I guess Molly
will be able to hold him for 1. Moxie down, but will be reasable.
मुझे लगता है ये थर्ड पार्टी करेगा.
They can smell the blood in the water. They'll commit on the peak, spam into the smoke. They had a rough idea of the angle, and the bullets will find their target. Amongst all this, Alula have been scrapping up against Ulf.
Quick. Wanted to keep the pressure on. Ulf being shredded down time and time again. It's just Eren remaining, the star player on the roster. I don't think you can call him young blood anymore. Tiamba did manage to get across the river in the meantime as well, Jackie. And there are 8 elims. They've got 3 players alive. They're not looking too shabby right now. And they have an oversight onto this fight. If they can spot Alola on this roll-up, Eren may be able to take 1 or 2 of them down, and they may be able to shred the backlines, but it's getting away from them. The pace of Alola just a little bit too much for them.
I think that pace is the operative term as well, right? We've seen them be quite passive in situations where they have had advantages before back in the group stage, and that was a problem for them. So the fact here they're willing to actually take some of these encounters a bit more headstrong, it's good to see. Zone crunching in there again as well.
अभी तक survive कर रहे हैं. Placement point बोलते हैं.
On top of the Wolves.
Oh, spotted!
They're on the north side with their 2 players remaining. Tiangong and Galacticos finally go down. The early powerhouses of the Elim feed starting to wane now. Yangon Galacticos go.
आईपीएल का कैमरामैन हो तो हर वक्त एडनी पे फोकस करेगा. हे भगवान.
But Tiamba have a big opportunity here on that south side. If they can push past Eren, get control of the hilltops.
किसका आ रहा है
chicken? Alula, their major competitor on that southeast side.
किसका chicken आ रहा है? मुझे लग रहा है Red Force का.
Tiamba starting their swimtation as well inside of the water. Ooh, they get vision on Eren's backpack here, so you're going to know. A member from Olves, he's just going to peek up on the coast. That's a freebie. It's easy, John.
Yeah, Gike looking for the shots from the high ground, but not quite going to land in time. And now the rest of Tiamba can look to suppress the position from the backlines, allow the push forwards. But Milu also under threat from range, but Alola chime in to keep Tiamba safe. Ooh, a nice little assist, and there's the off angle. QZ, masterful hold.
That's really nice. Big response. Made it so uncomfortable for Gike here as well, so they can safely get out of the water now and look to try and splash back on this. QZZ, amped up today.
a linchpin position. Both of his teammates down in the drink. He needed to be able to hit those shots, and he did. Alula with the little assist to keep the players safe. But Tiamba now on the south side. Once Geeky have to move, which they do, their position is going to get a lot stronger, Jackie. At the moment, it's quite timorous because of the position of Geeky, but that is going to be pushed out by the zone.
Milu.
अरे भाई का joystick अटक गया मेरी तरह कोई बात नहीं
amongst each other whilst Alula are fighting E Arena
मौका
from
तो यहाँ
range.
मिलना बहुत मुश्किल है
Cut back
but
over
कोई
to the
बात
POV of
नहीं
Tiamba. Uses E the off angle towards the back and doing great work. Cover flares coming in as well to try and bolster that defense for Geeky.
They're just trying to put themselves right on the edge of this zone and maybe try and wait it out. Wait out the bleed down, but there comes the Wolves with a cheeky thread on an angle across the zone there. Right through the valley, and Kevin now has a little bit of trouble. Geeky are low. They don't really have the sightlines. This is an opportunity for Tiamba to actually move forwards and maybe look for the res, but it's still such a risk. I don't think they're going to go for it here, Jackie.
Oh no, finish ही हो गया
Don't have all the information they need to make the call. Meanwhile, though, Alula going big on the peak. Wolves thought they were safe, thought they had an opportunity to third party steal some elims from across the game here, but no, Alula rock up onto them. Hey, elims, John, playing very differently right now.
Yeah, that's what you need to be doing here with those 8 elims, with all 4 of their players alive, the only team to have the full squad in action. This is the last chance as we're on board with Tiamba to get this res. I don't think it's going to happen. He will bleed out, so Tiamba playing with 2. That's pretty nasty. They did have an opportunity to move forwards and maybe take more control here. Geeky helped out by the zone again as Notch and Red Force on the north side get cut in across the road from everything. Alula going to have to move, as are E Arena.
Shots from the side, it's Nonshin. That's easy. Tizzy, good work done with the AUG. Saw the reposition from Tony K, setting up the vehicle, so they'll take the scrap to him. That's a 3-man squad there. Like you say, not a bad position to be in as well, with a shift on the zone. And they clean up. Find the follow-up onto Joker. So E Arena down and out, not the Rondo masterclass that we've seen from them happening here.
No, but 11 points is still very respectable, Jackie. They will be able to put up a good start to proceedings. Guaranteed they're on the front page. The question is, who's going to join them?
NS भाई तुम्हारे लिए ही बोली लगाई है please
continuing to put pressure on Geeky. We're struggling to march forwards. Tiamba don't have vehicles to their name. They are really still just waiting on Geeky to have to move, and that is the first indicator that they are going for it. They should know that there's only 2 players over there, and Tiamba can start to move forwards now, and I need them to be able to do that, right? Something that we were criticizing them for was being a little bit timid, being a little bit shy. And so now, stepping forwards at the right time, that's what they need to be doing, and it looks like that's what Milu's gone for. As the rest of the teams joust across the zone, Alula have to descend on one side of the hill or the other. The question is, which do you choose?
नहीं आ रहा किसी को किसका साउंड नहीं आ रहा गेम साउंड नहीं आ रहा तुम लोग को
coming in.
क्या बात कर रहे हो
Alula on the rocks, being peppered. Down from Nonshin Red Force. It's keeping them very weak, making it uncomfortable for the hard commit on the wrap, but eventually they've got to push up. Going to be somewhat exposed here as well. If they're aligned in their crosshairs, they could punish. Thankfully, the map geo providing just enough cover for them to tuck in. Tiamba, you touched on it before. When does that change, that mindset going to come alive? Because if they don't start to get a bit of a periphery scan on the go here, you could have Alula wrap in around the back, possibly put pressure onto them. Just remove them from the equation before they even try and make a move for themselves.
I mean, they really can't move until Ragnarok does either, which is the nasty thing for them. It is causing a lot of problems. They can re-distro ammo for Tiamba, and Alula not going to push too far forwards. They know that the angles from Nongshim are still going to be in action. And they can't afford to overpeak to get a little bit too bold because they have got their numbers advantage and they don't want to let it go to waste. But an opener onto Tiamba could open up their south rotate, and with the circle pushing towards them, that's going to help out nicely. But Nongshim look to strike to open the door, but they're crossing of the road and bring Alula back down to 3 with them.
Geek के भी एक नॉक दे दिया उसको बचाने के थोड़ा तो मुश्किल है but
bated breath for a lot of our players right now, knowing how close they are to potentially kicking off the survival stage with a big point injection if they can take this chicken dinner. Add potentially a few more immolations to it as well. Milu and QZZ still scared about what could be coming out if there's angles watching their way. Nonshin have had a good understanding of the wrap that we saw from Alula as well. So the minute they pop out from behind that rock, there's not really much cover on the rundown.
Some really nice elim counts for a lot of our teams moving forward.
Tian तो I guess
getting
गई.
that res
अन्य but Tian zone
could
में
prove
है.
to be crucial. The knock sent
थोड़ा zone
towards
है
Alula,
ऊपर.
allowing them a little bit more mobility. The lack of sight lines
Geek
from
पे नहीं है.
Alula,
Geek
not
के लिए
quite
थोड़ा मुश्किल.
controlling.
Bye.
They just lost another one. R3B on the back, really not going to be resable either. This is going to be a very difficult dash, and Nongshim will read into this. They're moving out already to try and control the ground around them and get across the road into some sense of security. But it is so few and far between. Everybody operating in inches right now, Jackie. There is no grander dimension on these really close quarter scenarios. Step one way too far, one step either side. That's a completely different story, but that is a big pickup on the Nongshim to bring them down to 2 to stop their third player regrouping onto the south.
2v2v 3v1 है.
Every team starting to lose a lot of the battle of attrition here as we get towards the fine margins of this game. But Kike is well spotted out. Yasser with the reposition. The eyes lighting up for Tiamba, but knowing now the pressure's going to be put on them from Alula on the hillside. Never gets any easier, John.
Using those nades to create potholes moving forward, steps up for the flush. Now Alula can commit to trying to hold this high ground and try and use its position, the geometry, to maybe get a pick, but they're just not quite finding it. They're starting to wane now. There's Nongshim gonna try and bear the brunt of it, but down go Alula, and a knock already over towards Nongshim. Gives Tiamba a big chance here.
Timid Tiamba no more. They start to play with confidence, knowing that they can take the fight to Nonshin Red Force.
1v2.
The squad that we were surprised was so far down the standings back in the group stage. Let's see if they can kick it off here in survival. With a big chicken dinner and assert dominance in the lobby. It's not going to be so easy for Nonshin as the nade blows them away. And Tiamba take the opening game of the survival stage.
That is how you change your story. Tiamba with a huge opener. They played from that south side. They read that they couldn't get across that river nice and early. They played on the south coast, a little bit of a bet hedger, but they did manage to get across the river. They transitioned at the right time. They moved at the right time. And that is the change I wanted to see. The question will be, can they keep it going for 11 more matches and keep that pace going? Nongshim Red Force as well, really well held on that north side. The angles that they were maintaining, they knew what they were doing, and it reads into what we were saying about them before, that strategic masterclass that we desperately want to see. They were, again, another team during their group stage. They were pushed aside just about. It was very, very close, and in a very, very difficult group for them to try and make it, but nice, solid performance coming through from Nongshim. A lot of the teams that were late into that game had a lot of elims as well, which means that nobody going home empty-handed.
Yeah, we can have a bit of a listen in as well. And see what they were saying for themselves here.
Lovely arc on the nade. Keeping things nice and tight. Didn't even need to
कॉल सुन लो इनकी, तुम अपनी कॉल देना भूल जाओ.
Alula onto one of the Nongshim Red Force players as well.
भाई बहुत मुश्किल होने वाला है सर्वाइवल स्टेज. जो तुम प्रेडिक्ट करोगे उसका अपोजिट. प्रॉपर अपोजिट, प्रॉपर बूम बाम अपोजिट है पूरा. पक्का है, लिखवा लो, लिख दो कहीं पर. ग्रैंड फाइनल वॉश पार्टी करोगे दी? बिल्कुल करेंगे, बिल्कुल करेंगे, बिल्कुल करेंगे. अपडेट दो, टीएजी ने 19 किल्स किए हैं रोंडो में. ओह क्या बात है. अब मैंने डाला तो था, मुझे पता ही था कि ऐसा ऐसा सीन रहेगा, नहीं होगा करके. क्या कर सकते बताओ. इंडिया कब खेलेगी? इंडिया के तो मैच अब फाइनल्स के ही बचे, अब तो कहीं ये बचे। हाई टाची बीटअप भी हो जाए एक। कोई मीटअप करेंगे जब हैरी जी आएंगे तब।
Survival stage with Smile, the handsome man from Yangon Galacticos, to talk about some of the stuff coming into the survival stage as a whole. And that is my first question, actually. Based on your group stage performance and what you were actually able to see in the group stage, now coming into the survival stage, has there been any kind of looks at those results and seen how you might want to change some play styles, etc.? What do you think from the group stage coming into survival?
उन्होंने तो सेम तक ही नहीं किया है। फाइनल्स 14 to 16 है।
For the strategy, at the same, for we play with same strategy, and we learn other opponent practice different situations, so we could adapt during the match. Yeah.
Okay, perfect. And actually, I wanted to talk bigger picture here for a second, because obviously you guys are the returning champions, and it would be awesome to see you guys get like the back-to-back here.
वैसे आईरल तो कर सकते हैं।
So how did that PMWC win change?
पता नहीं यार हैरी जी यार, मेरे को कुछ ऐसा पता ही नहीं है। लोग कर तो रहे हैं, खैर।
Expectation and pressure. People started looking at us differently, and we realized that staying at the top is even harder than getting there. But overall, I'm so grateful for everything that came from that victory. It motivates us to work even harder and represent our country with pride. Yeah.
That's awesome to hear. Well, thank you very much for joining me here, Smile, and good luck at the survival stage.
Thank you, James, for that interview there with Yangon Galacticos. But it's all about Tiambas. We're joined by Hot Jukes, Maxman, Neptura, and the 7WG here back with you guys for PMWC at EWC 26. Tiamba, Max, they're finally showing up.
QZZ, your clock, let's go. No, I'm really happy to see Tiamba because, not gonna lie, back in their respective group, I was a little bit disappointed because back at PMMI, oh my goodness, they were bringing the heat. I mean, you and me both, Hot Jukes. We were like, this is the QZZ show. And yeah, group stage was a little bit topsy-turvy, but this rondo, by the way, keep in mind, they got 6 eliminations in the hot drop in Yulin, and then they dropped Tinlong Garden. The circle could not have been any further away from their loot rotation, and yet they still come out on top and get a win. That is an impressive rotation.
बहुत बढ़िया खेला यार।
It's about damn time, baby. We see Tiamba do what we expected them to do all tournament long. Yeah, had a really rough group stage, but they come into this one 13 eliminations, 2,300 damage, and we expected QZZ to be kind of like on top of that, but it was Milu here that was able to really clutch it up for a squad.
My damage 23-21, bro.
So strong. I think it's gonna finally put them in the form we all expected.
Same with Alula as well, putting up a good amount of eliminations for that squad.
Yeah, it was really nice to see Alula come in. I mean, me and Max, we were all talking about it, be like, ooh, at the end there, you know, they had a really, really good position.
Guys, फटाफट से like and subscribe करें. Let's go. फटाफट से like subscribe कर दे जो भी अपन के channel में नए हैं.
They took over the position from Ulf. They were moving in, great momentum, and then all of a sudden they kind of just were like, this is the high ground. We're going to keep it, even though the zone pushes us away from it. Yeah. We're just going to sit still and let everybody else not only see us and get rid of us one by one, but actually get situated and have that time to make those decisions for that end game.
Ooh la la, a little bit too
Ooh la la.
No, I mean, clearly they took way too long. I think they would have been great to see Alula after their push on Ulf. By the way, that push, Niptura, was fantastic. Getting rid of all of Ulf in like literally the span of 20 to 30 seconds. Very quick fight.
Yeah, Alpha 7 मेरे को लग रहा है उसने कुछ ब्राजील करके बोला था ब्राजील के
I think that was a little bit of a mistake from Alula. I would have loved to see them rock up on their position as they fight GK. That would have been a great third party. But you know what? It's still a 16-point rondo. So Alula Club, sure, it's not the chicken dinner, but it's still an amazing start in the survival stage. stage.
Great kickstart for that team. It wasn't a 29 elimination this time out of E Arena, but they do end up getting at least 8.
They do. That was a really nice push from them as well. We saw them do some crazy things. Actually,
मैं जिस टीम को बोलती हूँ वो कभी चिकन क्यों नहीं लेकर आता है?
There's a lot of teams over there for them to get as many eliminations as they did. I mean, it was just constant fighting from beginning to end for them. You know, them as well as Yangon. I really like how we saw from Yangon in the beginning of this game. I think it was still a very strong rondo for them, even though they didn't really go very late into the game. I still liked
but मेरे को लग रहा है I guess अल्फा ब्राजील के हैं.
I'm really enjoying that.
उन्होंने समय कुछ तो बोला था. Proper सुन नहीं पाई थी, but वो मुझे ब्राजील के लगे.
One team that I think ended up doing that perfectly was Nongshim,
क्या है क्या?
Finally, just committing to a play. Sure, it was not aggressive play.
तो ले लो. मैंने नहीं कभी खोला
game. But it's just they see Geek in a really good position in the play zone next to that lake in the center of the zone, and I see Geek actively rocking up onto Alpha's position southwest of that circle. Like, wait, that position is free.
भेज दो. ब्राजील के ही है.
हाँ. And just capitalize on that.
अभी मैं सोचूं मेरी और उनकी वाइब क्यों मैच हो रही
So deep in that game, podium minimum, second place off the back of that Niptura. That is what I wanted to see from NSR.
It is exactly what I wanted to see as well, because we saw in their second day of their group stage, right? They lost that momentum. They lost they were finding the opportunities, but they were just being so slow to actually do anything about them, and that has definitely changed in this game. We saw them actually take those opportunities pretty instantaneously, and that is what we want to see from Nongshim Red Force. We know they can do it, and they've done it again, and it is going to be Tiama being the match MVP, and Milu. Yeah, you were saying, Jukes, he's doing some great stuff.
भाई इन्होंने वो पानी से जाके एक बंदा मारा था यार. That was epic. भाई वो अलग ही level था.
Off the way you really want to sometimes, right? But you know what? A day off. I think we saw these squads refresh themselves. Really
जो players ने पहना है क्या?
We needed to see this. Even there towards the end, Ula had the top ground, but at the same time, Nongshim Red Force and Tianba were like, we want to win this game. Let's focus all our energy up top, take them out first, and then we'll see who ends up winning first or second place. And that is how you get it done. So good to finally see these squads make it happen. It's only been one game. Come on.
But यार Yangon कुछ भी मर गई. बेकार मरी वो तो.
But we're already getting a little bit more flashes from some of these squads of just consistent inconsistency, and I'm thinking about Alpha 7 because their squad was only able to get 2 eliminations.
तुम ब्राजील हम पे डांस करने वाले और वो
करने वाले same so well in that one, being aggressive, exactly what we expect out of Go. But let's see what teams are going to be bringing it in game 2.
Thanks for setting us up there, 7. Great desk as always. Very excited to get the
Let's go.
narratives and build ourselves back.
पुच्चू क्या खाओगे बता दो ना. नहीं यार मैं कुछ नहीं खाऊंगी. क्या है क्या ये कुछ रील है क्या ये कुच्चू वाली? किसी ने मेरे में कोई एडेड है आई गेस. पता नहीं कौन आर्थर या कौन थे, मैंने ध्यान से देखा नहीं. उन्होंने यही नाम रख रखा है. क्या है क्या ये कुछ मतलब रील समथिंग कुछ आया है क्या ये कुच्चू वाला?
That's what I've heard anyway. The plane path looking pretty big though, from the middle of the map on the south side. Looking to lean a little bit westward.
चलो भाई, let's go.
Most of the map for access,
Let's
and
go
no one should be getting into any hot drop trouble. But it is slightly reshuffled lobby. Remember, we didn't really talk about drop spots on Rondo because it tends to just be let's all hot drop and then see what happens. But here on Erigel, it's a little bit more prescribed, a little bit more thought out and measured. So hopefully our team can figure out where they want to go. There won't be too much conflict over zone. But already 3 teams out over Millie. As well as, well, maybe 4 teams out over military as RRQ jump out a little bit later on. Everybody else I think is looking to head further north and get through the mainland. RRQ may be looking for that bridge split on the west. Bridge split on the west side.
उड़ा देने का.
Obviously what we'd expect there from Yangon. They've gone through quite a few times in Erigel, very comfortable to have those military starts. Similar sort of opening as well for Goat, so no surprises there. You imagine they can split off and wrap away, like you touched on, rest of the squad trying to get distance with those parachutes. They've done their training job. They're A5 guaranteed gliders, so they can get to the mainland.
Yes, Naya.
They've got the distance, they got the legs needed to get on their way. Yeah, Goat team also dropping out. They will have diverted away from that. You don't really want to get stuck in, as I said, into those hot drops. Not a good idea, but that is a nasty circle. Goodness goodness me. We were having some pretty nasty circles, very gnarly stuff coming through over in the group stages. Looks like we're going to continue that trend all the way out on the southwest side. Keeping a lot of Gatka, Quarry, that sort of area in, but this is not what you want to see to open things up.
आज क्या पैसे आए क्या तुम्हारे? हाँ, आए हैं तो 4,000 भेज देना. मैंने कपड़े खरीदे हैं, 10 भी चलेगा.
A lot of landmass going to be cut off. Potential for the bridge to be in play as well. We'll see if that's a blessing for some teams or a haunting prospect for others. Obviously, we're dropping far further up towards the north side. We join the POV of Dopeness early on towards Pachinki. Couple shots out of the window from Nikita, getting the read over onto Gike.
Team Anny कब launch हो रही है? वो तो daily launch ही रहती है, permanent
slow down
launch
Gike from actually accumulating point after point would be the dream scenario.
Hopefully add those points to your
ध्यान
tally.
ऐसे ही maintain करके
Response as
चलेगा
well, but right
बढ़िया
now
से
they
तो
are
हो
north
जाएगा.
and south split on Pachinki. So not super close to danger. Definitely it's disengageable here, depending on the vehicle counts that each team has. And I feel like in Pachinki, you cannot get stuck in too far here, especially with a circle like this. You have to look to disengage in these scenarios. The thing that sort of plays on the reverse side of that is that you are competing for the drop spot in the future matches. And a lot of teams find value in saying, you know what, we're not giving up our drop spot. We're just gonna, we're telling you, we'll sacrifice our game in order to maintain this top spot, this drop spot for the next. Well, they've still got 5 Erringles after this to play. I could call that into question. I'm not a professional coach, so maybe there's some reads in there, maybe there's some maths to do, but I feel like it's still very, very dangerous, especially on Pachinki, and especially on a plane path like this, where a lot of the map was just super accessible.
Yeah, I suppose it goes down to that individual decision making if they want to fight or not, or really what they're aiming for. I imagine for the viewers at home, you're going to be aiming to get yourself some beautiful skins as well. John, we've got a great event going on right now in game. I know you've been hyped for this one.
Absolutely, the Uzumaki Naruto event. Make sure you're grabbing those character sets, looking fresh with the skins, as well as that Ninetales org, looking pretty. Doesn't look like any of our players have the org though, which is unfortunate. Neither team really going to be able to take on the supply truck either.
Are you sure?
Given that they're in a bit of a standoff. Makes things a little bit nastier.
भेजो मेरे को भेज दो. मैंने अभी गेम नहीं ओपन करा है. लेके भेज दो स्क्रीनशॉट.
Let the tension just settle here.
इनका fight होगा.
Oh, nade line up through the window. Oh, it's a nice chip, John. Could have been beautiful.
Does manage to catch a little spray on the step across there, but not going to quite get the knock. And it's, again, just retreating, being a little bit safe. Like you said, deck of cards type play, reshuffle yourselves somewhat, but that is a nice little reshuffle from Ragnarok on the sidelines, able to get the side swipe. And Gike have got their opener. Now, do they try and take this one fast, or are they going to slow themselves down again? Looks like they want to try and capitalize a second knock. And there's no way that they're getting those two players back up. Surely not, as Gike descend from multiple angles. One is cut across, but it's not going to be the same story for the others.
That's really nice from Kevin. Beautiful predict with the nade. Pops perfectly. Reply back over, easy for Bad Boy cleaning up. So 1 by 1, Dopeness suffering heavy losses on this. It was Makita that took a few pot shots over to the Gike roster to start off, and they went, you know what, you want to fight, let's take it.
Let's get it done. 2 players now left for Dopeness. Ulf did manage to rotate over the north side of Pachinki, and because this fight is taking place, it means that the teams in Pachinki, or if there had only been one, the team in Pachinki has not moved out to the west side. For Ulf, this is pretty good news, because it means that they have access to a lot of zone that they may not have done before, as well as a third-party angle. Leaving Eren up on the top of the hill, they could start to slow it down even more. And they're going to have so much information about what's been going on in this area. Eren doesn't even want to stick around for the flush. He gives up his position, and they're just going to back it off. And Ulf are going to be the ones to take down the supply truck from Pachinki. This is huge for Ulf.
Yeah, this is really nice.
Survival stage
a lot of that mid-game looting time, getting themselves hopefully some high-tier loot to play with off the back of it. Good comms on it, set themselves up, dump a few magazines simultaneously into the truck and grab your benefits from it. Alongside possibly forcing the hand of these two teams a little bit more as well with the damage done from that high-rise angle. Kenji, beautiful one. The double up coming potentially as well as he spams. SafeG trying to peek back into it, shot into the thigh, stays alive. Mikita on the wraparound has that molly through the window.
Oh, he hears the player step a little bit too late. Maybe able to swing faster, but it's going to work out. Holding the ground floor now, and Geeky get a little bit too bold with it. Aaron from the off angle rattled them a little bit, and they are starting to shake. Shots starting to show vulnerability. Another big nade from SafG though puts them in the advantage once more. One player now standing for Darkness.
Kenji has the Bizon to play with. What can he do?
Not
too much there. Spams over on the side, but not enough to keep them in it as the nade from Ragnarok blows him away, and Dopeness off the drop. Exit stage left with 2 elims. But that is a detriment to Geeky, John. Even if they reset, it's only a duo.
Yeah, they do win the fight, sure. There was that third party coming through from Ulf as they wrapped around on that northern side. Tiamba now going to take up the mantle, but this is what you have to be afraid of on these hot drops. They no longer have prio when it comes to getting out to the west. And on a hard shift like this, they have lost too much time for me to really be considering them deeply into the rest of this match. Everybody else much, much faster, and we are going to focus our attention now on teams making that break out west. A lot of teams coating the west side coast and the south edge as well, near Ferry Pier, around Quarry. Yangon Galacticos very much put back to the queue.
This is the IGL.
Keep some good energy rolling for that roster over the course of today's play.
भाई इनका क्या connect होता है spray मेरे को तो ये iPhone ही बेकार पकड़ा दिया है इससे अच्छा तो मैं Samsung पे खेलती थी किसी को चाहिए iPhone
17
Pro Max है कुछ भी नहीं डाला सिर्फ गेम डाला इसके अंदर बहुत अच्छा चलता है
Circle. Oh, no way! What are we doing? What is going on? Goodness me, a massive western shift on this zone. It is brutal. Quarry is so impactful here as well. It's such a quagmire of a position. It just sticks you down. You can't really move freely around it. So for Ulf, they may be able to take the ridgeline, but getting down future may be difficult. I don't think too many teams are going to be able to play around Quarry, and this is going to get nasty. The positions out on the west are difficult to hold. And for Irina, they need to regroup. For Wolves, they need to try and stay alive. And 7-2-1 are going to try and crash on in. Everybody on the south edge being funneled around that Quarry location. Oh, Jackie, this is going to get very, very dirty.
There's something in the air at this event.
आज ब्राजील
I don't know what happened this year, John, but the circles we've had have resulted in some ridiculous games the whole way through, from start to
उन्होंने
finish.
पिछली बार इतना हंगामा मचा
It's
दिया
never easy. Feels like we're playing with 50% land in every single game. Half of it's always taken up by the water. Hey ho, we go again. Teams instantly crunching down, knowing it's only going to get harder to get into a safe location in the zone the longer they leave this one.
Hello, bro. Alpha 7 chicken.
Yangon Galacticos just about making it past Quarry. Ulf actually went straight past Quarry, and they're now very central on this zone, Jackie. They're looking to play out to the west side of the road, towards that coastline, nestling themselves in and looking to maybe play a 2-2 split. Yangon Galacticos happy to post up around those Quarry warehouses for the time being, maybe move on a little bit further because you've got AGAL moving in behind them. Furia in the meantime trying to get out of Primorsk, playing in from that south edge. I like this this move coming through from Igor, moving one of their players around the headland, gives them a little bit more latitude when it comes to having to move later on, and that really is the plan for the scout out on the west.
Thing is, for some of our teams as well, this accelerates the way you have to play this one. I think a Go team, they usually like this very long, safe rotates, but they want to be inside the blue, taking their opportunity to build into a great late game finish. Here, you can't really play that style. Have to take a few shots onto Fury as they catch line of sight on the road. This is going to be both teams' POV. Elevated angle, Killer Joe getting swarmed on as well. The AJL Killer Bees on the move as they head down towards the road, looking to cut round Go and get themselves into a better position. Doesn't get any easier though. The Wolves just up ahead.
And Ulf as well, looking to try and stymie that approach from the south side. AGAL on the side of a road, looking to maybe control the shack, but Aaron's already in occupation. Catch needs to line him up, and Aaron takes a lot of damage there. Far too much for my liking. Has to fold back, and that gives AGAL a chance. Catch now in danger as AGAL continue their pursuit to move on forward. Somehow they're making this march, and I'm surprised they've been able to get this far,
Combination
Jackie. Next circle, is it going to be similarly brutal? It goes coastal side, maybe less brutal, but even so, it's nasty.
Still punishing stuff. Cutting out that landmass. Team standing on each other. Shoulder to shoulder in the zone. AGAL, you're right, man. Barely tucked in behind the ticket booth, found themselves a few moments of brief respite to catch their breath. Tiamba as well. They're here, they're catching line of sight of this. Few pot shots being fired towards their general direction. Only really 3 squads that are even outside of the zone right now. And Nongshin Red Force down to Primos with wrap up from Furia close by. And then Geek coming in down from the north side late.
This RRQ position, really important. The hill that sits towards the coastline, you can see the high ground that they're able to control. Ulf trying to move into the foothills around it, but AGAL are peppering them. Apparently Aaron is in nade range there. That's a long arm on that one. Looks to try and find some more, but he's already crawling away, crawling back to the rest of the roster. For RRQ, this is great, but they need to start leveraging it for elims. I think that's Aaron down now. I think it may well be, but Furia and Nongshin Red Force in the meantime, all on the south side, coming along ahead, so nobody's looking happy with this. Furia on 2 players and Nongshin left on just 1, Jackie.
Yeah, this is rough, man. No one's getting out of this with a smile on their face unless they can completely recover now. Thankfully, the last shot goes through pretty heavy-handedly to punish 1 more man from Nongshin, leaving it down to a solo. Furia attempting to get the recovery on the go. CXCY did bail out. Surprised he's still standing. Bullet after bullet being injected towards the vehicle. He just keeps driving.
Cheeky little seat swap there for XZY to stay alive, but where's he going? He might as well have pulled up on that shack, or maybe he's going to pull up on a player from AGAL. It's not going to work out, though. Okay, a little bit wild, but not really too many options left for him. If he'd have stopped maybe a touch earlier, he could have had the hop out, grab some of those shots, but wasn't quite there with it, not quite slick enough. AGAL with a little bit of a danger approaching them, able to hold their nerve.
Silver Star.
Elimination delivery on that one. Drove in, double-checked the code, gave it to him. DRX as well, who's actually gave up. Trey trying to get a read on things. Alula back into the fight as well. DK taking a head-on approach towards Yangon with Alula amongst them, sandwiching them there. So they do go down. That's our third and fourth position team off the back of our opening game of Rondo, already out of the running, so opportunities for some lapping to occur.
Thank you for a lovely jewels.
DK obviously the team that won Pachinki, but kind of lost as well in that first hot drop. We'll be keeping an eye on if that continues to happen for those 2 teams.
Let's go for
and if DK continue to win it, if it does. But either way, they will slow themselves down, something awful. A lot of casualties in the middle of the zone, and rightly so. It keeps the coastline in here, and again, RRQ's position on that western side, on that hill, gets stronger and stronger, as well as the compound for E-Arena on that west side too. Those buildings, I'm imagining Fury is going to be crashing into them. Either that, or they try and sweep around behind RRQ's hill and take control of that area of the map.
Nade or boom bomb.
Could be a game-changing play. Establish a nice area of control for yourselves. Force them out.
Not like
on top. Let's now as well. Energy building up here in Paris going into game 2. Foobs man with the quick repairs. Certified for this one. Let's go team with all 4 players still alive right now. Another wraparound potentially for KRX as well. Bit of a split there between Trey and Binny as they've broken off from one another.
Oh, इनको नहीं पता zone के बाहर एक बंदा है.
Alpha 7 on the northwest side.
Leo.
With 3 players alive.
कहाँ घूम रहे हैं लोग?
Binny. He's going to start to tick away from the blue, from the water. You need breath. You need health bar. And neither's going to go your way. Down he goes, leaving only the 1 player now left standing for them. Over on the northeast side near the backstop for GOAT. Furia, instead of going towards the zone, looks like maybe they want to try and take care of GOAT team first, or at least scout it out. They're wrapped back around. The last player, DRX, goes down.
Yeah, Foobsman finds that one. Foobsman! We saw the other player, of course, denying it out to the blue, not wanting to give the points over to Furia, so that is where their story ends in game 2. Killer Joe, off-angle peek from the sideline. The attention of Furia was all on Moxie. Joe was able to take the first bit of damage with ease. Silence replies, though. Shuts down Fuchs, leaves him on his last legs. Good net play from Moxie. Shushes silence. If this is on target, could be very lethal. Trying to get it over the hillside onto the close grouping. The trio of Furia players with one man in the vehicle scouting. Chief on the push back over. Ayala really looking rough here, John.
Yeah, the off angle from Arena is chiming in as well, and another nade sent over the top. It's big boom after big boom coming through from GOAT team. And now it's just out on the forefront. On the back line, it's Igor needs to come up big here against GOAT team, but they can't push forwards because of that Arena off angle, which is slowing this fight down really annoyingly for GOAT team. The advantage, though, is that they can start to use this time to maybe find a foothold into the zone because the blue zone is upon them, and you can't res in stage 4. You need to get this one done as fast as you can. Silence may not be able to get back up here.
They knew there was the rock up from the back line when Elementrix got the takedown on GOAT team, so they've read that, reassessed and wrapped off, like you say. And they've gone straight into the awaiting arms of Tianba. Terrifying Tianba today. They've changed their fate. A few more elims racked up. That puts them on 2 so far.
Now they're approaching towards AGAL. Both from the same region, and there's the crash from Eagle on the shack. They know there's a player in here. They need to try and keep safe, but it's not going super well for everyone. Tianba able to stay alive on the inside, but losing one on the out, and Liu gets some retribution. AGAL now playing on us 2 in the center of the circle as it shrinks right on top of them. Holding this position would be great, but there's so many angles now staring you down.
Oh, nades are good as well. Primes that one, gets it right on target. Goodbye AGAL. They go down to the nitro they've been given to breakfast. This is where it gets far more scary as well. Alula, low on HP with a bit of a split on the setup. Yangon Galacticos pushing in as a roster. Coming in together, struggling on contact with one player buckling under the pressure, and Wolves, they smell the opportunity to steal some of these elims. Nade armed over, Elementrix dives out, Romeo will fall, can't withstand that.
There is an answer from Smile to find a knock over to a Wolves player, leaving Awola potentially to be able to... No, I don't think they can get this rest of the blue zone coming on in now. Doesn't quite have the time to get the crawl back. Would be a miracle to get that back to 2. So for Awola, may be drawing short here. In the meantime, the Wolves have got GOAT team pushing in behind them. Wolves felt that they were third-partying it, but they've been fourth-partied necessary. Can't quite do what he needed to. As Force goes in with the shotgun trade. Elementrix, though, still on the swivel for Wolves. Doing work. But Killer Joe left to survive this one. Has another opportunity for the fight, but Elementrix is looking clean with it. Takes too much damage, though, and has to dip back.
Killer Joe thrives in these sort of encounters, John, where he does his best work. He's able to really nail that one with the UMP. Get the quick pick up, looking for the revive on Force as well, so they can fight on as a duo. Tony K. He's got the angle, John.
Oh, he doesn't quite get the peak fully there, though. He's a little bit too timid, and that's going to allow the res to come through from GOAT team. Tony K could still play spoiler to it. He sees them 2 on the broadside now. He's going to know exactly where they are, and he can step forwards for it. Force, I think, might know as well. Killer Joe into the buggy. He's rolling forward. They're going to have to play against this, but Tony K gets back, and the Arena don't want to overcommit.
Jumps back in the vehicle, puts the pedal to the metal, and pieces out for now, whilst Force continues to hit heavy, quick, not fast enough for Alula's escape plan. As only one man remains, Claws cruising over into the awaiting arms of Ulf. They've seen him coming. And if he keeps going, it'll be RRQ that will have this one set up on a platter. Back exposed, easy tags, that's the takedown.
Should have gone that way a little bit earlier. RRQ retreating to the beach side, have given up control over a lot of this hill. It was under pressure, but I feel like you do need to start to think about stepping forwards now. The difficulty with that is, of course, Furia's position on the south edge. They do need to keep control of that, which is why they've invested so much in terms of moving there. But that opens opportunities for Alpha 7 on the north side to start to be a major player in this circle, because they've been quite quiet up until now. Moving down south, they get a lot more control and maybe sneak in behind RRQ, or rather in front of them now.
Furia, it's not been easy for them for the positions they've been forced into. Still standing as a trio after losing Silence quite some time ago from that engagement over the top. It was Fuchs that took him out. Nade onto the vehicles. RRQ not overcommitting for this, wrapping off with the zone shifting in as well, crunching further up towards the mainland.
Yeah, I mean, that's where I wanted RRQ to be looking to play. They kind of probably did want to play that already, but you can see that Furia would have had some pretty solid angles on this. Irina may as well been able to chime in, depending on exactly how you're playing it. But Irina going to have to move, Furia going to have to move. And the crunch in on the east side, I think, it's going to be pretty tricky. Irina looks like they were willing to go for those wraparounds, go quite wide with things. So potential for them to actually move into this west side engagement.
Hello,
but they may just look to push up towards Tiamba and towards Go, as RRQ look to regroup further north.
Hello,
and fence off the area from Alpha 7. Nuth, the sub coming in for Alpha 7, will be the player to hold. And he's on the vehicle spot. Looking to control it. Doesn't quite tag with the first shotgun, but there's the top of the hill coming on to play.
They focus all their fire on him. He's able to withstand the pressure and get back up from the rest of the boys as Alpha 7 start to thrive off the noise being made by the fans in the arena. RRQ detonating the vehicle to shut down the super sub for the side. What can the rest of the roster get up to here? Bullets being peppered towards them. Amongst all this, 721 GRS struck upon by Ulf as they go in heavy with the shotguns. Ravo just drives into the middle of it all. Looks to go crazy, John.
How on earth does he dodge all of those rounds on the outside? And Carrillo with the seat swap looks for more, but Alpha 7 fall at the final hurdle. Revo looked immaterial crossing that open beach. But it was not to be, and now Furia can roll on in, happy as Larry to go for the fight. Irina wants to try and crunch it behind this too, and they are doing just that.
Nades on target, good damage. Furia, they've had to play defensive for so long, now we're seeing that aggression come out, cutthroat play so far. Wrap around the back, the nade look good, but a bare bounce over the top side, and they'll get it done with the rounds instead.
Unbelievable things.
Down they go. Furia looking to piece themselves back together. Irina maybe a little bit too slow to jump on the back lines for Furia as they establish themselves. Ulf as well, look at a challenge over on the northern side, obviously diminished in power with only 2 of their players alive, but still a force to be reckoned with. Kelsey and Scarface have got some solid positions to play around. Irina on the south border, I think they're the team to beat here, Jackie. It feels like on this south side, they have got control, they've got a lot of what they need, and Furia is committing towards the north side.
Energy building up. A lot of fans in the house today. You can see all the Yangon Galacticos signs, John. The Alpha 7 fans bringing the heat once again as well. But they've got one thing in common right now. Neither squad remains alive currently in game 2 out of the contest here. A lot of different sides that are looking to really squeeze a good injections of point out of this for Tianba as well, thinking about the potential of a ludicrous start to the day if they can do the unthinkable.
I mean, they've already gotten 5 elims and gotten up to a 5th place. This is a good game regardless for Tiamba. They are going to be happy with this performance. Next zone coming on through. Shrink's pretty dead center. I don't think there's too much to worry about for the arena for Tiamba and Furia. But for GOAT team, I think this is going to be their big test, right? They are just playing on this one tree. They've got some vehicles in the back lines, sure, but they have to move. And where do you go? Where do you go? It might just have to be a crazy wide sweep up to the north, but Tiamba are going to light you up. Arena are going to light you up. You need a pick. You need an opening. I just don't see GOAT team moving forwards.
किसका चिकन आ रहा है?
Yeah, it's not been the easiest approach for them. And for Furia, they've been trying to build up nice points on this game, taking the heat to teams when they think there's a chance they're going to drop on them. Well, Kelsey trapped by the rocks there after eating the nade. No real easy pathway for Scarface to get him back on his feet. This could be another chance for Furia to flush out one more squad, push themselves even further with 2 elims going their way if they do it cleanly.
Yeah, GOAT team, you really can't be doing anything here. Killer Joe just looking for some angles, but there's nothing to do. Fair enough to fall down there. Killer Joe will go down last. Scarface now under pressure as Tiab actually take the elim over on towards Kelsey, and Scarface still kicking as Ayala
उसके बाहर
Takes
है.
a knee. E-Arena in the meantime can start to march in from the south side. And Nade will finish off Scarface. But Ayala now needs to be secured. And this is beautiful. Sweep across from E-Arena. Furia have committed to that north side. And there is now nothing stopping E-Arena taking the entirety of this ridgeline in a three-way engagement.
Yeah, this is great decision making. Instantly aggressing when they think they've got a moment to get the drop on them. Furia down to 3 players. Ayala unfortunately falling in that head-to-head versus Scarface. That puts so much more pressure on this team. They've got to get him back up.
Laddu.
We'll have a few seconds here to top his HP up. Thankfully, he's done so. But they've crunched so much space, so much map control away. Nowhere near as easy now, John.
They know Milu's position. With the nades, they've been able to push forwards. Ayala creeping up to the ridgeline as well. And the Arena actually going to regress on their hold, not wanting to stay overextended or maybe move those vehicles in different ways, swap them out, something like that. But just like giving that ground there was an interesting decision, but they get it back very, very quickly. Furia don't try and push over the top on it. Still waiting for this one to get forced by the circle. You can see Chief will get moved. Igor as well has to leave his little ridge and step up probably towards that burnt out buggy. That's where he's pacing himself towards. Ayala cannot find an angle.
For love nor money right now.
Hello, Howard, what's up?
No chance to get a raw free peek onto them. Just looking to cast that first stone, open it up with an advantage. The first domino falling for either of these squads will be very detrimental. Obviously for E-Arena, that big benefit you have as well in the trade game. They've got 1 extra man in the squad. Takes a little bit more pressure off them, but they still need a clean fight. Pin from either side, it wouldn't really change much.
Bye,
Next stage closes dead central on this. No one really has the full inside track, but E-Arena have the most ability to move around.
वैशाली को हाई हेलो करती हूँ, उसके बाद मैं कुछ वहाँ पे बातें नहीं करती हूँ. अच्छा नहीं लगता ना?
That might give them a little opening door. Furia now moving much closer towards the Arena, and the nades are going to start to cause problems for Mormon. The Molotov's there as well, but he has the smoke to cover his vision and hits the deck. Looks to get some healing. No knock found.
भाई कितना पेशेंसली बैठे हैं यार तियानबे वाले, कितना ज़्यादा.
One bullet away from him falling. Topped himself back up, like you say. He's quick with the meds. Furia debating where they really need to engage on this. Is it easier to try and wrap around onto Tiamba's side? Do they just have to hold in the middle, wait for the crunch to come towards them? They're going to go in the direction of Tiamba. Ayala, before maybe they were a little bit closer than they are, had the DBS primed. Scouting play as well. They're losing a lot of space from this peak up from E-Arena, starting to force them further back. It's getting scary out there.
Final zone closing as well now, Jackie. It's straight into the middle. Can't hang about now. No elims for E-Arena. So they would love to try and sweep a couple of these up. Over the top of the hill, they're looking to put a pressure onto Furia, but they fight back. Igor goes 1-for-1 on the trade, which is not great news for them. But where are Tiamba? Can they make a pass at this? Try and move in behind Furia. I think they might be going for it. They've heard this fight break out. They've seen the knocks come through, and the backlines from E-Arena getting a little bit false-footed as Tiamba make their play.
Triple threat of nades thrown over the top. Erupting explosions towards Furia's angle after knowing they're weak. They're still not overly committed. Being hit from all sides as well. They're going slightly too far deep. That one looks good. Great chip damage onto Furia. Chief with a reply. Mormon's drop. Joker hits the headshot back onto him. It's a 1-for-1 stalemate. Tiamba still waiting.
Finally, a second knock, and now Furia on 1. Tiamba have read this nicely. Igor the last to go, and they wrap around, they roll it down. QZ wants to shut it out in the Arena now. The last hurdle for Tiamba's back-to-back. 3 players versus 2. Joker off in the distance, but there's one in the smoke. Dealt with immediately. QZ relies on his teammates. He turns for a moment, but he knows they've got his back, and in a 1 versus 3, can he make it work? Mormon now bleeding out to the zone. E-Arena will fall in the face of Tiamba. For a back-to-back chicken dinner. This is brilliant.
भाई इसी का वेट कर रहे थे ये लोग. बोला था मैंने.
Looking timid in their group stage, but that's all changed now as they terrify the lobby and turn up massively with not only one chicken dinner locked in, but a second following that. Back-to-back. Incredible start to the survival stage here.
Really brilliant opener coming through. for a team that,
Why
as we were
I
saying,
told you,
a
back-to-back
lot of
chicken
criticisms
dinner,
levied at their
back-to-back
play
chicken
style.
dinner,
They only
Tampa.
just about managed to get into the survival stage
Back-to-back
with a
chicken.
late in the day chicken dinner, but they did look
क्या
much
घुसे हैं
better
भाई,
during
क्या
that
घुसे
chicken dinner
हैं?
during those group
मस्त.
stages.
गॉर्डन का
And
मैच
this is
कब है?
exactly
गॉर्डन
the
के तो
sort of development
फाइनल्स
you
है
wanna
ना?
see.
14 to 16 फाइनल मैचेस है दोस्त. 14 to 16. ये अभी सर्वाइवल स्टेज चल रहे हैं. भाई बैक टू बैक चिकन आ गए गाइस.
Yeah, dream start, man. That's what we're saying, right? We were looking at it even kind of early into that one, thinking, oh, they've done pretty well with the elims. It looks like they've got a good set of heads on their shoulders today. Way better for you when you not only get one chicken dinner, but two already locked in. Playing it smart. I was a little bit worried we're going to see some of those signs of them not willing to really engage even when they have a bit of an advantage. We saw that a few times in groups. It looks like they've recovered that.
Yeah, I mean, the instance right at the end there, where they saw one knock on either side, they said, you know,
मुझे तो लगता है कुछ टीम्स ने कैसे होप छोड़ दी है क्या? ऐसे कैसे है यार? होप कैसे कोई छोड़ दे? ऐसे क्यों बैठे हैं? जैसे कि होप ही छोड़ दिया हो.
I think I can forgive them that. They were still able to crunch it behind, beat the new
ऐसा थोड़ी होता है.
crunch Furia,
Noise,
followed
suppression,
straight on towards Arena, who, given the solid position that they had on
नहीं आ
the
रहा
south
भाई
side
इसका.
for so long, surprising that they weren't able to get many elims at all. A very minimal point scoring game for a team that plays second place.
पेशेंस तो है, बिल्कुल बिल्कुल. भाई उन्होंने इतना पेशेंस रखा तभी हुआ है, वरना तो चिकन चले जाता है. बिकॉज वो ऐसी जगह थे कि वहां से तो चिकन जाना ही था. नहीं होगा भाई. मस्त था, मस्त था. मजे आ गए उनके लैंड पर सबके. वही मैं सोच रही हूँ. मुझे लगा यहाँ से कुछ हो गया. अब हमारे पास दो रेंगल, 2 मीरा मार बचे हैं. लेट्स गो, लेट्स गो, लेट्स गो.
Back-to-back wins to start off the survival stage. What a result. And let's ask about that, right? Back-to-back wins. Obviously, in the group stage, you didn't have the easiest of time. So what was the focus for the team between the group stage coming into now this survival stage?
QZ 首先恭喜你们已经2连世机了，非常优秀的一个发挥。当时你们小组赛的时候可能打得不算是那么好，然后现在进了生存赛之后，明显就是状态调整过来了。能不能跟我们说你们当时调整的时候主要注重哪些方面呢？
其
实没有做太多的调整。其实我前2天其实
但是
每个人的状态可能不是很好，然后昨天也调整了一些东西，然后大家状态都变好了一些。
फाइनल मैचेस आपके हैं 14 to 16 अगस्त. 14 to 16 अगस्त. Today is 11. 2 days survival stage. 13 I guess gap होगा. Then 14, 15. चलो गाइस लेट्स गो. फटाफट से लाइक एंड सब्सक्राइब कर दे जो भी माय चैनल पे नए हैं. लेट्स गो. Boom.
More accurate at all. That makes a lot of sense. And going to the Rondo game, you guys came in from the south side of the river and played alongside the river for almost the whole game.
Hi Ajit.
What were the biggest threats to you guys?
Aslam is live. ब्रो उसका हमारे पास वो नहीं है. क्या बोलते हैं उसको? क्या बोलते हैं? परमिशन नहीं है.
Well, I'll say the most dangerous point was when we were trying to clear a hill, and then I think KRX actually had the slip on us, and
मस्त खेले सब ब्रो. इंटरनेशनल लॉबी है, कोई हल्की लॉबी थोड़ी है. भाई अब 2 मैच क्या रहेगा, कैसे रहेगा, फिर उसके बाद मेरा मार का बूम बाम.
Congratulations. That does it for us down here on the stage. Will Tiamba get another win on the day? Looking like it. It's crazy.
इसका चश्मा अच्छा लग रहा है यार, प्यारा सा लग रहा है, क्यूट सा। चलो यार थोड़ी देर शांति कानों को मिले अभी, हाँ जब तक बातचीत करते हैं। एनी बताओ ना, बीजीएमएस देखो ना, बीजीएमएस हम देख ही नहीं सकते, वी डोंट हैव परमिशन। और बीजीएमएस आपका किक पे लाइव है, वो यूट्यूब पे लाइव नहीं है। किक पे लाइव है दोस्त, किक पे लाइव है।
Definitely showing up here at Survival Stage of PMWC at EWC 26, but don't forget, it is PMWC. There is a PMWC.
भाई वो लॉल्स गेमिंग है, लॉल्स भाई पे हर चीज की परमिशन आ जाएगी।
Log in, do the spins, do all the fun stuff before he goes away, because we do have the Electron energy set, the Proton power set, and the stunning Alien Fusion grows up, which Max was telling me it ends up glowing on the dark. This was co-created with PvP creator Nana, and I want the growth.
यूट्यूब पे लाइव नहीं है, वो सिर्फ किक पर ही है, ऑफिशियली भी किक पर है।
Talking about the game, this last game, Tiamba, oh my. Especially that ending too, the way that they ended up pushing to Furia and then just demolish E-Arena is what we want to see out of Tiamba, Max.
By the way, before we do get into the nitty-gritty analysis of the finishing of that game, the Rondo win, Tinlong Garden drop, they go to a northern finish, they win that game. Here they drop Yasnaya Poliana, they win a Western Coast finish. I don't know how they keep doing it, man. Their rotations are on a separate level here at PMWC 2026 as we check out the player stats here. And QZZ, Milu, oh my goodness, 4.5 average eliminations per game so far today, putting up the numbers. And I didn't predict them to make it because
ऐसा थोड़ी होता है कि लॉल्स के फ्रेंड है तो हर चीज की परमिशन हो।
well done, I guess.
Yeah, I mean, we still got a long couple of days ahead of us, but based on the last two games, I think
ऐसा नहीं होता रे बाबा, ऐसा नहीं होता। भाई इन्होंने यहाँ पे पुश करा, फिर आई डोंट नो इन्होंने मतलब फ्यूरी वालों ने पहले जब नॉक दिए थे तब क्यों नहीं रश किया था, तब इनके पास ऑप्शन थे, पता नहीं इन्होंने स्टेम पे क्यों नहीं करा, तब तो तियांबा वाले नीचे ही थे। भाई क्या मारा है यहाँ पे, दोनों से ही चले गया था। जो टीम्स बोली है वो टीम्स तो नीचे हो गई है यार। जो टीम का अपन सोच रहे थे वो सब नीचे खेल रही।
Happy to see it, really. What a hold on Primorsk in particular. They were holding off Nongshim Red Force. I know Blank was very excited about making a massive statement that hilltop is their hilltop for the rest of that game. So Furia, you know, a little bit topsy-turvy back in the group stage, but Niptro this time around, strong podium finish, which is what we love to see from that Brazilian squad.
No, I do like it. I like it a lot. The only thing I want to say, if I could just really nitpick here, is that they they had a very strong mid game, right? Very strong, very proactive. I really enjoyed that. I was like, okay, yes, Furia, they're coming in strong. We also saw them move on to the RRQ and A7 fight really quickly with so much force. There was no backing. There was no coming back from that for RRQ. So very, very well done. But they kind of slowed down. They waited to that stage 9. I would have liked to see them be a little bit more proactive.
हाँ भाई फोन कर रही हूँ, सही बोल रहा है भाई, जो तू बोल रहा है एकदम बढ़िया।
That other third team rather being there, but I would have liked just a little bit more momentum coming through from them. Side note onto Tiamba, actually, speaking of momentum, Tiamba went from 0 to 100. Did you see that? When they realized that fight was finally happening, they went from sitting behind a tree to full on pushing like that. 10 out of 10, no notes.
It was very good. I want to go back real quick to what you were saying about Furia in particular, slowing down a bit at the end. I don't want to
वो
criticize that too much.
परमिशन
I think it
लिखना
was
चाह रहा है
actually a
उसको
good play for
लिखना
them to
नहीं
slow it
आता
down. The reason why we knew that whichever team fights last, chances are they're going to get the win at the very end. Furia fighting E-Arena, they're like, we want to try and
Hi,
get rid of
Newman.
E-Arena,
Hello,
but if we
Masa.
fully commit to the fight and take even more knocks, eventually Tiamba's going to rock up on us, which is actually what happened, right? So I do get your point, but at that moment when all the three teams are just ready to go at a moment's notice, Furia, I think, made the most out of it, and this is a team that I did not expect to make on the podium, but you know what? A strong podium finish from Furia on a very hard circle for that squad, by the way. I think that's still a win.
Yeah, and on the opposite side for the Brazilian squads, you have Alpha 7 still not being able to do that well. Only putting up points via placement in this last one because the eliminations just weren't there.
Yeah, elimination. It's a hard zone, though. It's a hard circle to really get eliminations. You've got so many.
Tiamba was able to do it.
Tiamba was able to do it. I think it's
and they don't land even close to that.
True. I think it's probably one of those things where it's like you get in there early, you're able to do something. If you avoid teams, then you know that eastern side was very, very busy. So yeah, you can get a lot of elims if you're there. But I think there's just so many angles. What it's actually doing is intimidating teams into not taking those fights because there's so many angles. Those angles are completely covered, and so you're like, I can't make a move in this.
By the way, going back in this game, there was a very interesting moment for Tiamba, which really enabled them in the first place to be a
Are
contender
you from
for that
Gujarat?
ticket
मैं
dinner.
नोएडा
If
से
they had
हूँ.
all
Hello,
these
Don
teams up to the
Gaming.
eastern
What's
side
up?
in the swamp, they're like, just let's get away from that position.
भाई
It's not worth it.
45 पे पहुंच गई, bro.
Fight is just not worth
दो
taking.
match
You know what?
में.
Chicken dinners are definitely worth taking. 2 chicken dinners, 35 points. Tiamba making it happen on Rondo, and the first angle. And you know what? With only 12 games to play here, if they don't pull an E-Arena,
जिन teams का अपन सोच रहे थे सब इधर बैठे हैं.
I mean, top 6 is looking very, very nice. The thing that we have to watch out for is it's a group B all over.
भाई जी ये रही अल्फा ये रही bro.
5 points versus what? 19.
Su कर
we
रहे
saw there.
थे.
Everybody could still get into top 6. Probably gonna still go that way by the end of today. We're probably gonna see the same sort of gaps being in that leaderboard, and so yeah, we're looking at a very spicy survival stage if this keeps going from Tiamba.
At the beginning of the day, we're talking about Sony Story of the day, no sponge points against what? Now Tiamba is like, we are here, we're gonna be sponging up all those points. We still have a lot more survival stage coming up, but before we go into the next game, we're gonna be sending it over to
ये जो
Blank.
फिर इसी ने ही बोला था about
the other teams
snacks.
here in the survival stage. I'm really not
That
that
was
with
damn
what you
crazy.
guys are saying. But it's all about Tiamba. How are we supposed to ignore what they've been able to do? I think, though, if we really kind of step back and look at those 2 victories they got, though, here, Blank, winning in the face of adversity is what has made Tiamba a world-class team. On Rondo, on the Riverside, being able to hold that down as long as they did, and then on Erangel, sending it from the swamp location, and the perfect timing, very, very important as well.
You are a stage heavy hitter, aren't you, really? You're coming out here swinging with some
Did
hard
you know
facts, some hard
Gujarati?
knowledge. I like it. But it is correct. The adversity has been a big thing for them, but they've been decisive,
Hello, Farrell.
clean on a lot of their pushes. I think even just not last game alone, it's nice to see QZ with a bit of teamwork going on. Milu was bouncing off him so well. It's also crazy. I think one of the things that I like about PL teams is they will use the DBS at mega distance.
Yes.
And it works.
I will say as well, I can pull the curtain back a little bit as I've just interviewed QZZ. Just before the interview, actually just after that win, you saw as they got up and they were elated, high-fiving and everything like that. He showed me that he hurt his hand. He hurt his hand from the high five alone. So, yes, they were very, very happy.
It's a strong high five right there.
That's a very strong high five.
I bet he whacks that fire button really hard, to be honest with you.
I'm a
But yeah,
Bengali.
it's nice to see, again, for QZZ, came from PMI, FMVP there as well with 39 eliminations, over 7,000 damage. Crazy result from him. It's good to see the rest of Tiamba stepping up, though, because there is so much conversation around QZ and how good he is as a player, but I think it's mainly what we're looking at right now with the rest of the team.
Are you playing Garba Navratri? नहीं भाई फिर क्या होगा?
Well, as Max just
फिर
mentioned,
क्या होगा?
well, Milu was kind of the determining factor in that first game. Likewise, when you look at the damage output and the damage numbers for that second game, it was, of course, QZZ who was able to kind of take the reins and really run with it. But it wasn't
बाप रे हर एक बंदे के पास मतलब इरेंगल का पूरा मैप है यार मतलब गजब है यार मतलब कैसे सब मैनेजेबल होते हैं यार भाई एकदम लास्ट टाइम पे सब कुछ इतना वो हो जाए
am super impressed by what we've just seen in these first two games.
It's definitely astonishing, and I think Fury is almost a little bit.
सबसे ज़्यादा तो मुझे लगता है कि IGL पे प्रेशर होता होगा पहले तो सबसे ज़्यादा प्रेशर IGL पे होता होगा.
There they were able to almost dominate just by LOS control, keeping themselves on the left-hand side towards the coast, where GOAT was struggling because eventually they were going to start being spotted out by teams off in the distance, which did happen. And Egos, man, he was playing phenomenally well all the way up to the end. But Tiamba, yeah, just going for that instantaneous push. Now, I really do feel we had another weird one, though, with E-Arena. They had a 4-man on that south side. I think there was just a bit of a stop-starting maneuver from them there, and they weren't able to fully control. It felt like the fight actually came down to Furia and Tiamba to really close it out.
चश्मा उतार दिया.
Yeah, so do I.
Because the thing is, you were coming into that late game scenario and you got 0 limbs. And then I'm thinking to myself, actually, okay, from this position they could win, even though they've got 0 limbs. Then kind of flub it in some of these moments. Yes, we have the record-breaking game from the group stage by them.
लोग साले चश्मा लगाते हैं देखने के लिए भाई ने तो चश्मा ही उतार दिया.
Kind of change some things up here throughout the survival stage. Thank you very much, Blank, for joining us. It is time to head over to the casters once again for another game on the grassy pastures of Erringel.
Oh, absolutely, it's time. Let's get on in. Are we going to get another hot drop?
मुझे भी ये चाहिए.
Is it going to be a circle that, you know, keeps at least
चलो guys, let's go.
This area inside of the main landmass? Well, time will tell. We'll have to wait and see who's going to be able to come out on top of this one, because Tiamba has taken the first 2.
Let's go.
Those are scratched off the card, and we have to get into the rest of it.
तुम कब IGL बन रही हो? मैं तो बचपन से IGL गेम आने से पहले से ही.
Focused as anything.
First time सुनूंगा आपके मुंह से. मेरे को नहीं आती बंगाली. मैं
ready for another one, another outing.
बंगाली नहीं हूँ.
Establishing shots to some of our squads here. AGAL, Tiamba. A few teams to be bringing the heat.
हिंदू भाई. सिर्फ मुझे हिंदी आती है. अब समझ आ गया.
Alpha 7. It's been a bumpy ride. Topsy-turvy with some of the results we've seen. It was really good for Fury as well, John. Right? Obviously, that's kind of
मारो ना भाई, मारो ना.
On the stage, some of the conversations we've had, they've been pulling out the stops. Getting fired up for Alula. Nice. Good celebration.
He's knocked his headrest off. That's going to be...
Doesn't need it.
A comfort issue. Yeah, to be fair, if you land forward, you're fine. It's only when you're out of the game.
ये कितना sad है.
Or at least I hope it is. We'll have to wait and see. Everyone just getting ready. Tapping around, playing on that spawn island.
Hard match. Let's
to the skies, but I think it's coming through fairly soon. As the lights start to change, the music gains some tempo. We are gunning for another game here on Erringel. The playing path last time was fairly kind. It was fairly chilled out, a lot of area accessible, no real impetus to go for vehicle hot drops to try and challenge on. This time around, Jackie, the plane path is a little bit more west leaning, so maybe there is some more pressure on things, but are we going to see the hot drop in Pachinki? I mean, I just really don't like hot drops in general. I'm generally kind of against them. Maybe you can excuse it for the first game, maybe even the first 2 within a new lobby, but on a 12-match set, I think you just got to cut your losses. If you're not able to win it out cleanly, either team should be stepping away from this one.
Yeah, I think there's the right time, right place for it. And honestly, in my mind right now, this could be one of the opportunities for it. If we start doing it towards the end of the day and we get into the next set of 3 games on, it might be too far gone. You make a mistake there, it could be cooked instantly. You leave yourself in a sort of safety net to try and build back in. If I was going to run that risk, this is the lobby I'd do it in. Right here, right now, come out, pull out some stops. If you could potentially target one of our top teams, especially looking at Tiamba, right, with how they're building themselves as an early narrative. Shut them down, stop them from accumulating points, at least for one game. Could be a door open for you and one closed for them. We'll see. Maybe it's more respectful than I'm thinking.
I feel like targeting the top team themselves, maybe not super useful here in the survival stage. That's much more a final strategy because you're aiming for top 6, right?
It's a third
Doesn't matter, John. You've got to come for the king.
Yes.
You find the biggest man, you shut him down, you get respect for everyone else in the lobby.
Well, we did just see an elimination go through. I believe that was Tiamba actually over towards E-Arena, who have lost 1. We've also got the Saki drop coming through from Dopeness, which is going to leave Geeke alone in Pachinki. So we don't get that hot drop. Over on the east side is where our circle will go, and I'm happy to say it's quite a lot of land in this one.
Are you kidding me?
Yeah, more reasonable, far more reasonable here, what we've got out of this.
मतलब
So the
अलग ही
games we've
level
had,
का
it's been a super
prediction
bumpy
level
ride for our teams, and we've seen some great PUBG Mobile mechanically off the back of rotation, at least map geometry-wise, how they understand
W
it.
prediction,
It
bro.
gets a lot more out of
W
these teams.
prediction.
Brains have to be switched on. This, though, should be better for the lobby in general.
Slightly worried about down on the south side near Novo with Yangon Galacticos and AGAL both dropping in the area. AGAL
Let's
trying
go.
to grab the vehicles. Imagine trying to get across the bridge
Bridge
as fast as
camp
possible.
के
The question
चक्कर में
is,
वो
what
पहले
sort of
निकल गए।
ammunition does Smile have to play with? Can he catch someone on the cross? Looks for the iron sight spray down with the AKM. There is still more on the menu. There's two players in the monster truck try and find their way through. Will they sneak on in? It looks like it's not quite connecting on the spray. Some damage there, but the ammo's starting to draw low, and they don't
भाई वो
have the
पहले
scopes
निकल
to
गए।
really get the
A7
distance on
in
this
this
one.
match.
Jackie, I think
Hopefully
AGAL just
best.
make out like bandits on this.
Yeah, get out of there, get away. Only the iron sight, no scope attached for max precision, so he can't get it done even when he throws the clip in the AK. Just a spray from far away, John. No one from
भाई ये
AGAL
मिल्टन
hitting
उठ
the
के दिख जाएंगे।
DCK. It's not even how you spell deck in
Bridge
this one.
camp
It's
भी
one of
कर
those days,
सकते
John.
हैं।
No, well, just got to throw an E
Bridge
in
camp भी
there.
हो सकता है।
That would help.
And it would help, but hasn't helped E-Arena on this drop, unfortunately, throwing an E on the front of Arena. Tiamba were able to get that. They were the team
Loot बढ़िया
taking
है।
down Tiamba, dropping around that sort of cube compound area, east side of crates, and, well, closer
मैं बोल दूं,
towards
आपने match fixing
the
की
bridges
है।
out to the east of South George, and they've rotated now all the way over the north towards Yasnaya, given the circle. Smart, I like it, no notes. Furia out on the west side, fairly uncontested, and we're firmly
Match
into the
fixing
looting
ऐसे
phase
होने
now.
लगा, वाह यार।
Been getting louder and louder game after game as well. So that's Yangon Galacticus' fans and Alpha 7 in unison. They've been stationed in a similar area of the stage. There's a lot of excitement coming from over there, getting fired up. The drums being played. You any good at the drums, John?
I have grade 4 drums, which is a qualification in the United Kingdom for our international viewers.
Bloody hell.
It's mediocre at best.
Ah, I see.
You know, Kalaris is a phenomenal drummer.
Is he?
Yeah, he's really good.
Okay, we'll
That's
get him
not even a
over.
joke. He's very good at drumming.
We'll get him in. We'll send him over to Alpha 7. We'll see if he can do some drumming.
Absolutely. Get him on the paradiddle.
Yeah, we'll patch that one through. We'll get James on the move during the game. Don't worry.
KRX point prediction. बड़ा एकदम ही वो लोग लास्ट में
They're going to drum themselves up a
लड़
chance
जा रहे
in
हैं।
towards those finals. In second place, they've been doing a
क्रीज की
fine
तरह
job of it
घूम रहे
so
हैं इधर
far.
से उधर क्रीज बन के
Bit of
घूम
points
रहे
they've
हैं
been
वो
able to accrue. Obviously, a deep run into that first match. Really notable performance coming through from them. Maybe a little bit too slow in terms of dealing with Tiamba down on that south side of them, but they're still up on 19 points. They're still in the top
Red
6
Force
for the time
start.
being,
आ
as close
सकता
as
है
it is.
chicken।
However, in Primorsk right now, there's a long road ahead of them to try and make their way in.
इस बार गोट अच्छा खेल रही है जबकि इन्होंने मतलब ऐसे नॉर्मल मैचेस में
Yeah,
इतना
quicker early moves for
अच्छा
some. Others
नहीं
using
खेला
the availability of a longer, safer rotate.
क्या
So this
बोलते
is
हैं
more the
उसको?
consistent sort of play that we prefer to see from squads like Goat and Yangon with how they want to approach it. Something you'll all want to see, though, of course, are the amazing weapon skins that we've got going on here with the event that's
इतना
currently
अच्छा
occurring.
gameplay नहीं
A
रखा है,
Ninetales
सब बोल
Fury
सकते
Org, a beautiful bit of kit, John. You get those
But इसमें
variants as
अच्छा
it
कर रहे
evolves
हैं।
when you use it. Really cool stuff.
A powerful beast, and you want to lock it inside you. You want to keep it.
गॉड लाइक टीम कहाँ गई वो
Elevate
क्वालीफाई
yourselves
भाई
to find those
कितनी बार
various
क्वालीफाई करवाओगे
levels
भाई
of different tales. Moving on into your games on PUBG Mobile. Furia
मैं भी अच्छा खेल रही हूँ
looking to add
थैंक
another
यू
tale
यार मैं
to their story in these survival
Mine's
stages.
not.
5 teams, well, 5th place rather, on the tables right now. 16 points. Very much in the thick of it, as we said, with the points being fairly level when you exclude Tiamba from the top side. Furia looked fairly dynamic in that last match. And they took agency into their own hands, which I like to see, I really do. So for them on the southwest side, hopefully they can break through, play towards this mansion open area west of prison, this
अभी
shelter
फाइट को मुझे
positions
नहीं
as
लगता
well.
लेंगे
A lot of open ground, a lot of rolling hills in this
है
zone.
ना अवॉइड ही करेंगे टॉप
So you need to
6
make
है
sure you
टॉप 6
get your little patch
अब
under
कब है
control.
मैच 14 to 16 फाइनल्स डायरेक्ट फाइनल है उनके डायरेक्ट फाइनल्स है
Furia roaming.
क्वालिफाइड टीम के डायरेक्ट फाइनल्स है
RRQ potentially going to be in front of their path as
Hey,
well.
Prabhu.
So Could be a chance for a couple pot shots.
मेरे को लगता है अभी फाइट लेना लेंगे कोई
quickly enough to get behind them.
आरआर क्यों फाइट लेना चाह रहा है क्या?
Clash though.
They're being fairly civil right now, Jackie, but getting across this road is when they're going to be completely open to each other. But looks like, given that most of the players here are in their own vehicles, unlikely you're going to see that second seat spray down.
मैं कब जा रही हूँ स्पोर्ट्स में खेलने ना भाई अपन के बस का
follow them a little bit.
बहुत मेहनत
Try and get
है
some
भाई.
information. In the meantime, Geekay run into Ulf. This is on the route out from Pachinki from that southwest side, and Geekay have lost one. Aaron on the upstairs looks for more, swaps to the weapon, does a lot of work around the door frame, but the shotgun still ringing in his ears. One round in the M4 is not quite enough, but Ulf have lost one on the flip side as well across the way. Scarface has taken a tumble, and Geekay are giving at least as good as they get, if not better.
Yeah, it would have been hellish for them as well, right? Great game one, at least keeping themselves in an elevated position. The points, the placements, going into game two, nowhere near as clean. If they had an uncomfortable start here, lost their players, limped away, would have been brutal. Instead, the egg is on the face of Ulf, as it will only be a duo that remains.
They're going to have to play in positions that generally are going to need a lot more firepower to hold down those those more open areas, the dips around that zone, maybe some of the compounds, the buildings in that area. So you have to try and find something, keep this one going as the zone coming on through.
उनका bridge clear है, वो निकल गए.
Zone. Is it going to be hard? Is it going to be difficult? It's very firmly on the south edge there, Jackie, but it keeps a lot of land in. We're moving away from Yasnaya Field. We're moving down towards the farm area, the positions east of Tato Hill, and those shelter positions out on the east side, I think are going to cause a lot of problems here, because we've got so many teams on the northeast edge.
Instant rotation चालू guys, instant rotation चालू हो
जाता है. Looks like they are retreating a
मार
bit though, but a lot of teams are going to be trying to move in from this northeast side, and it's going to get
अगर
messy.
ये blue house hold करेंगे तो I think
That's
so.
a John Allen guarantee.
I don't joke about mess.
You can trust those.
DNA का भी fight हो गया यहाँ
It's
पे.
been a bit bumpy as well for a squad like 721 GS,
Hi
right?
Bharat, hello
See a PAV here. They had a few games back during the group stage where they were able to sort of harass other teams. Still good elims and have their head on a swivel. I was thinking maybe they'd be able to elevate themselves in a bit of a generally considered weaker lobby where there's opportunities to rise to the occasion. Our top team certainly have. For them, still down towards the bottom side of the pack in 12th place right now. Got to give us a little bit more if they want to keep themselves in it. Wrap over from Tianba as well. They're going to be on the move down. Can it be the free Pete's already eating good today? 47 points in this game. So far ahead compared to the next close squad, which is that tied second podium position between Alula and Goat. They're really coming out to play.
Instant rotation तो
basics है, हाँ, but एकदम ही मतलब
and
I feel like I brought that up maybe slightly too early in the day, but
rotation.
if you're on 45 points in 2 matches, simple multiplication will tell you that you're going to get there, right? You would need a little bit more on this game, it's safe to say, but still, like you say, in the position in the northeast side, they're fairly isolated. They can maybe chill out a little bit. I thought it was going to be the northeast side that was going to be a little bit messy, but that seems to have rotated down and split around the prison. Instead, the positions to the north of Milta are going to be much more chock-a-block with our players moving out the wolves from Milta past Kiwum DRX, who did actually rotate over the water into Milta, which was quite interesting. They were able to jump on in and force the teams in the area out wide. AGAL went across that bridge early on, of course, going into that Milta power area. They went out all the way to the east, and they have now swung into a pretty solid position. But it was Kiwum DRX who were the team to sort of divert them on that part.
I think for KRX as well, right? This is sort of the middle portion of the day where you're thinking, okay, guys, got to lock in a little bit here. Get a bit more energy, some wind back under the sails. If they want to push for more. Locked in last place right now in the overall standings. Not the dream whatsoever. We'll see as the zone comes in as well. If there's going to be any benefit here, if it pulls up more so towards that north side. No. All right, not too bad in terms of the positioning for some of our more central squads as well. Non-Shin Red Force once again got themselves set up early. There's only Dopeness that were in amongst the set of 2 players from either side. Ulf near there, Fury instantly rotating off the confirmation of the zone.
Thank you so
Tiamba
much.
pushing down as well.
from that east side. Look how many teams are moving around that Ulf position. Dopeness just about snaking their way over the top of this one. Remember, Ulf only on 2 players, so really can't do too much to stop this. They're just going to have to hope that they can win a fight. In the meantime, on the southeast edge, it looks like DRX having a tough time of against Alpha 7. The 2 of them have already gone down.
Alpha और KRX
There's really not
fight हो
much
गया
more
guys.
for them to do here. Hoxie wants to try and hold his nerve in the face of Alpha 7, but they haven't lost a player yet, and they're not about to start now. Carrillo able to find the final shot, and there's a burn down on the last player.
Finally Alpha ने मारा Alpha ने इस वाले में मारा.
By far the cleanest take we've
Love
seen
from
of a compound
Dragon,
from Alpha
thank
7
you.
today. They get that one done, John, but it doesn't end. They've effectively rung that proverbial dinner bell that's baited over RRQ. So for Alpha 7, they'll have to keep on fighting. Fury up, pushing over as well with AGAL in their line of sight. Height to play with, so at least advantage from that. Liu has limited meds as well. He's going to be able to top himself back up. Fein wall of smoke between them. Good bit of open distance. So if that peels off, Ayala's usually clean for these. Going to somewhat peek out towards the road. Just assess the situation.
7 to 1 chicken. बहुत मुश्किल है.
I feel like they're going to be okay for the time being, but with Wolves moving in from the east side, that could potentially force Fury to crunch in and lose influence. But
भाई तुमने देखा इतना सा पिक लेते हैं जो मारते
keep going a little bit deeper into the zone. I feel like they're going to be more of a problem for AGAL on this situation. And indeed, they do head further and further west, getting out of dodge. So Furia can continue their presence. And the Wolves actually managed to get through fairly securely. They are only playing as 3, but
like and subscribe,
doing okay, I think it's safe to say. And right on top of the final player from Dopeness as well.
Guys, फटाफट से like and subscribe करें जो भी हमारे चैनल पे नए हैं. Let's go.
I'm surprised that the Wolves have gotten as far as they have here, Jackie, because it was a kind of crazy threat through all of this. It was probably helped by the fact that AGAL and Furia were both looking at each other, were a little bit isolated away on that fight, so they just moved over the north side of the ridges that sat there to get into the spot. Good read.
It could be a good reposition for Alpha 7 as well. Last time we saw them, of course, they had that great injection back over towards KRX, cleaned up on the compound. Then they were briefly met by IRQ that bailed out on that one. Alpha 7 chasing down Yangon, at least one of their players. They're going to get away. Zone crunching further in again as well. Dead center set up right now from Nongshim. Red Force haven't had to move or fight for anything in quite some time.
And they got 4 of their players alive as well. This is pretty decent news for Tiambo, although less so. They have taken a knock onto QZZ on that eastern side with RRQ bearing down upon them. In the meantime, Furia and AGAL starting to come to the forefront of the fighting. As there's 1, there's 2 knocks as well. A flush coming through from Igors. And the nades can't quite repel them, can't quite rebuff them in time.
ट्रस्ट में चैंपियन टीम यार मेरे को भी ऐसे लगता है उन्होंने पिछली बार अच्छा खेला था थोड़ा सा चोक कर गए थे.
This is tough stuff. XCZ also feeling the brunt of pressure. I think that might be an off angle coming through from Yangon Galacticos. And what can you do? A nade over the back does tag, but doesn't quite get a flush or
अपने
another knock.
ब्राजील के तो एनी ऐसे बोल रही जैसे दिल्ली के पड़ोस में पड़ता हो.
Not enough to punish him with. Chief going to step back up with one of his own as well. Dashes it onto AGAL. That's more what you're looking for. Now they can compress in and try and collapse upon the squad. AGAL going down swiftly as they will lose out. Removed from the equation here as Furia are still standing.
On that south side, lining the roadside now. Well, more of a path, really, if we're honest. But we'll be able to use that ridge line that was protecting the Wolves on their rotate, potentially to launch themselves forwards. But I don't think they can do it fully just yet. Instead, they're going to have to worry about their south flanks and their west and east as well. Alpha 7 rolling over, trying to take on the other Brazilian side. We're not quite getting fully stuck in just yet, Jackie. They're calming things down. And hit the deck, belt buckles, meeting dirt.
Open me too.
A lot of noise in the arena right now. Here at the Qiddiya City grid, it's been getting pretty fiery with the energy coming out in support of Alpha 7.
We'll finish you, yeah.
Goat team taking some shots. That's a pop off from the fans over in Yangon's corner. And rightly so. First elim on the board there for Smile.
They want to hunt for more. There are goats out to the west, and they want to find them. E-Arena and Al-Ula now coming into conflict. Remember, E-Arena losing a player on the drop, so they are as 3, and 3 players from Al-Ula bearing down upon them, a 4th to join them pretty swiftly too. Nades not quite connecting on the first form of the hold, but 2 immediate knocks come through, and the flushes are brutal and coordinated. 2 now players for Al-Ula on the back side of this fight, but there is a third party from Go Up the Hill. R3B now the last to stand for Al-Ula, and E-Arena hold their nerve with a beautiful 1-2 punch to kick things off, and a lovely shutdown from Turney K for the final elim there. There was no way to get into that compound.
No, not for love nor money. Couldn't brute force their way through. But talking of which, look who's in the back line. Goat team's representative, the solo, of force arcs the nade through the doorway to try and deal damage. That's going to be the spread from the molly, making it uncomfortable. Another one bounces just off the periphery, trying to thread the needle. A further Molotov goes in, keeping them guessing. 3 nades in the back pocket as well. The cycle goes over. E-Arena sat, just hoping this shrapnel won't end them as they cower in the building.
More nades being layered on down here from Force. In the meantime, players around them looking to move away from this fight because the circle's gone southeast and you do need to get out. A bounce on the final nade, and in he goes. The DBS in hand, looks for one, but he can't even connect on the first. And E-Arena stay alive as 3. They have to get a move on though, Jackie. They've got 30 seconds, well, a little bit less now to move before this zone is going to shut them out.
Decent distance to try and conquer as well to get over there, so it's not an easy pathway for them.
भाई फ्यूरियन ने बहुत अच्छा जोन बना रखा है गाइस, तुमने देखा?
Go team there having it all blow up in his face. Ironic after how many nades he throws.
I trust you, Anny, तू भी.
It is what it is. In the arena.
किसी दिन चलती पग्गी पर पेन से नॉक होके रहेगी.
Yeah, as DK come back in for even more.
मेरे लिए बड़ी बात नहीं
5
है.
nades in the back pocket. Let's see if he can do better than Goat on these. Chuck in one straight through the doorway.
भाई यहाँ पे तीसरी स्क्वाड है
Smoke out
ये.
as well to provide some semblance of cover for them. Easy for Bad Boy trying his luck.
Boy.
They're low, they're trapped. I mean, they're going to be ushered out by the zone. You've got Cycloud up on top as well for Yangon with potential chance on the periphery.
भाई तीसरी स्क्वाड है यहाँ पे रश
Are they
करने
even going
की.
to get out here, John? They try and jump in the vehicle.
They got a lot of distance already. 2 players from E-Arena moving away. Schweppes may be the sacrificial lamb. They have a vehicle that they stowed earlier or were aware of earlier.
Yeah, third party हो गई
Kike are taking shots from the off angle. I mean, Kike are spending a lot of time outside of the zone to try and make this one happen. The fact that they've let 2 players get away and they're taking shots from a third party is quite nasty. Schweppes may be able to hop into a vehicle and get into this one depending on what sort of stim condition he's in and if he's taken too much damage, but yeah, for E-Arena, I feel like Kike may have overcommitted for it, and instead they're losing more than they gained by quite a long way.
Yeah, I mean, you can see the knock-on effect, right? Smile just being able to third party onto this with the backup of Saycloud further ahead. So E-Arena been trapped for so long. Every time they get past one squad, another one comes over to punish them once again. So they're farming points off the back of this with Mormon going down to the play zone.
2 बंदे इनके लाइफ
Schweppes
है एरिना
barely
के.
pushed out. But there's a timeline where he's the only survivor left.
Oh,
For DK, fragmented off the back of their engagement. Results in the last man falling to dopeness.
It's 7-1 for Tianba.
7-2-1.
Fight हो
GS
गया.
and Tianba going toe-to-toe, and right now,
Don't knock
Tianba don't seem to have
but
anything in the back
दिखाते नहीं रहे.
pocket because they've only got 1 player now left standing all the way on the outside. And could our top team finally take a tumble? With 3 elims, they'd be going down with just the 1 placement point. He's trapped out in the blue, behind the shack. Gets the first aid, and the smokes are there. Might be able to dart forwards, but he's already taking a lot of damage. And the blue zone's right on top of him. Jackie, it's gonna take, it's gonna do it. And Malik gets the final blow. Finally, he's able to take it down. Oh, it's actually the play zone. So it was the play zone tick to take down Tianba. 3 elims, couple points. They're up to 49 now. Still a very hefty total.
Cut short the storyline of a triple from Tianba, but does open the door for other squads to raise themselves higher up in the standings now. Potentially a game where Furia could keep some of this good trend we've seen going.
इधर कटेगा क्या?
Nonshin Red Force, they've been pretty
भाई ये
blessed
तो
by the
जोन में है. 7-1 तो प्रॉपर बहुत बढ़िया जोन में है. और रेड फोर्स भी बहुत बढ़िया जोन में है.
I feel like this north side could potentially be quite leverageable.
भाई इनको पता नहीं है कि इनके वहाँ पे फ्यूरिया का टीम
It may
बेटा
not be a
है.
winning position, but it would have been brilliant for Tianba if they'd been able to hold it to convert another strong game. They lost a player earlier on, though, to RRQ, and I feel like that was kind of the major changing point, that inflection point for the squad. Losing that one player, they lost the ability to have the full force resistance against a full crash that came through from 71 GS. And if they'd had 4 players, I think that would have been a different story. And they could have been the ones on this north side looking to line everyone up as they roll forwards.
क्या लगता है फ्यूरियो और यांगन का फाइट होगा या जोन प्रेफर करेंगे?
Still alive in this game right now. They have the 5 elims to their name. Ooh, Ravo with a peek out. That's the hovercraft gone, and one more member of Yangon Galacticos, taking them down to a triple threat with a backdoor assault as well from Furia onto the sightline. Getting a bit more scary.
Landing not quite on top, goes a little bit too far there. Igors wants to try and connect, but I mean the damage is pouring in from Furia, from Alpha 7, and Yangon Galacticos are trapped. There's nowhere for them to go. There is no easy way to move forwards. I think that might be E-Arena out as well in the meantime. Up in second place on the overall standings, but Furia, I think, now guaranteed to be surpassing them. Yangon Galacticos want to try and stop them though at this point, and they send straight over the top. Furia gonna have to face off, but Yangon Galacticos not quite able to punch through. Igor's still left down in the dirt. The drop down's just too strong. Yangon cannot get it done.
Furia fighting tooth for now and looking damn good whilst doing it too, but you've got to get your man back up. He's been a huge part of the roster, but taking shots from RRQ might cut that storyline short for them and leave them in a worse position. It's good damage. Here's the push up though. Oh, the nade over from Chief. The spear of Furia strikes into RRQ.
And there go the rounds, finding that flush as well. There is a knock over onto Igor's, the flush coming through, and Ayala does go down as well. Silence trying to make a break for it. Out wide, can't quite connect with the front bumper, but draws some fire, gives some protection, makes a little distraction. Chief is going to fall, and RRQ are going to win out on this trade. In the meantime, a massive flex out coming through from Nongshim Red Force. Really timely as well. Flex away from their position to get involved, get stuck in, and will be able to clip the wings of Alpha 7 somewhat, losing at least one, but there is a knock, there is a response. Also takes that tumble, and Tizzy could potentially find this res if Revo and Carrillo can't get a position, and La Paz could stop them doing just that.
They've got the hillside peak onto it. Ravo exposed from the backside. Looking good. Oh, it's an easy takedown if one to obscure that was knocked prior. Such little HP left to play with for Alpha 7. They're not going to be remaining alive for much longer at this point. The split from Nongshim was well timed and well executed. Carrillo, all that remains. Oh, barely missing on the driver. Trying to put it in with the vehicle. Firing off warning shots, but that's all they are. Just warnings as they're gone again. Out in 4th place on this one, leaving our top 3 squads remaining.
What a timing on that for Nongshim Red Force as well. That flex out down to the south, really, really instrumental. It gets rid of Alpha 7, and it felt like maybe they were going to lose 1 or 2 players there, but the RRQ peak over the ridgeline kept Nongshim safe, and they have managed to get that res, get back to their compound, and back, more crucially, to the circle as it shifts all the way up north, and RRQ are going to have to make a mad dash here.
Crazy, bro.
Yeah, Nongshim licking their lips right now with how they played this one. Early game was good for them. Weren't really contested too much. RRQ getting hit by the zone as well, so it's just getting messy out there.
I
think they're just going to leave him. For RRQ, they're playing as 2. They're already sprayed out in the open. Another knock sent their way, and 721 GS want to take down the player on the south side. Rayan should have angles on this, but there are shots being fired back. Nongshim Red Force do have the toe sight, and we'll be able to clip those nails.
Not bad.
And that's going to leave RRQ out now. A 4 versus 3 from the position that Tiamba were holding against Nongshim, who have been in this spot for the longest time.
721 GS had some moments of greatness in the group stage. It feels like if they want to try and revitalize themselves and prove that they can go further, fight for an opportunity into finals, this is a game they need to win to get themselves in that headspace. For Nongshim, it's more of that consistent force. A team that we know can go above and beyond
Zone
in a position to do just that with the advantage of not only their position, but the numbers as well. Battle of attrition on their side, John.
This is a jump up to second place on the cards for Nongshim Red Force. For 721 GS, it's a chance to try and join closer towards the top 6. Early doors on the tournament does mean there is incredible amounts of volatility on the tables. And Nongshim would love to try and rise above that. That's exactly what they're looking to do here. TC with the flex out, even though the monster truck's gone up in smoke, is brilliant because there's still 2 players who have to crest this ridge, who have to get across the road for 721 GS. And when they do, it's open season. Nongshim are going to be on the hunt.
Anas, let's go.
There's been some great reactions out of them as well. So if it comes to a fair fight, I feel like I've got to back them from some of the angles we've seen, man. A lot of talent. Gunplay's through the roof right now for this team. Coaching staff watching on as well. Fingers crossed and hoping for the best result for the squad. Seems like there's still a decent amount of utility left in the back pockets there for 721. It's going to be the smokes over, create a pathway, smoke wall up on the roadside. Vehicle to play with for the rotate.
Do they have the cover though? Can they get there safely? Can they start the fire? The nades are pouring in from TZ on that off angle. They know that he is a vulnerable position for Nongshim Red Force. So if they can get into nade range of him, that might change the dynamics of this circle, Jackie, because Nongshim Red Force also do need to move forwards. They haven't managed to deal a blow to strike a player down on that crossing. So now they need to go a little bit more bread and butter.
Thing is, if they're thinking Tizzy's the vulnerability, I think in reality he might be the volatility they need to open this one up. You expose yourself for even a second, that off angle, he's so damn crisp with it, he's going to be punishing you towards the side. His nades as well, every time just eating away at them, draining out some of that additional medical utility. That circle's going to start to crunch him. Really going down to the wire on this one.
Nongshim do have the more central position with their forward spots here. Not too sure how many nades are in the back pocket for 721 GS, but XZY launches one forwards. Doesn't quite go the distance. TZ also lobbing it on in. The volley starts to come on through. Remember, the numbers are still in the advantage of Nongshim Red Force. Oh, that looked quite good. That was from Hyunbin on the back lines. TZ starts to move, and Alico clips him, immediately shutting him down. A really good opener, but there's a nade in response, and Hyunbin connects again. Up into the sky. Oh, he bounces it down. Alico's going to be forced out wide, but no one's looking. No one's ready for it. The flush comes through to Malik, and it's a 2v3.
Scary scenes off the back of that. Panic stations. Fumbles with an 8. Looking for the reset on the follow-up. That's the last one. Dashed in towards Nongshim, hoping to deal some decent damage. They're being constantly peppered by these. Molotov goes over as well.
Grenade.
Just decent damage, but no conversion. Another peek back out. Rahan falls. This isn't looking great now. Down to a solo, trapped in an awkward angle. Shots over. Can't quite find it. It's not enough as Nongshim see red and get that one done. The aggression pays off. Taking the chicken dinner and getting free.
Some really timely maneuvers coming through from Nongshim Red Force. That flex out to the south with the duo to have an impact on the fight with Alpha 7 was so important. RRQ as well were forced to stay on that south side. The subsequent circle shift all the way up to the north does help them out immensely, but even if it had gone south, they had that outpost. They had that opportunity to move forwards. They chose...
well played. 7-1.
And every single step, it felt like they were in control. It felt like they knew what they were doing, and they had a
Dragon top BGMS चल रहा है उनका तो.
Good signs of life there. A team that, again, you know, we know can rise to the occasion. Inside of that game, they rolled the dice perfectly with what they were given. Really love that one split where they put.
I told you NS will qualify Monster is up. हाँ, but अभी इन्होंने मतलब starting के 2 matches इनके इतने अच्छे नहीं गए हैं. वरना इन्होंने तो ग्रुप बी में बढ़िया खेला था. थोड़ी चीजों से चोक हो गए. फॉडल तो क्वालिफाई कर चुकी है फाइनल्स में.
You're going to be in a much more predictable scenario. You're going to be able to find those paths to victory much easier. Even if you have a little bit more.
फॉडल तो क्वालिफाई कर चुकी कब का. फाइनल कब है? फाइनल 14 to 16.
Triple thumbs up. Not going to get the fourth.
Triple thumbs up. हाँ ये ऐसे क्यों खड़े हैं? कभी हंस भी लिया करो. पिक देखकर इसने गलती है। अरे बट वो एक सोलो प्लेयर बचे थे अपनी टीम से, क्या करते? ट्राई तो करना ही था उनको।
Really nice stuff. They were obviously in that compound for a very long time. They didn't need to make a lot of decisions during the mid game.
भाई ये ऐसे कैसे रहते हैं? हंसते ही नहीं है, हंसते ही नहीं है।
So good news on that front. But
चलो थोड़ी सी शांति कर दें। फाइनली अपने को आराम मिले। अपना पावर दिखाएगा फाइनल में। क्यों नहीं दिखाएंगे भाई? ऑफ कोर्स खेलेंगे यार, क्यों नहीं खेलेंगे यार? कोशिश उनकी पूरी है, बाकी कुछ चीजें ऊपर वाले पे छोड़ देनी चाहिए। इंडिया के फाइनल मैचेस कब से है? 14 से। हाय लेजेंड, व्हाट्सअप, क्या हाल? सर्वाइवल ग्रुप का क्या बनाना चाहेंगे? बैक टू बैक तियानबा ने चिकन निकाला था। बहुत से। हाय कुणाल भाई, क्या हाल चाल? कहाँ गायब हो गए हैं? मेरी याद बात नहीं आती है क्या? भतीजा आ गया तो मतलब क्या उसी की याद आती है, मेरी याद नहीं आती है? हाँ नहीं तो मैंने बोला था मेरे को फोटो भेजना। नहीं 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 नहीं, उसमें खेलने के लिए मेरी बारी कब आएगी? मैं सब खेल के छोड़ दूंगी, वरना सबका कैरियर खतरे में आ जाएगा। भतीजी है? अच्छा हाँ वही भतीजी है, मुझे लगा भतीजा है। एक ही बात है तो अपनी। फोर्टी के बारे में क्या ख्याल है आपका? टफ होगा फाइनल। फोर्टी के बारे में क्या ख्याल है? बहुत बढ़िया ख्याल है, एकदम बहुत अच्छा खेले। एंड बिल्कुल ऑफ कोर्स ही बात है यार, इंटरनेशनल है, जो भी टॉप 16 होंगी टफ ही होगा। सब अपना 100% देंगे। लो अपना आ भी गया ये 1v3 एपिक 1v3 बाय एनडीए। हल्की अंधी बेवकूफ नहीं करनी है तेरे से, बस तुझमें क्या रखा है? जरूर तूने कुछ रखा हो तभी इंसान बात करेगा। बहुत कुछ रखा है यार, इतनी अच्छी प्यारी सी हूँ मैं, क्यूट सा बेबी छोटू सा। क्यों बोल रहे हो यार? अरे तो छोटा सा लग रहा था ना। तो मैंने इसमें किल्स भी लिए थे लास्ट में, प्लस ये सेकंड पे आए भी थे, प्लेसमेंट पॉइंट भी लिया था 5। बढ़िया है। ये कैसी आवाज है?
Sağdakinde kaldı. Nice sağ kaldı. Önünde kaldı, önünde aynen orada. Helal lan.
好的，欢迎来到 Aramco 的实力排行榜。我们今天也是邀请到了 AGL 的选手来给我们现在桌子上的这些战队，然后做一个评级。来，你们现在看上哪个 logo 了？先来一个高的。
跟颜色的颜色。
就意思是 C 是吗 ？OK。Alpha
7吧。最近没进决赛嘛？我没说话，刚才说的。今年是今年，刚才说的。
下一位 IDA Esports。
इसको मेरे पास भेज दो।
这个往上点，这个
YG
给个 S 吧。
上届冠军。
给个 S 吧。
GK。
C。
下一个
F。这个 F 很配啊，这个。
好 UF。
给个 B 吧。给个 B 吧。
好，接下来 Aurora 老熟人。
给 S 吧。这个 S 啊。
reply करते हो।
这个不是很猛吗？
对啊。
那直接给到 A 跟 S 中间呗。我觉得这个应该给到 S 吧，都这么。还有这么多呢。没事啊，下面也很就凭人家是冠军，行。
RQ
给到 B。
OK， 这个放哪儿
？F，这个放到1把高那个 S 突击1等就行了，压他一头够了啊。
只需要压他一头。接下来
这个给到夯吧，夯。
哇，这 S 有点太多了。
这个来排个这个。
अरे ये क्या था मैंने देखा नहीं S क्या है सर्वाइवल नहीं
那 B 跟 A 的中间呗，B 加
B 跟 A 的中间，我觉得 A 比 S 还要珍贵啊！现在
马上就来了，A 来了
，A
必须得 A 啊，
因为它对比你在 A 是吧？
这个直接
这个怎么说
？S 加，必须是压那个偶尔那个黑豹一波。
就是跟你妈妈
是吗？哦，懂你意思，懂你意思。
这个更别说了，
这个呢，龙息
杠 S 杠有一个空位啊。
NGX
给个 A 吧，A 吧。
接下来 Hora
给个 D 吧。
反正现在每个等级都有。
对，我觉得贴很完美，很完美，
很完美，没有要变的了。
没有，是的。
那这就是我们 AGL 的选手现在定下来的评级了，不知道大家怎么看呢？
अरे लोल ये तो अच्छा है यार ये गेम। अब ये तो अलग ही फन है। स्टॉप उसके नीचे नीचे नीचे। मेरे को तो लगा था कुछ तो भी सर्वाइवल जैसा है देखा। निंजा ये निंजा के फैंस को ऐसा इनको गिफ्ट करना चाहिए।
Maybe you'll see it again later on. But we're going to talk about Nonchim Reinforce. We're joined by Barney, Maxman, and another, the Neptura. Nonchim Red Force with an amazing gameplay in that last game, having to do pretty much absolutely nothing throughout the first half of the game, and then afterwards actually being proactive about it.
Yeah, I mean, Nonchim Red Force dropping Razen Shurikens all over the place here on Orango. Very excited to see a win, but despite that being a win, it was not a very impressive win because they dropped farm. They literally played there the entire game. It was kind of a gifted game for them, but you know what? I'll take it. If it gets me an opportunity to see them in the finals, I'm biased. I don't care. It's a win.
वो निंजा बन के घूम रहे।
Oh, and there he goes again.
That was so fast. I don't know who it was.
Speedy. Who is that?
Who was that, bud? It was me.
He doesn't know either. It's fine. It's fine.
What is this segment, by the way?
Just a fun segment. Welcome to PMWC at EWC 26. What were you going to say, Natura?
No, I was just going to say, yes, they were heavily gifted this win. Heavily. However, Tizzy, being that anchor point, is what won them the game. And I will say that you are looking at a team that knows how to play this game. That's all I got to say, right? Because Tizzy moving up to that rock, making sure that he's that anchor point, allowing his teammates to push forward into nade range onto 721 so that even when Tizzy did get knocked, it didn't matter. The game was already won. So that kind of synergies, that kind of gameplay was really, really nice to see. And it made it more of a win than just being gifted that win. They made that win happen.
They did make that win happen. TC with the off angles and then 7-1 helping them out by just absolutely fumbling a nade. If you do all that kind of stuff, you'll definitely be able to get a win. But you were asking, what is this segment? Let me just give a quick reminder of what's going on. This is the fan zone experience for PUBG Mobile lovers. So make sure you guys come check it out. As I said earlier, open August 11th through the 16th. You can come here, maybe get some cool Naruto bandanas, maybe get some extra swag, check out some of the other collaborations currently going on, and with some prizes. But
भाई फाइनल में तो मजा आने वाला है। ओह
this minute swagged out.
It's mine. Don't touch it.
Barney, while we have you here, when you come into survival stage, we usually have to talk about the mentality of some of these players, right? Because there is no second chance after this one. It is make it to top 6 or go home. And some of those squads are currently making sure they put them that performance here on survival stage.
It's true, yeah. As your hat comes flying off your head. I think that one of the things to take note of the most is the mentality coming into the survival stage is very different. Now, we're seeing teams like Tiamba who only managed to get 49 points in the group stage. However, coming off the back of that, like they've already managed to conquer those 49 points in the space of 3 games out of the 12. So it's really impressive to see the adjustments made. coming into the survival stage, and I think
Yanba को तो एक ही plus point मिला.
They kind of tapered off a little bit, but the
8
team's
पर
focus
है.
right now is kind of Alpha 7. They're moving with hesitation. They're not moving with confidence, so the synergy is slightly off. It seems like they keep getting themselves in a pinch, and this is what was causing them issues in the group stage as well. So Neptura, I think that Alpha 7 need to step it up a gear, or at least move with some sort of confidence.
I agree, and I also want to point out Fury as well.
Alpha 7 तो बहुत मतलब एकदम सेंटर में सैंडविच हो गए और वो पूरी अपनी जगह छोड़कर ऊपर थर्ड पर डिक्लेयर गए वहाँ पे पूरा गड़बड़ हो गया वहाँ पे कोई था ही नहीं कुछ भी नहीं था वो साथ वाली की देखूंगा मैं को आखिर देखने को बोला ऐसे
It's 721 sure don't get themselves the chicken dinner, but the smokes to deny vision from all of Nongshim Red Force as they try to leave their own compound. Again, that they've had
अब तो कोई इससे डिफरेंस ही नहीं रह गया रेड फोर्स 31 पे इतना कुछ खास डिफरेंस नहीं है रेड फोर्स का एक चिकन आया तो बराबर का हो जाए
Yes, we're looking at the overall ranking right now. You can see Tiamba with the performance that they had earlier continuing on at the top there. Nongshim Red Force with that win.
अबे RRQ फोर्थ पे हुई है
I'm happy to see here two teams actually maxed that I'm happy to see here is none other than Furia in RRQ.
मैं फाइनल में जॉनी भाई हो गए तभी मजा आएगा सही बोल रहे भाई तुझे तो वो वाली बात कर दी टीम कोई भी जाए विराट कोहली होने चाहिए फाइनल में
contested away from them the entire time, but their third
बराबर
party on the likes of Furia, Yangon Galacticos, Alpha 7 was absolutely beautiful. Then the circle had a different plan in mind, which is forcing them downhill, which as we saw there, it's really hard for them to make it work out. So overall, very happy with them, and Miramar in particular, I need to see some RRQ presence.
Yeah, we need to see some RRQ actually. They ended up doing a cool rotation a little bit towards the end of the game where they ended up going south. It seemed like they were going to be a bit too passive, but then we saw the aggressiveness out of them. And I'm loving that we're getting more people, more stuff from PUBG Mobile just joining us here. Got a cool. How's your day going? Okay, cool. Hey, that's what's up, man.
I tell you what, though, I've got to say, a team to look out for today is GOAT Team. They're one of those teams that will consistently be putting up numbers in every single game. There's nothing flashy about them. They will always just keep putting up numbers, though.
But they've only got 3 placement points, which is very interesting. So more eliminations are good, but I want to see more like top 5 finishes. If they do that, Barney, agreed, they are a very scary team.
Aggressiveness. That's what it is with that team. They're going to be able to see it. Barney, I think you have something to do after this one, so... Oh, and he's gone. Well, thanks for joining us, Barney. Hopefully you have fun at this stage. I'm pretty sure we'll be seeing you there shortly. He could have just done the, what's the name of that jutsu, Max? Where you just end up appearing?
Shadow clone jutsu, you want to do? Like, you create yourself a clone of yourself and you disappear?
Hey, we did that for the PUBG Mobile guide, and we're able to kind of show up here.
Play an unknown jutsu right now. Look at that.
Any teams that have surprised you today, Natura, besides the obvious ones?
For me, Yangon. The Yangon are back to their day one of the group stage that we saw. I was saying they have a lot more presence, and so far over the last few games, we have seen that return after their second day where they just were non-existent again. Really liked how they played the southeast side there, 7. They were really heavy on those splits. SayCloud moving over to, who was it? Who was going over there? The EA GOAT fight off onto the western side. He was monitoring that fight, regrouping, trying to make a push happen. So very sort of aggressive in that mentality, aggressive in that gameplay, even if it's not super aggressive onto actual players.
Yangon, honestly, it's a defending champions here at PMWC. I would like to see them in the finals just because we haven't gotten a chance to see them at all since last PMWC when we talk about PUBG Mobile Esports Global event. And one team that's actually surprising us in a bad way here, Max, and we have to talk about them.
No.
It's Ulf.
No, yeah, it's pretty bad. But genuinely, look at their rotations. They get not terrible positions, but the main issue is, and this is something that is a main issue for Ulf going into all of their tournaments, they're a team that sometimes they go dead center of the circle, but they're not super playable. Sometimes you see them in a shed, you'll see them around a tree or a rock, and the moment teams have a point of contention around you, they spot an angle on your entire squad, they get instantly eliminated. I kind of want to see Ulf play a bit more edge. I feel like edge playstyle is actually what suits Ulf the best, and that's what we saw from him back in PMGC last year, even PMGO Season 1 in Jakarta. They were getting so many points because of that edge playstyle. Center here, if it's not a solid position, like I'm talking, it's not a compound, they're just going to get decimated right away. And Ulf, in a lobby of this caliber,
where I can watch BGMS
if you don't have a good spot to play from.
Which is crazy too, because it's usually one of those teams that we're able to see them being even more aggressive. They're able to, especially with what you're saying, when they're able to play edge, they are going to be able to take full advantage of that. But right now, them not being able to play how we've seen them in the past is not working for them.
Yeah, exactly. And I think it's the same with Furia when you're talking about that edge play, that edge rotation, that spread coming on through. They're not being as aggressive as the lobby is demanding, and that's the real problem here, is because they want to play slowly, and the lobby is just like, no, we're playing too fast for that. You've got to keep up or you're going to go out.
Yeah, and that's hopefully what's going to be happening as we have hit the halfway mark of day one survival stage here at PMWC.
Guys, you're फटाफट से like and subscribe कर दे जो भी हमारे channel पे नए हैं. Let's go.
I'm out of here.
Looty.
Lol, Harry जी मेरे को पहले बोलना था.
Survival stage. What does survival mean to you?
I mean, just survive with the minimum you can have, you know?
Surviving with the minimum. That's interesting. Okay. Looty, I'd like to ask you, how long do you think you'd be able to survive, like, on this stage, just by yourself? What would you need?
I mean, like, I think 4 days. I just need a little bit of food, I guess. Yeah, something like that.
You get one other thing. What else
Only
did you
one?
have? Yeah, one.
I mean, just a bottle of waters.
A bottle of water. Oh, it appears like your dreams have come true.
Yeah, that's cool.
It is cool, isn't it? Right, I'll see you tomorrow, mate. Enjoy.
But Bonnie, it was like it was just a metaphor. It's just a metaphor. I'm not gonna stay on stage. It's a small bottle. Okay, I will figure out. Back to you, casters. I need another one. Bonnie!
इतना लंबा का एक को इन्होंने गैप दिया. इतना लंबा गैप क्यों दिया?
There we are. It's been a good time so far. Tiamba currently.
Yes.
They are
hitting everybody with that forbidden jutsu. You know what I'm talking about?
If you know, you know.
If you know, you know. Because they
If you know, you know. If you know, you know. YK.
In the survival stage has been pretty wild to me, but it's about time we see them make it happen here.
Yeah, I think for Tiamba, this is already a fantastic start. They just need to keep on working, keep on grinding. I think right now QZ's kind of feeling it. So is Milu. Milu's doing wonderful work. I think Maxim was rightly highlighting him.
छोटे बच्चे भी हैं क्या? छोटे.
Hitting up Erangel. We are over from that.
Erangel, it's a port match.
A little bit of an awkward one to work with here, Hot Jukes, but we have had pretty much disgusting plane paths followed by disgusting circles the entirety of EWC 2026.
Let's go.
So I didn't expect anything less.
Yeah, these zones
क्या
are just
लगता है?
It's unbelievable. You know what? But it's all about being able to adapt, able to make those plays.
Oh, यार ये वाला प्लेन पर बहुत आया है. मुझे तो लगता है जब से मैं ये EWC स्टार्ट कर रहे देखने को, मेरे को यही प्लेन पर देखने को मिलता है.
It's going to be really up to these teams down below to start turning things up right now. I think they've kind of already burned through.
Look, seriously.
If there's anything to go by our previous groups, though, we're kind of looking at 85 points, roughly.
Sure.
Don't quote me on that in future, but I think for what we saw going into top 5 in what was a pretty tough group, we were looking at 95. There was that point sponge over at the top side in Vitality, though, so maybe 85 to 90.
ये भी सेम कटेगा क्या? जोन जॉर्जियो प्रीमॉक्स वाला ऊपर भी कट सकता है ज़ार की.
Like 40 more points on the day, which is a ridiculous next 3 games.
बाकी पता नहीं, देखते हैं.
But they could lock themselves in fairly easily at the end of today. It really does take a lot of the stress off. So any more points?
मैं नोएडा यूपी से हूँ.
Fantastic. They're starting off wonderfully over towards Yaz. It's an early dropout as well, so they get very looted very quickly. Then it's a
सेम जोन है, बट मतलब ज़्यादा प्रीमॉक्स पानी साइड नहीं है, बट इधर ही वाले पे ही है.
Talk about RQ, for instance. Goodness me, good job to them. I think that although they haven't been massively loud in these games, some decent rotates, some good presence in these circles. Nothing insane just yet. But I think for RQ this feels like a much more comfortable ride. You know, we got the suspension going at the moment for RQ. Let's just keep that happening. Let's stay on the smooth road.
Whoa!
You know we're going
sky high.
Whoa! भाई अभी भी प्लेन में ही है.
Off the rip, matchup here. He's going to be keeping an eye.
मैं नहीं उतरूंगा
You
आज.
guys need to make sure you keep an eye in game and get that Uzumaki Naruto event going. Get that nine-tailed
Uzumaki
You
Naruto.
definitely want to get your hands on that before it is gone.
मैं नहीं उतरूंगा भाई, गुस्से में है. मैं नहीं उतरने वाला हूँ. कुछ भी हो जाए.
Yeah, no reason to stick around much longer. I mean, they made a quick approach over towards Severny, gets up the loot truck.
Whoa, driving skills हाँ, driving skills on top. इंडिया की टीम क्वालिफाई कर चुकी है दोस्त.
A lot of options towards the future, but we're likely moving down towards Fields, Gakaway, Pachinki, so they do have to shove through quite a few teams that have layered themselves over towards the top side of Rozok and beyond. That's Yasnaya. Beyond is Yasnaya ruined.
That is correct.
South George, yeah. Everyone knows that.
Everybody knows
That's
that.
a classic.
Yeah, it is the classic. So, I mean, this is kind of a... It's good to see a more normal-ish circle here. About time.
Well, actually,
you know?
yeah.
It's about time we actually see one here.
इंडिया की अच्छा वैसे इंडिया की टीम Orangutan and Godlike है, but वो qualified for finals. Both teams are qualified for.
Especially for these teams down in that bottom 8 to really start playing catch-up here, because Rondo has just been proving that map that it's just such a wild card for all these squads. We saw a 39-point game for E-Arena in just one single one. So, yeah, teams at the bottom could have a crazy pop-off match, but a team at the top can do it as well. So, I think if you have the opportunity, like a normal circle here, you got to take advantage of it.
You do. I think right now is an easy time to be going for something a little bit more casual, a little bit more chilled out. For Wolves, hey, you're not their biggest fan at the moment.
भाई किसका chicken आ रहा है इस वाले में?
It's understandable. It's totally
किसका chicken आ रहा है? क्या लगता है?
Some minor mistakes here and there from Wolves, but this is a good start for them.
किसका आ रहा है chicken?
Difficult as time goes on.
लोल्स भाई कैसे है बताओ ना. लोल्स भाई बिल्कुल बढ़िया है. क्या हो गया लोल्स भाई को? एकदम चकाचक है लोल्स भाई ब्रो. ये सर्वाइवल स्टेज जो नहीं कर पाए उनके लिए yes केडी भाई.
If they got pretty early here, I think we can
Yes.
safely say to ourselves, it's not like
फाइनल कब है? फाइनल आपके 14 to 16.
Yeah, it really is. And you have to utilize
14 to 16 August.
Given them very often. And if you can't even capitalize on something like this, it's just a terrible, terrible sign. I mean, yeah, we have seen some miracles happen in the past.
Yeah.
But with how consistent this lobby is already kind of showing, because you know,
Cold हो
that
गया
was the
मेरे को तो
problem
नींद
when
आ
I
गई है.
saw
इसको लग
the
रहा है अब भी
list
सो कर
for
रही
the
हूँ मैं.
survival stage. I was looking at some of these team names and I was like, uh-oh.
कोल्ड तो उनका थोड़ा चलता ही रहता है. वो तो कल रात को भी था ही.
Previous champions here. Right?
गॉडल का मैच फाइनल्स 14 से.
We have our PMMI champions here, right? It's like and then it's like Champ City.
मैं सोच रही हूँ कि नाइट बॉट में कमांड डाल दूँ. 14 से फाइनल्स हैं.
And so many other great names.
गाइस यार फटाफट से लाइक एंड सब्सक्राइब कर दे जो भी हमारे चैनल पे नए हैं. लेट्स गो फॉर 134,700.
Play in the group stage of accidentally hitting that rock.
Yeah, that upset you, dude.
भाई फटाफट से कर दो. लेट्स गो.
Baton hit
Show
the most
some
ridiculous,
love.
like head pan shot out of a vehicle I have ever seen. To
It's
kind of
like minus 1,000 aura and then plus 1,001.
literally,
Yeah.
like it's evened out. But if they don't make it to
कभी सोचो इनका वर्स मेरे को कम क्यों
it's
सुनाई दे रहा है. एकदम
going
छे क्यों नहीं सुनाई दिया.
Yeah, I think for definitely, I will say honestly, Elementrix has been impressing me. There's been some good moments. I think if Wolves take anything away from this event, it's definitely team cohesion.
Sure.
I think individually all these players are like fairly decent, but we don't see these crazy team plays coming out from them. We don't see them work together like massively well. I still think they should be very, very proud to be here and getting through to survival stage though, because this is a really tough tournament. I mean, you just highlighted the amount of champions we have.
भाई अभी तक तो एक भी फर्स्ट पिक भी नहीं हुआ है.
Very
फर्स्ट
cool,
पिक
by the way. But yeah, I do
64
think because the circles were so
64
insane over
alive.
towards groups, yeah, some teams were able to get in that maybe wouldn't have been able to before, but you got to look back on the circles, and I think there was a lot of deserved wins, honestly.
Oh, sure.
I think it was just hard. It was a very, very competitive current lobby at the moment. This is a very fun survival stage. This doesn't feel like we're really
अभी
just
तक
calling
मतलब
the
फर्स्ट
necessary
पिक
amount of
भी
teams.
नहीं
It's
हुआ.
like, we're going to
फर्स्ट
say goodbye to
एलिमिनेशन
some
में
real
नहीं
heavy
हुआ.
hitters here. Some teams that, honestly, I would have liked to have seen through to the finals. We still got one more day left, though. Okay, I don't have to shed any tears just yet.
Yeah, one more day is definitely a good opportunity for
Stage
these teams
4
to
पे
get it
45
done.
हाँ
And
वही तो
it's so crazy, right? And I think the big reason on top of it
मतलब
why we see so many
जैसे कभी कभी
monster
निकल जाता
squads
है
in
एक
this
दो
lobby
पिक वो भी नहीं है
is
इस वाले
because
में
in the group stage, good games were okay. You know, we saw just something special that just made things so wild. I mean, team vitality on day one.
Yo,
dude, vitality was just
Vitality.
absolutely insane. I remember talking to like all these different coaches and players and be like, hey, what do you guys think about Vitality's day one performance? And the answer was always, what the? And then you just fill in the blank, you know?
Yeah, bro.
चाय का मन कर रहा है
It was
वापस
just
से
shock and awe. Like, I don't even know what to even say to it. And I mean, you really can't say much.
No, you can't. Well, I think for Vitality's performance, it was one of those things where there isn't much to say. It's like, it is shock and awe. That's essentially what it is. I think there's not much to be said in terms of like what they did wrong or what they did right, because it's just a case of you guys played out your minds. When we see you winning, we're just happy for you. We're just happy for you. Yeah, it sucks that we're going to struggle to make our way in now, but goodness me, you guys definitely deserved it. It made Group B very, very difficult for some other teams. We had such a tight, knit top 5 when it came down to it. A lot of teams like sitting on that 90-point border up towards, I think, 3rd place, because I believe it was only really Godlike who were able to break out of that 3-digit boundary.
Bridge वाला आ गया
But yeah,
कटेगा
everyone
बढ़िया
else
भी
was struggling. It was right down to that last game,
कटेगा,
which did shift up the
कटेगा।
rankings massively and led to E-Arena being
ये
here now.
जोन भी
Unreal, dude, honestly,
कटेगा
like, that's, like, probably what frustrates me the most, dude. Like, I couldn't believe it. Like,
ये
E-Arena,
जोन भी
39
कटेगा
point game 1. How do you break a record like that and just still not make it to the finals? I'm glad I wasn't on the desk there, because I would have gone absolutely crazy. But oh, here we go. We're into the action. It's Tianba once again catching out Aula quick.
भाई क्या
Ooh,
उतारा
yes, they're getting
उसको
punished as well. Tianba not messing around here on rotation. Also in the feed we see 721 GS
अबे क्या
getting
उतार
doing with
दिया
the Wolves.
भाई
That's
इनकी
bringing out back and
गोलियां
forth.
तो
Looks like one of
ओपी
the
हैं
Wolves
ब्रो
players does
ओपी
get thirsted, so they're going to be stuck with 3. Man, there's a crazy fight going on here. 'Cause now we see 721 getting in with RRQ.
ओनर का ही फोन लेना
There's a battle
पड़ेगा
going on all back and forth.
Well, it totally makes sense. When you get the circle come down towards the south side, there's a lot of fielded over towards the northwest and down towards the south. There's some very key compounds, some very key areas of the map you want to take control of around these trees. And we already know from watching groups, these players and these teams are not afraid to get stuck in 4 strong areas of the map. And it does cut out a lot of players quite quickly. 721 GS, they went down, they struggled off the back of it. Right now, Wolf is trying to rotate on through. Geek's finding shots over towards Tiamba. They do lose one player because of that. But yeah, everyone wants a strong spot inside the circle. It's just amused me that Tiamba's taking a lot of damage. They're currently playing around Pachinki. I don't think they expected players to be up towards Church right now, taking shots off of this one. But fair enough to Geek. It's a good, well-laid trap.
Ooh la la! Ooh la la हो गया और पड़ी पड़ी पड़ी.
Getting popped on the roof there. And he's going to go ahead and get back to
Oh
safety.
la la! Leo
Fight
RRQ
timing is
का
what
एक
it's all
knock भी
about
दे दिया
here at this
2-1.
stage, especially
7-1 ने
in
ले finish
the
कर दिया.
survival stage.
Solo player
You're
एक
kinda
लेकर
getting
ही
one of
गया.
these engagements just a little too early on rotation.
Leo!
Boom, you're getting third party,
Hello,
fourth
bad.
partied by all these teams that are just desperately
मराठी
hunting
कमेंट्री
eliminations.
लगाओ.
Sometimes
मेरे
it is a
अंदर
little
क्या
bit better
बटन
to
है
try
क्या
to
यहाँ
avoid
यहाँ
those
यहाँ
fights
एक
unless
बटन
you know
दबाया
for
है
sure
तो ये
we
एक
can finish
बटन
it out
दबाया
like
तो ये.
really, really quick. But it just
Love
goes
from
to show you.
Pakistan. Thank you so much.
These
Lots
rotations
of
are
love
not
from
simple,
India.
especially when Team C finally a like normalish zone, right? It's like,
Well, I want the best spot.
Yeah,
I want the best spot right
the
now.
Best spot. Yeah, not second best, the best.
अरे अरे
You sort of
अरे.
know how to play these circles.
Heavy
They're not
driver.
awkward. They're not like
Oh.
split-second decisions. These teams have studied for this type of thing.
इसका
heading
नाम
out towards
क्या
the
है?
south side, it does feel a
EZ4
bit rough.
बदबू
South side,
बैगन.
they're currently trying to play off the back of the high ground that's out towards the eastern side of Quarry. But they have since left. Obscure still left behind, quite far away. But we will get our next circle coming in through soon. Where does it head up here, Jukes?
Oh, I think we just go dead center. Oh, okay, we go a little bit up on the northern side.
Bridge
Okay, we got a
कटेगा, bridge.
Pachinko field finish.
बोला तो
Right to the
ऊपर
right side.
कटेगा.
And chopsticks from Gatka. You can already see some teams pushing in immediately. We got Alpha 7 here on that left edge. Most most likely going to wrap all the way to that north side towards Ruins. But man, that Ruins position, not really the best, especially if that circle decides to back on south. You know, when I see EWC,
Pochinki चले जाए और मजा आ जाएगा Pochinki का एक गेम देखने को
like those
मिलेगा
days when you were doing your
मैंने भी
homework,
एक apartment
preparing for a
खरीदा
test,
था
and then all of a sudden the test happens and it's like nothing you studied for.
अरे
I spent hours studying these certain maps, these little areas, and then all of a sudden the zones are just going crazy here. You know, now we're starting to get back to a little bit of the core material. The zone is bouncing back and forth a little bit, you know, but finally it's something that seems familiar here. I think that's why we're seeing so many teams so quick on the rotate.
Yeah, these were in the footnotes. We had these. I was able to revise. I'm good to go. So
guys, फटाफट से like and subscribe करें. We are very close to 500 likes. Let's make it 500 likes.
On that northeastern side, just
Huge
because
attack
no one has
कर
to
दो.
send towards Pochinki too early on, you get trapped out there. Very bad time trying to leave. You can play the rooftops
from
potentially and have a little bit of
Thank
presence,
you. Welcome
but I
to the
think
stream.
most squads are realizing that this is not the play to go for. KRX down towards the south side, not a terrible spot. They're out on the cusp of the fields. This is a decent area to work with. It does sit underneath the high ground that a lot of teams aren't really heading over towards just yet. They'd rather try and locate a little bit of a safer position to play. You don't want to be in the open because teams might just end up starting to crash you at that point in time. GOAT team also will
भाई एक मैच Pochinki का देखने को मिल जाए तो मजा आ
They
जाए.
need to move up full through
Anny, आप
the
भी
fields.
girls
The
e-sport try
biggest thing I'm
करो.
most interested in right now is this split from RRQ. They're
यार
trying to
कर
control the
सकती हूँ. मेरे पास
majority of that
ऑफर
western
आया
side.
था बट मैंने उनको खुद ही सामने से मना किया था. उन्होंने मेरे को बोला था कि आप खेलना चाहते हो तो खेल सकते हो हमारे टीम में e-sports में.
I'm finally seeing a little bit more
But,
traditional kind of circle rotations from Alpha 7. Once they saw that northern shift, they hugged
यार
that
पता
circle
उसमें
all the way up
बहुत
to the
मेहनत
top.
है
So
यार. मतलब
they're gonna be
मेहनत
taking
देखो
the
हर
blues
चीज
up
में
here,
नो
as
डाउट
we
मैं
can
स्ट्रीम
see.
करती हूँ. ऑफ कोर्स
Yeah.
इसमें भी मेहनत है.
Very,
ऐसा नहीं है
very
कि इसमें
OG
मेहनत
from
नहीं है.
But
मतलब
man, what's
मेरे
going on with them in
को
their end games
ऐसा
right now?
सीन
They've
होगा
just
अगर
been
मैं 6 ओवर
struggling.
स्ट्रीम करती या
They
2
can
टाइम
get
से
into some
स्ट्रीम
decent
करती हूँ ना
fights, but even in the last game or this game before,
तो
we saw, you know,
मेरे को
Carrillo,
सिर्फ
Revel
एक टाइम में
driving,
स्ट्रीम
hitting
करना
these crazy
पड़ेगा एंड
shots
मुझे
out of the car. I feel
पूरा
like
दिन
if they just kind
e-sports
of
में
go
ही
back
देना
to the
पड़ेगा.
basics,
Yeah.
see them
समझ
really
रहे हो. मतलब
perform
उसमें
to their
इतनी
maximum
मेहनत है
level.
बिकॉज मैं
sort of
वैसे
used
भी
to
सब
feel
न्यू
like
लोगों से मिलूंगी
Teams would
मेरे
avoid
लिए.
Alpha 7. Like that's a team you didn't
मेरे
really
लिए
want
सब
to
नया
bump into.
होगा.
And I think for
बहुत
especially
मेहनत है
Miramar,
यार.
a lot of times they kind of suffocated teams out.
Pochinki आना
We do
था
get
यार
another
बट
shift
वहाँ
on
से
this
थोड़ा
one, which
कट
means
गया.
that Alpha 7 is not in a
Hard to
terrible
be.
spot. They do control the majority of that northern side. They will regroup on this one,
मेरे
trying to
को
hold that
आया
team, trying
था
to swing
खेलने के लिए
around.
बट मैंने
But
वो
yeah, I don't
पिछली बार
think
मना
we've
करा था.
seen much times in the past like Revo and Carrillo just
नहीं नहीं मेहनत
dry
होगी
pushing,
ऐसी
no
बात नहीं है
smokes, no
बट मैंने
nothing,
कभी
over
वो
towards a
सोचा
location.
ही नहीं
Felt like
ना
a bit of a
इसलिए
desperation move,
ऐसी
so
बात नहीं है कि
we'll wait and see.
मेहनत
Again,
नहीं
as we know,
होगी.
they are trying to work some new tactics in right now to make it work.
कर सकती हूँ
That's pretty
ट्राई.
wild to me. I mean, I think right now.
शादी की उम्र इतनी मेहनत कहाँ हो आपसे. अरे बट शादी की उम्र से मेहनत का क्या लेना देना है. माँ की शादी करोगे तो उसमें और झाड़ है. शादी में तो और माथा फोड़ हो जाएगा. उधर अलग मेहनत चलेगी ब्रो. उसमें उससे अच्छा है तो e-sports खेल ले इंसान.
Trying to find their way in. You got Beauty and Nongshim Red Force as well.
अपना कौन सा टीम है. हमारा कोर टीम क्वालिफाई हो चुका है और
And you can already start
गोल्ड
seeing some players get knocked here. Ulf catching out Claws.
मेरे को
And
नहीं
that
पता
actually
था.
is going to be Aula eliminated. So that is already 3 teams out of here pretty early.
Alpha 7 do find shots over towards the
नहीं तो खेल रहे
Again, good setup from
international.
them. They were trying to cut off a eastern rotate over towards the position. I think for them
भाई
right now, they
ये तो
understand
मेरे को
that
लग रहा है
they were
यहाँ
likely one of
पे
the teams that he's only on that northern side. Not a lot of other teams had to make that approach. They didn't have much choice in the
Hello,
matter.
Deep. What's
so for them,
up?
they're like,
क्या
okay, there's going to be
हाल?
some teams probably rotating out from Pochinki here, or at least trying to wrap around on that eastern edge. We sort of know that a team will be holding
इस
the
बार
compound
मतलब
over towards
बेस्ट
our southwest
परफॉर्मेंस
side,
नहीं
which
आ
is
रहा
currently
होगा.
RRQ, and this engagement right here, which is going to pop off. But that's not going to endanger Alpha 7. Right now, though, Foosman does walk around the corner.
Bro.
Killer Joe also with the JS9 do some good work. Go is just cleaning RRQ out. Now, this is the man to be worried about, though. It is Lepar. He's on his own. Might go terribly. We'll see what he's got.
Chops out the vehicle. That hits the shot. No way. He jumps through that window and makes it happen. And now you got Force from Goat. Gonna go ahead and get this res. But a crazy there from the park.
Lol, third party.
And now here comes Irina, quick on the third party, trying to soak up some of these eliminations. Perfect timing as well. Goat is hurt. They are not looking too hot here. Tourniquet up close and personal. Looking to catch one of these knocks. Oh, they're instantly thirsting this. They're getting it done. Irina making it happen against Goat. Perfectly timed. And that is Goat pretty much done and dusted here.
Great read from E-Arena, honestly, moving in over towards this one. This is a team that knows they need points right now. They do not want to have to go out. Good nade as well around the corner. Tries to make this as easy as possible and get the full cleanup on this. There's nobody nearby. You do have to think clearly for a second here. They just cleared out 2 teams to the western side. They have so much space to work with. Really good third party off the back of that one. So many teams over towards the eastern side. We had a very eastern playing path to start this off. So they just have a lovely amount of room at the moment. This is beautiful stuff for them.
Beautiful indeed. Yeah, so that west side is clear for E-Arena. They're looking to get some of their aura back.
भाई कुछ भी चल रहा है, predict कुछ करो, उल्टा हो रहा है पूरा.
Starting to make some noise. Next zone does pop on up. This is the blessing that Alpha 7 have been waiting for. Honestly, this is no excuse at this point. A7 need to hunt down a double-digit elimination win here. Let's see if that's something that they can close down. On the side of Pachinki, we got Fudia though. Ayala up close and personal with AGAL. And the side of Wolves. This is outside the circle. Beautiful Molotov. And now AGAL forced to spread thin. But when is Fudia going to make this push? They are hurt really bad, and they got to get it done quickly.
Great scatter, though, coming through from XZZ as well as Flower H. Both went either side on the back of that one, ensured they wouldn't immediately get taken down by a secondary grenade. And they're just going to back this off. They don't want to spend any more time here. They see the balls coming in from the western side. Not bothering to deal with Furia just yet. I mean, AGL is like, why are you chasing us?
सब choke कर रहे हैं, साला stream देखते हुए chase हुए. Wow.
We don't want none of this right now. Wow. So we'll fight you guys later once we get into this circle. So they set up a nice little car wall here, and they get away. So beautifully played for them. Honestly, that was the right play. They just realized that if we want to extend our life in this game, this is not the place to do it. So now Fudia are on the hunt. Wolves are forced to move on in. KRX was waiting for him though. Oh, this is a really rough Wolves. There's really nowhere to go here. And they are barely making it out alive for now.
It's a mad send, right? I mean, there was definitely an opportunity there to try and just take the fight to Fury in the first place, clear out that south side, and then play it slow in.
भाई कुछ भी हो रहा है, कुछ भी हो रहा है. मुझे तो कुछ समझ ही नहीं आ रहा. मेरे खुद के ऊपर से जा रहा है सब.
I can see that they're trying to reach for something.
कहाँ कौन लड़ मर रहा है, कुछ नहीं पता चल रहा.
Spot on the map right now. So much space. The entirety of the northern side.
Arena ने knock कर दिया KRX का.
Here, Jukes.
पड़ी AGL को भी पड़ी.
Last game they were given a ton amount of space on Erangel. Didn't bother trying to clear the south side. They're very hesitant in their approach there. Again, they seem to be only looking over towards the east. I would have loved to see a western rollout here from one of their players, get the lineup, see how much space they can take and what they're working with going into the future.
Furia to zone के out है पूरा.
They should be good because info at this point is king.
Yes, it is. Korea's going to go ahead and really trying to put his king status on. That man has worn plenty of crowns so far. And they're going to go ahead and punish A7 over there by that tractor. So yeah, A7 completely spreading their wings, and now they're starting to get aggressive, right? They're not just hanging back on the north side. They are getting up close and personal, looking to soak up some of these eliminations. Fudia on the drive, full squad in the vehicle, moving up little by little. KRX is badly hurt here, and Chief's gonna start throwing a lot of util, but Tian, but Eagle with a very, very slim piece, punishing Fudia.
Yeah, Tiamba know the position they're in. They have much casualties right now. AJL, big task ahead of them over towards KRX. Looks like a fairly decently placed grenade. Goes long. Ooh, the damage it did there over towards Hoxie. That's rough. Getting another knock there would have been very useful. But Alpha 7 will do the rest of the job. Guizhou, extremely long shot here. But this is the thing, Alpha 7, they have this northern side. They should absolutely just win this game. It's like one of the freest games I've seen in a while. But it's annoying because, right, you give Alpha 7 a game like this, you know they should win. And you know they probably will win as well, too.
It's not even just they will, right? They have to win this. If they lose this, this is going to be just devastating for everybody that believes in this team. We saw a picture of the crowd right there. They're dancing already. They're jumping. They're already doing the victory lap because they know this one is in the bag. So this is A7's game to lose. Let's see how it all ends up, though. As we look over here towards Slaughterhouse.
भाई एरिना ने भाई अल्फा ने 8 kills निकाले हुए हैं bro.
Yeah, not a terrible game here from GK. They started off well.
Tianba भी नीचे है भी zone में नीचे वाला घर zone में.
Able to quickly get some shots off.
Alpha 7 भी zone में है. एरिना भी zone में
They're probably
है.
waiting for the circle to pull in from that northern edge. They don't want anyone wrapping on their north side. They'd rather keep everyone on the southern edge towards them, and they can just play full 180 broadside, which is so much easier than trying to deal with snakes in the grass in the late game.
All out A7 has to do is just play
Placement points time.
PUBG
Placement points time.
Literally, just
very
old school, tried and true.
Yes,
Nothing
Nana.
needed to be done here
I
special.
know that.
No crazy drives, trying to shoot people out the vehicle. No kind of wild little highlight reel plays. Just work together as a team. That's where Alpha 7 has been so strong. They've been a squad to where, like, if you knock a player, they feel almost impossible to take out. It's like they get 10 times angrier, and we haven't seen that so much in a while, actually. So let's see if they can get to form here. They're playing it very close together. Revel going up a little bit here.
Third party dive. Third party dive. Third party dive.
Mormon hits the deck immediately.
Moments underneath. We'll take a volley of fire their way. Alpha 7 at 8 eliminations on this
Guys,
game.
यार फटाफट से like कर दीजिए. Let's go.
Starting to look over at the util right now. Revel, I think it's
Third party dive.
So that should be enough here to finish this game. 8 eliminations so far. This is a dream game for Ace. It's honestly, this is a dream game for anybody in their position. And they're doing very solid here. We'll see where the next circle pops. But right now, everybody just kind of waiting. This is still only Zone 6, but with so much open range, that's why we have so many teams eliminated already.
Hey, for Tampa, though, a fairly decent game. I mean, they're in another top 5 scenario.
Grenade.
I think that's a lock already, honestly.
Grenade.
I mean, we're waiting for it. We're waiting for it.
कौन सा अफगानी nade?
I give him another 20 on today, and then we can lock him in. But yeah, it would take some miracles tomorrow.
भाई कितना प्यारा मारे उसने.
Devastating maneuvers to go down. Quick switch back towards the player on that north side. Alpha 7 will get them back up again.
Bro, कितना प्यारा नॉक निकाला.
It's pretty much all about Alpha 7 just holding on this north side, not allowing the wraps come through because
A7 का गेम
you're
है.
waiting for GK as
पता नहीं
well
बट ये
as
इतना aggressive में क्यों जा रहे हैं.
compounds towards the southeast.
भाई नॉक बहुत बढ़िया निकाला. कुछ भी कहो geek ने.
Because I can already see they were getting a little antsy and starting to push up a little bit too much.
Yeah.
That knock was perfect timing because it wasn't too devastating for them. They were able to get the res. It was very inconsequential. But the next zone does center on up a little bit to the south here. So A7 are going to have to push up little by little. But this zone is terrible because it's pretty much all open field here. Everybody's going to be having to hug the edge, set up some car walls. Look at Tianba. They're still out of the zone. So they have to push up little by little. They have this hillside to work with. This is perfect for them because they can just sit here, wait for all the other fights to happen, and then get into the mix a little bit later on.
Yeah, pretty cautious on the moment. It's Tiamba, even dropping the M79 down there, getting some smokes up. Revo's going to try and hold up teams as they leave these buildings. I don't mind this play. I think the Alpha 7 is currently just trying to lock down E-Arena's approach.
यान में तो काफी open है.
And Revo, definitely the guy you want on the swivel, right? He is locked in when it comes to the sprays. Just needs to make sure he hits casualties rather than full commits there. Just wants to slow GK down into the future.
I think that's exactly right. I think
Geek का chicken है guys. Geek का chicken
है. He has such a high PUBG Mobile IQ. And
Geek का chicken है chat.
Right now is just me not getting knocked.
Yeah.
I just got to stay here, apply
What's
some
your
pressure,
prediction?
ensure that I do not get taken out.
What's your
Because if Revel gets
prediction?
knocked here, the chances of him getting thirsted and Alpha 7, really being at a disadvantage is massive.
Well, when you leave out those buildings as well, where Revo's currently playing is usually the next stop-off point, right? Around that rocky outcrops, that's a lovely area to work with. He'll probably need to pass that information back in the near future. But yeah, Alpha 7, they just got to keep tabs on basically 3 teams, Yangon Galacticos, as well as GK, as well as E-Arena. They spotted where E-Arena was playing from way, way earlier. Now Tiamba's even getting involved.
He's not in
Now
zone.
getting a little antsy here with that vehicle. He's got to be careful not to get knocked. as the next zone is starting to close. We have 20 seconds left on the clock. I wonder how much util E Arena have already, because they have been blowing through a ton of ammunition from this angle. QZZ forced to hit the laydown. He's going to be throwing some smokes, pushing up little by little by little. Oh, Turny K, he's got a whole bunch of ammunition, so the E Arena are set up for this one.
He's got a bag, but if Turny K goes down first, I mean, that's a lot of util just out the window. QZZ not opting to send these nades close. I mean, I like this from Turny K, dude. Kind of a wild maneuver. QZZ taking a lot of the moment. More nades flowing over the top here. Another nade in the back lines over towards Schweppes. Good shot over towards Eagle. Immediately refragged. QZZ has to know we've got to start placing these nades a little bit closer.
Those vehicles really protecting the side of the arena. That would hurt, though. And that is going to be Schweppes done and dusted. Mormon done. Turny K is the one. Up close and personal. 1v1 situation with QZZ. QZZ running in the open, shimmying back and forth, trying to find the angles. Turny K with the laydown finally stands up here. And that short nade hurt him big time.
What are we doing?
QZZ that shuts him down.
Bro!
I mean, come on, man. Still got the nade out. You've got the tree cover. Just pull out a shotgun, something. Make the sprays. Quick peeks around the side. QZZ. Real play from him there. GK, though, took advantage of the
bye.
And now Alpha 7, they have full control. What was that?
GK, bola tha GK.
GK are looking to win this game. Kevin moving up with that almost blown up vehicle here. They know that they are bleeding. Obscure up, trying to make a play all by his lonesome self. The Revo goes down, and now they're gone. GK.
Told you. Bye.
Alpha 7, this is our game.
Let's go.
But again, like, Alpha 7 takes so long to do anything. In that situation, they could have helped along that fight with E Arena a lot sooner. A little bit of hesitation almost.
Let's go. I told you guys. I told you. GK bro. अरे उन पे ऊपर वहाँ से अच्छा था पूरा. ये लोग अल्फा 7 वाले बहुत चिकन चोक कर रहे हैं. लास्ट तक आने के बाद ये लोग काफी चोक कर रहे हैं. जबकि वो सब बहुत अच्छे पोजीशंस पे थे. I don't know. अभी मेरा मारा, अभी 2 मैचेस मेरा मार गए आपके. Let's go. मेरा मार के 2 मैच.
Alpha 7, the game just kind of fell apart almost instantaneously. Rough stuff for them. But they play it how they should do up until that final moment. Again, I think right now, PMWC and EWC, the aggression is at an all-time high.
Let's
you
go.
can't afford to be sitting back here.
Not at all. I mean,
Let's go.
But instead they're driving around in vehicles, looking for intel, getting knocked. I mean, this is just so wild.
भाई लेकिन वहाँ पे तियानबा ने बढ़िया मारा 1v1 में. QZZ ने अच्छा मारा वहाँ.
Very nice indeed. And you know what? We got to give the props to GK though, right? I mean, they get a couple of clutch knocks. They close it down in a beautiful fashion. They don't hesitate at all. And that's what you need to do, right? I mean, you're at the disadvantage positionally, but if you do end up getting one of those knocks, you got to finish.
ये वाला डांस करेगी निशा.
I think we saw sort of the issue there right at the end, where Alpha 7, you got Creo as well as Revo, like, they're pulling off, I think it was Guiza actually, they're pulling off from the angle at that point.
Yangon.
The difference between them and GK there is GK's taking control of the game, whereas realistically Alpha 7 sort of let the game control them all the way until those final moments. So by the time they were trying to reassess and replay against GK, they were massive high. Flew around the side and just hit some nasty shots. I mean, for Easy for Bad Boy is an incredible player, an incredible talent on that team. Deserves all the love he gets, honestly. But there's no one in survival stage right now. There's no one in PMWC, EWC that can't hit disgusting shots like that.
Yeah, that's for sure. You know, I'm being a little hard on them because
they got a second place.
They got a second place, which is great.
ये थोड़ा सा शांति मिलनी चाहिए कान को.
If
गाइस यार फटाफट से लाइक एंड सब्सक्राइब करिए जो भी मेरे चैनल पे नए हैं. लेट्स गो. और किसी पे भी फ्री के ज्वेल्स हैं, सो मेक श्योर एवरीवन टू सेंड फ्री ज्वेल्स.
Yeah, Fury's done insanely well at the moment. I genuinely have really respected the way that Fury's been playing. It feels very, very different to what we saw in the groups. Let's say that. But I think we'll let Kalarisk ask most of the questions in just a little bit once he's ready. We're getting teased right now in an interview for Fury shortly. But yeah, overall, been playing very, very good. Excited to listen in with them when we can. But yeah, Tiamba in the top 5. I think they got fairly.
आज तो बहुत खूबसूरत लग रहे हो आप. हाँ क्या? पोज नहीं लगती. पोज लग.
Anyway, let's head down to the stage with Kalaris to hear a little bit more from Fury.
Thank you, boys. Look at all the stage for yourself. No, we've got Fury. Very important to talk to as you stay blank here for all of
Fury.
So, let's talk about the day so far as a whole here for survival stage. A lot of people expecting good things from Fury. What's your perspective on how the games have gone so far?
Como é que vocês estão se sentindo, né? No primeiro dia do Survival Stage, estão se sentindo sobre o dia de hoje?
A gente tá muito tranquilo e viemos pra amassar hoje.
We're very relaxed and we came just to demolish them.
Okay, and let's ask about the Erangel then when you were rotating.
जो मैं सोच रही हूँ वही है क्या?
Eventually you came back.
चश्मा लगा के भी अभी नहीं दिखता क्या मेरे को?
And then continue to skirt around the edges of the map to eventually try and get the win, but it didn't quite work out. Did you think there was any difference that could have happened in that game, or you could have got the win? What are your thoughts?
A rotação que vocês fizeram ali, passando por Primorsk, depois voltando pra...
भाई इधर वाले पे जरा zoom in करना.
Difícil. O que vocês acham
Cameraman.
que faltou um pouco, né, pra vitória de vocês nesse jogo em específico?
A Cal foi travar as costas e nós brigou com a NS e depois pra ter uma progressão pra frente limpa, nós foi fazer pressão na direita e acabou perdendo um. Acho que dificultou isso a play.
So the call out was just like to hold our backline. So Nongshin arrived and we got them. But when we managed to like lose the first player, we kind of misplayed a little bit. That's why it kind of ended our
run, yeah, as a whole. All right, thank you very much, Chief, for joining us here. As now we head on over to Barney, who's ready with Nongshin Red Force.
Thank you so much, Kalaris. Yes, I've got Quizzy here from Nongshim Red Force. We're going to chat a little bit about what's been going on so far. But first and foremost, let's talk about coming off the back of the group stage, only just missing out into the direct finals spot. So coming into the survival stage, what elements were you guys focusing on in order to just make sure that you could most definitely come out of the survival stage and into the finals?
엑시 선수 일단 첫 번째 질문은 좀 몇 점 차이로
भाई ये as it is क्यों खड़े? ऐसा लग रहा है कि ऐसे उठा के ला के भाई को खड़ा कर दिया है जबरदस्ती कि भाई बोल.
저희가 사실 뭐
अरे लिखने दो कम का दे दो. कम का टाइम आउट दे दे. फिर वो मजा नहीं आएगा बहस करने में ना. चैट में अपन को बहस भी तो जरूरी है ना. फिर वो वाला फन नहीं रहेगा. बहसबाजी होती रहनी चाहिए. अरे हाँ ना, वो तो कह रही हूँ. अरे भाई ऐसे कर रहे कि बस ऐसे उठा के वहां से लाके खड़ा कर दिया है. मिस्टर रॉनी नेम है. मिस्टर रॉनी, विश यू अ वेरी हैप्पी बर्थडे. हैप्पी बर्थडे. हैप्पी बर्थडे.
take their spots as well with the gunfights. However, in the group stage, we didn't do that play. We mostly focused on surviving and inside a circle. So this stage in survival, there's no second chances. So we try to focus on
कैसे
the gunfight well here in practice, and we try to show our play that we are prepared for.
कैसे
good for you guys. But let's talk a little bit about map 2 and map 4, both on Erangel, of course. But tried to kind of clear out the team.
Hello Rangazi.
Like Furia being that team both times, and you kind of failed to capitalize on that and then push forward. Were you just trying to clear out any teams that could be coming in behind you, and what could you have done differently to be able to come out of that, with a potential win?
사실 이 매치 4매치 에란겔에서 사실 좀 교전 플레이가 좀 많이 나왔던 것 같은데 사실 교전이 뜻대로 흘러가진 않았습니다. 특히나 이제 자기장 바깥쪽에서의 교전이 그렇게 좋게 흘러가진 않았는데요. 특히나 이제 퓨리아와의 교전에서 좀 지는 모습이 나왔었는데 좀 어떤 점이 좀 잘못됐다고 생각이 좀 드시고 좀 그 플레이에 대해서 좀 더 설명을 해주신다면 좀 어떤 점을 설명해 주실 수 있을지 궁금합니다.
저희가 교전 시도를 그룹 스테이지처럼 안 하고 파이널에 올라갔을 때 좋은 성적을 기대할 수 없다고 생각해서 최대한 이번 서바이벌 스테이지에서 교전에서 지더라도 교전 감을 찾으려고 계속 교전을 시도하는 모습을 보여드릴 것 같아요.
Yeah, I mean, after this, in the group stage, we avoided gunfights as much as possible. However, we're trying to get a grip on the gunfights and the team fights in this survival stage. So even if we fail, we just try it again and again to get our grip on our gunfights and all the skill levels.
Good job so far. I mean, you guys are doing very well at the moment in the survival stage. Obviously, we need to keep that consistency up. But Nongshim Red Force, Quizzy, thank you so much for joining me in this interview. I really, really appreciate your time. Now, go and take a quick break, obviously, before we dive into our next map of the day. But we're coming to an end. It's getting close to the end of the first day of the survival stage. These teams are going to need to scramble for some points. Back to you guys in the studio.
भाई वो ऐसे बेचारा चुपचाप खड़ा है यार, ऐसा लग रहा है. Gentleman, gentleman. भाई थोड़ी देर अभी शांति रखते हैं. हाँ. और बताओ जेट यार, क्या हाल चाल? It is a big good, and you? Me all good. कुछ नहीं, आपकी जिंदगी से कौन खेल गया? हमारी जिंदगी से कौन ही खेलेगा? कुछ है ही नहीं जिंदगी में. Hello, Mox. Where are you from in India? I'm from Noida, Uttar Pradesh. बताओ कुणाल गेमर. तो भद्दी जैसी शक्ल क्यों बना के आपकी चैट दिख गई ना, इसलिए शक्ल अपने आप ही ऐसी भद्दी सी बन गई. मैंने मन में सोचा अरे यार अब कौन झेलेगा इनको. ऐसे ऐसे मेरे मन से आवाजें आई, अरे यार शिट यार ये वापस आ गया यार बुढ़ा यार, कुणाल गेमर नूबड़े. इससे ऐसे मतलब मन से ऐसी आवाजें से निकली. कौवा ठीक है फिर चलता. दुआ में याद रखना. दुआ में याद नहीं रखते भाई हम नहीं रखते दुआओं में याद. क्यों कुणाल गेमर, तुमने सिखाया है ना इनको खेलना? आपके आशीर्वाद में खेले हैं ना भाई. ये वाला नॉक बहुत बढ़िया था, मैंने बोला भी था, इन्होंने देखो वही वाला दिखाया.
Yeah, and in this fight, honestly, Jackie, I was looking at it, I was like, find a way Alpha 7 to third party this because you're not going to be doing anything.
यार इतनी गोबर जैसी बातें क्यों कर रहे हो यार कुणाल भाई? यार अच्छी कर लो, नींद ना आए यार. मतलब आजकल कहाँ रहने लगे हो कि पकाते ही हो? क्या सीन है भाई?
Yeah, man, you got to bring it, Seven. Look, I'll be honest with you. When I was growing up back in school, people used to call me a geek as like an insult. Obviously, it's very different these days. You got geek right now. Honestly, they're the geeks.
दादा प्रणाम, अभी इनको प्रणाम बच्ची.
That's kind of what you need.
थोड़ी बच्ची हो हो गया
pivoting to look way better towards the end of groups and how they're starting to play. Just doesn't get any easier, bro.
बच्ची है मेरी बच्ची.
Yeah, something's definitely still going wrong. And talking about things going wrong here, we got to take a look at some of those teams towards the bottom because you got
Diaper तो change कर रहे हो गया.
performing that well, and this is a team honestly that a lot of people.
Which team you are supporting today?
I'm shooketh.
यार मैंने तो टॉप 6 बता दिया कि मैं चाहती हूँ कौन-कौन सी टीम जानी चाहिए.
First 4 matches, 27 eliminations. And this, it's, I don't know what's happening.
बाकी देखो.
This is A7A qualifying, mark my words. Great stuff. But look, it's a look, they found
बड़ी वाली पार्टी क्या होती है यार?
pocket of placement, but then they actually just kind of
मुझे भी चाहिए फिर
vehicle cover. If they would have just pushed the vehicles just the slightest bit more north, they would have been able to have a great position scouting Tiaba on their left hand side there, but they
ट्रेन नहीं दिख रहा, दिख तो रहा है.
they're nice and safe. And then who came up behind?
दिख रहा है, चल रही है.
Into that circle. And this is just a little bit unusual for them. I mean, I'm just kind of a little bit.
कहाँ जा रहे हो यार घूमने?
Some more sort of information to it, but
Off
this
Lexi.
is not what we saw in the group stages.
Anny दी क्या है जितना इसको?
What doing, guys?
तेरा बर्थडे होगा तो बेबी का
so much potential.
इनका तो
We've
क्या
seen
ही.
so many things before, and there's just nothing. It's complete crickets that we're hearing from them, to be honest. I do want to say
नहीं
shout
दिख
out
रहा
because
था.
GK
अच्छा
did
मेरे में
win that
कंटिन्यूअसली दिख
match.
ही रहा है. दोनों में चल रहा है ना
Won
इसलिए.
that match for them.
हो जाता है कभी-कभी.
Because he was the one on the south side to push forward when EA and Tiamba were making
तो
having
अपना
that
काम
fight.
कर.
He was the one to push forward, get that info, and
मुझे भी ले
facilitate
चलो.
most of his squad actually pushing onto that position. That enabled them to win the game. So GG Kevin, shout out to you.
Yeah, and for GK, this looks kind of like
इसे ग्लिच की वजह से आईडी पे 10 ईयर का बैन पड़ गया है. Enjoy.
ended up getting a win in Rondo. Today they ended up not getting a win, but they still ended up
Enjoy
performing
bro,
quite well,
enjoy.
especially when it came
10
to
year
Rondo.
ban.
But this team needs to make sure they stay with this consistency because usually we see a bit of a slip off.
Yeah, I think so. I think this is also where we're getting towards the sort of tail end of the day, where you have teams that go that, for my money, you get into Miramar. I think they'd actually.
बेबी को 1 साल हुआ होगा जहाँ तक मुझे लग रहा है. तुम्हारा तो बर्थडे अभी निकला था कुछ दिन पहले. रोज थोड़ी बर्थडे होता रहेगा.
And this is where, you know, GK, Tiamba, squads that were a bit paralyzed by analysis in the group stage are now way more proactive. We're seeing some teams try and adopt that, but it's just not fully there, Seven.
And for Goat, we're going to have to point out those placement points because, my goodness, 3 placement points. We know you are aggressive.
गलत नहीं सब प्रूफ दे सकता. वो तो कुछ कर ही नहीं सकते.
If you find yourself later into the match, Neptura, those eliminations will start coming to that team because they are.
क्या है?
Well, exactly. I mean, look at Nongshim Reinforced and Furia. Both teams.
बताओ कुणाल गेमर क्या है?
They play edge. They wait until the final few phases.
बताओ कुणाल गेमर क्या है?
Get fights if they're going to try and fight an entry point.
दोस्त यार ये तो वॉश पार्टी चल रही है वो सब बताएंगे तो उसके बाद ये तो स्टार्ट करेंगे.
Okay, maybe not the best example. 9 placement points versus 23 elim points. But Nongshim 16 and 16 in arena, 13 and 18.
नहीं जा रहा घूमने. हाँ तो ठीक है ना मैं आ जाऊंगी. चलो. मैं नहीं चाहती तुम आओ.
Like their eliminations are crazy, and if you have a look, it's not that far in between. But if they can just get this top 5, it'll change things for them, push them to that top 6. So greatest of all time.
Please do it. And here, as we're looking at the second bench of the overall, we got AGAL. I mean, this is the squad once again. This is
टैक्सी भाई कुछ ना हो सकता. मेल कर दो आप.
Currently in PUBG Mobile Esports, any team could actually end up going to the finals. There's just so much good competition going on here at PMWC at EWC 26. But AGL, once again, not the performance we're expecting.
No. It kind of feels like they're trying to do what they were doing in the group stage, but for some reason the lobby is just not allowing them to, and they've got to adapt. I think it's probably something to do with those rotations. They keep getting caught out in the mid phase in a whole bunch of teams. If you look back at their games, most of the time there's 3 or 4 teams in very close proximity to them. So for me, I'm like, you need to start avoiding some of those teams, some of those players in that mid phase if you want to survive.
I'm hoping that's going to be the case because we are past the halfway mark here at PMWC at EWC 26 survival stage. We have 2 more games for day 1 of survival stage. We'll see what's going to be happening.
विमान.
Go to Miramar though. Let's send it over to Kalaris.
मेरे को भी चाहिए. कहाँ है?
What a delightful treat.
कहाँ है चॉकलेट ले आ यार.
to talk about everything that is going on.
मेल पर
As well as kind of highlight some of the teams. You guys
एक सेकंड यार
about Alpha 7, but it's definitely one of the
मेल पर कोई रियल बंदा नहीं है रियल बंदा My prediction is Tianba Geek A7 Furia Goat will qualify. हाँ बट मेरे में थोड़ा सा चेंज था लाइक मैंने सोचा था एरिना भी जाएगी NS2 बट देखते हैं अभी कैसा रहता है एक दे दो क्ले है ये तो मेरे को लगा चॉकलेट है इधर आना बाल से करा
दूसरे बच्चे के लिए लाए थे ना
अच्छा ओके आपको कौन सा कलर चाहिए ये कलर खोलना है ओके ये कौन सा कलर है कौन सी कलर है
I'm hoping we see just more consistent points coming in.
I think if you're going to make any changes, the start of survival stage should try and kind of tease
No,
something
totally
out, or especially if he really appreciates Rondo, is going to be the kind of place to do it. But for this Alpha 7 roster, what's interesting to me is that I still think that these guys have the gunpower, the play, the potential to get big Olymp games, but we're not quite seeing it just yet. When it gets to next Erangel, right, where they're in a position just above the Nongshim Red Force compound. I mean, verticality-wise, it was south. But there, you're eventually always going to get crushed
नहीं बताना
by those teams that
क्यों नहीं
eventually will
बताना
come along. So it's
मुझे भी
not
खिला
just being
लो
there, but it's just being there too early that is kind of the determining factor.
I was actually really surprised
Enjoy.
they survived as long as they did.
ये
In this game,
इसलिए
where Red Force did win, but yeah, I feel like they go for some very passive positions.
Bye.
7, we saw in that game they have the gun
Vivo
power.
लिया
I want to see it more going into Miramar.
Need the defending champions. So
रूम तो बंद कर
and a previous PMWC champion here.
BMPS का लाइव यही है बी सॉरी BG BMPS क्या BGMS चल रहा है भाई वो करे जी लेट्स गो हाँ ना क्ले है चाहिए कुणाल भाई मुझे लगा चॉकलेट लेकर आया ये भी क्ले था
Now it's time to get into the desert and see if these teams,
Miramar
especially the
Tides.
squads at the bottom, right, can pull out a big win here to at least put them in a good spot for running a top 6. We see Tianba already with a massive point gap, right? So they are looking very, very comfortable to at least make it into the top 6.
Absolutely, I think Tianba is looking really, really good right now. It's interesting that there's quite a few teams that are massively taking advantage of this lobby at the moment, and you can't let those types of free wins slip you by because those will be the difference makers. I mean, you brought it before. It was a great point that we don't want to see certain teams being in 7th place with 4 points that we know that potentially, if changes were made, they could have met those requirements. So we are getting over towards Miramar now, down from the southwest up towards the northeast. Very different battleground for a lot of our squads here.
फिर वो मेल ही करना पड़ेगा आपको ऐसे कुछ नहीं होगा मेल से ही कुछ होगा वरना तो नहीं होगा फिर वो और अगर होना होगा तो सबका इकट्ठा ही होगा
the next 2 maps to make it very, very hard. I was going to say impossible, but I don't want to be the guy that curses Tianba. Yeah. Oh, yeah, exactly. Make it very hard for them to not get in tomorrow. For Geek, they launch themselves up towards 2nd place. What I will say for Tianba, what they're doing right now is being a nasty little point sponge. We have very limited points differential between a lot of our teams. Right now, RQ is sitting on 29, just 7 points behind Geek in 2nd place. That's 7th right now at RQ. So there's a lot of movement that can still happen. I think tomorrow's going to be a bit of a slobber knocker, but we still have 2 more matches right now to try and even things out towards the top.
Yeah, I think Tianba, as long as they stay halfway consistent, we'll see them in the top 6 for sure. But everybody else, it's still anyone's game, right? So there's still a lot of slots still available here. This playing path is very, very classic right here, right? So we finally get to see a good one right across the way. That's what I'm talking about, baby! Water circle in Miramar.
Give me the island. Give me the island.
Yeah.
Fifth match of the day. Very awkward.
Oh,
Would love to see it. But
zone.
it's launching a lot of teams out over towards the northwest side of the map right now. So they need to get a move on down towards Impala, to Puerto Paraiso. East side of Los Leones, maybe try and take up some of that high ground early on. But honestly, I think a lot of teams are going to be looking over towards Impala and the high ground that sits over towards that northern side. La Bandita, a little bit of a weird funnel for some of our teams coming up through. I do think there's going to be a slight delay here. When we hit zone 2, however, we'll get an answer. We head far over towards that eastern side. Might be interesting, might be. But as I've learned my lesson multiple times in the past, is not to get too excited about these ones too early. Let it happen.
You know what, guys? I'll tell you what else you can make it happen. You can get some of these sick weapon skins in the game. You can see right there, we got that Nine-Tails Fury Aug. The Naruto Uzumaki event is still going on, guys. The best PUBG Mobile collaboration I have seen and witnessed in my career of playing PUBG Mobile, which has been since this game has started. So I love it. I hope you guys can get your hands on it before it is gone. And some of these teams and players need to get gone pretty quickly here. With this playing path, you're going to finally see Alpha 7 be able to get their Oposo hot drop. So they're going to get that loot. They're going to get set up. With this circle shift, though, they are going to have to get moving through quite a few different teams. And hopefully we can see them get into a good space. Again, personally, I'm extra harsh at this point here because a lot is on the line here, especially when it comes to the legacy of Alpha 7, winning PMGC, not making it to a final just yet, and losing that last game had me really just scratching my head here. And I know we literally saw Carrillo scratch his head after that one as well. So hopefully it lights a fire in this team and just be like, you know what? All right, we should have won that one. Let's make sure that we make it happen here again. Sometimes all it takes is just to get a good, decent game to really get you going. And it could happen here now.
Yeah, for sure. Again, I think there needs to be something that launches them into action. We were having talk beforehand. We're banging on them out a little bit right now because literally everyone else has talked about. Max has just talked about Kyle. Kale's just talked about the Deaths just talked about them. But yeah, I think it boiled down to us saying, just be Alpha 7, guys. You guys are aggressive. You're a strong team. Great teamwork overall. Let's just see that. Let's go back to what we've seen in the past, what we know they can do. It feels like a loss of confidence almost coming through at the moment. However, that confidence will be needed by much more teams on our map right now as they do slip on through. We've got QZ with some parkour over down towards Los Leones, likely going to be eking their way over to the eastern side shortly.
One thing looking at the leaderboards right here is our top 6 are some serious names, right, already. So they're looking really good. You got Goto, right below, Galacticos, our previous World Cup champs from last year. All these teams below them, though, this is kind of already starting to get crunch time. You're trying to hunt down top 6. Tomorrow is going to be wild, especially in those final games, because it's no longer the bottom 3. It's pretty much almost the whole lobby's going home after this. So the desperation is going to get worse and worse and worse as time goes on. So you really don't want to wait till those last couple matches to take that last hope to get into
Let's go, bhai. Ye match kiska chicken hai last?
Those points here now.
2 matches बचे हैं Miramar के. ये पहला है, इसके बाद एक और Miramar बचा है.
Quite a few of them tomorrow. 10 teams will be tossed in there. And again, 6 squads, they will be moving onwards to meet the other 10 that made it through from
rotation
groups.
Mein, yes,
but
yes.
2 days to do it.
बराबर.
That's right. Still quite a bit of time to make it work, but it
definitely
feels like a very big sprint for some
भी
squads. Doesn't help when Tiamba slices out so far towards the front of the pack at the moment. That is really, really tough for you because you don't want point sponges this early on. You'd like to differentiate yourself, and that differentiation has only come through from Tiamba, which is exactly why off one big win, Gike can be into second place as we head in towards the 5th match. Nongshim Red Force, been fairly pleased with how these guys are playing. Got to speak to some of those guys before. They're very self-critical though, this squad. Very, very self-critical. So it feels like every single game they've played, they've come off from it and basically are thinking to themselves, what can we change? What can we do different? So I feel like Nongshim should make it into the top 6 here. They seem to be very, very dedicated team when it comes to
वही पहले तो ये जोकर थोड़ा अलग खेलता था EA में और बढ़िया kills भी निकालता था. I don't know कि इसको क्या हुआ अचानक से. ये YG top 6 में आएगी या नहीं?
Some hope for Nongshim.
Oh, I mean, we saw them be the first team to smash it
Chicken is necessary because
of
game 2 ही match तो बचे हैं.
Ended up with the most points, but ended up getting second place because Nongshim Red Force won the last game there. Oh, nice shot there from Genfos. taking out A-King from Tianba. Now, Tianba have had a great day so far, so not crazy amount of a worry, but they are going to lose that player early on.
Possible ही नहीं है बचना.
I actually like that. I think that's a smart move from Tianba.
Possible ही नहीं है
It's an
बचना.
unfortunate circumstance, but the right move there for Tianba was to move, right? It sounds obvious,
Possible
but
ही नहीं है.
still, they instantly send over towards that northeast side.
हिंदी डबिंग में नहीं देखेंगे भाई, हिंदी में देखेंगे तो वो नजर लगा देते
Good
हैं.
pick up from RQ. They're waiting for that team to exit
Thank you,
from
Bislaji.
the warehouse. But for Tianba, they know that we can't stick around. We have to get further ahead here so we can set up for the late game. Yes, we go down to 3. Yes, it sucks, but this is the only way we can really play in.
A lot of these players want to continue to be playing here in the PUBG Mobile World Cup live here
भाई
in Paris,
RRQ ने
France. We can see Gen
जब
Boss
अभी
R2.
खेला
Okay,
था,
they're hunting him down, right? They say, hey, you know what? We got that elimination.
तब इनका
We have the
किस्मत
numbers. We're
बहुत
in a
अच्छा नहीं था, कहीं ना
4-3
कहीं
split
जाके
here. We
थर्ड
know
पार्टी
it's
रहे, बट
Tianba.
ये
We want
टारगेट
to
ही अभी
slow them
Tianba
down.
को कर रहे हैं.
And RRQ are looking to do it
Bro.
here. Pushing up close and personal.
Oh!
With the nade! Turning the tables! And he's doing this all by himself! It's the squad wipe! 1v4 from Milu!
What did we just witness? In a blink of an eye, RQ is just gone.
Bro, crazy bro.
They just wandered in and Tianba was having
1v4.
absolutely none of it. I'd say Tianba
गलत टीम
is
के पास
just
चले
Milu.
गए लगता है रश करने यार.
This guy went 1.5 miles for the rest of his squad.
एक बंदा मारा नहीं कि चल दिए इन पे Tianba पे.
Said you're gonna take out my teammate? Goodbye. Oh man,
भाई डायरेक्टली बारबेक्यू पहुंचा दिया.
All right, I guess good job, Milu. All right, good job. Let's get back to business here. Oh man.
ये जोकर बढ़िया, अरे बट ये जोकर के से थोड़ी गेम ऊपर ले आओगे सोलो प्लेयर से, टीम को भी तो खेलना है.
Let me go ahead and make sure we're all good. Okay, now it's time to get back to business. Now let that heart rate kind of get back to normal.
Yeah, I mean that's probably one of the quickest
भाई पागल हो गया
1v4s I have
1v4.
ever seen. Let's take a first-person replay on this one because
भाई what a
it's been
lovely
insane
nade.
RQ.
भाई
Honestly,
क्या
no smokes, no nothing.
खेला है भाई.
Oh, to be honest, you walking into the building like that was
Tumeshwari.
mega disrespectful. We have to say that. As a two-man, very easy nade. You could see it a mile off. But yeah, wonderful stuff from Milu. I think the craziest thing about that is the jump past the doorway into the S12K shots that came through, and then just the pure aggression. My guy was rabid going through that doorway.
And Milu, the man on
इनको लगा कि एक बंदा हमने मार दिया है तो
putting in that
Tianba
work.
पे
He's
ही
been doing
rush
it all
कर
day
देते
long
हैं.
for Tianba, you know, and it's plays like that that breeds so much confidence in you, your team.
बहुत confidence से
There's a
गए.
lot- I mean, I am that way.
वो confidence थोड़ा over confidence में change हो गया.
Sometimes when you do a play like that, I'm like, it's meant to be. We're gonna win this, dude. Like what else do you want?
Well, but that's the thing. I mean, I was thinking about it earlier that for Tianba,
वही तो एक प्लेयर उन्होंने नॉक फिनिश करा ना तो इसलिए
it's just confidence in that survival stage
over
to make
confidence
plays,
में
make those
चले
big
गए.
moments, because you know if you're not in that top 6 you're going home. You don't have that safety net anymore. If I'm not in top 5, at least I'm going to survival stage. So only 3 of us are going out. Everyone's
भाई
playing
इनके
very
क्या
scared
spray
at the
connect
moment.
होते
Now,
हैं
I do want to go back
bro.
to Tianba though,
Okay.
because when RQ was chasing them
Knock
in
finish.
quotation marks, Tianba was actually the
Knock
ones to re-engage.
finish.
They re-engaged back onto Longhouse, cut RQ off, almost goaded them into fighting them. I've never seen anything quite like it, honestly. And fair in that 3v4, it's sort of
first
worked.
game
Like, RQ showed them no respect walking into Longhouse.
Unreal. Vamos.
Vamos.
Let's get it going here. You know what? Speaking of going home, it was crazy. This is a little bit of a background, kind of what's going on here. You know, so many people. I mean, Paris has just been such a wonderful place to visit, to be here. These teams are so blessed and love it, right? And the thing is, some of these guys, their hotel rooms are literally booked until tomorrow.
Yep.
Okay, so it's if you make it, you stay here longer. If not, pack your bags. You're going home the next morning, right? So there's no messing around here. You know, this is by far been one of the most incredible stages, places I've had the personal pleasure of visiting, and these guys want to stay here a little bit longer. And you can see Furia.
यहाँ तो nade
Oh, it's some beautiful nades there onto KRX.
Red zone.
Waiting for the one to hit. Do they run out and make this play, though? That's the problem, is there's so many shots coming from all over the place.
Perfect.
Deadly, though. Hoxie gets caught.
And dude, there's some D-reg on that nade. Like, I think if that one pops just a little bit later, Hoxie's down. For good, at least.
Another deep nade. Oh, that's CRE down as well. So, Furia, they're hopping in the vehicle. They're going.
Oh no.
They want to finish this fight out.
Kill guy.
And that is Lufa actually stealing that elimination with the SKS.
Guy.
They actually make the drive. They're popping it down. Igor gets one and gets another, and that is KRX eliminated.
ये rush बराबर भी है, but
honestly,
AGL वाले पास में गया go.
AGL sending some nades on through. Will find the shot as well. This man is on a tear. He is an absolute tear. Igor has not stopped for a moment today.
Igor with a massive performance. I got the pleasure to see him and his beautiful girlfriend over there by the Eiffel Tower. And he was so stoked there. The love was in the air. And I think with her presence being here, this man is just looking unstoppable.
He's taking all the way. Revo.
No way. Don't do it. Don't do it.
He's baiting out the shots here. It's kind of an interesting one. See? Oh, here's him back off the angle. Oh, he's still confusing him, dude. This is crazy stuff. Finally makes it into the building. Good push in. Lost Carrillo a little bit earlier on. There it is. There's the Revo we know and love. No matter what the shotgun is, he's a master of it.
Hello, Faith boy.
Risky play, though, by the way. Dude, that's a straight
guys, फटाफट से like and subscribe करें जो भी हमारे channel पे नए हैं.
But sometimes it takes that, right? Sometimes it takes making those risks.
Couldn't wait. He couldn't wait though, right? You know, he's baiting off the window. He listens for the sound cue. Hears him back it off. Doesn't want to wait for them to reset up in those rooms.
Oh man.
आपको कुछ पता है बीजमे के बारे में? नहीं यार.
You can see Furia with a
मुझे कहाँ पता है? तुम्हें तो पता है.
A lot of central spaces are taken already. Wolves have a good spot here. They're one of those teams that desperately need a good performance. If they want to hold on and stay just a little bit longer here in Paris. And let's get this going. We are in the hillside between Los Leones and Impala. Where's the zone going to go, though?
मेरे channel पे
Up to the north. Okay, all right. So Furia locked in the middle. Tianba as well. Wolves have a position. And our previous champs, Young Galacticos, on the south side.
यार मुझे तो डाउट लग रहा है कि ये क्वालिफाई भी होगा कि नहीं अब. चलो आज का मैच तो ठीक है कोई नहीं. कल भी है. Maybe कल सब बिल्कुल ही change हो जाए वक्त तो जिस बात बदल जाए.
And then maybe swing round over towards 721 GS. Be far easier just to wrap him past Goat though. Goat's currently moving. Tianba were able to find themselves a decent building. These guys have they're just expanding in the lobby right now. This is very much a lot of pressure coming through from the squad. Furia took some risks. Igor's cancelled all those risks out fairly swiftly. Now they got Alpha 7 over towards their northern edge. I think a lot of teams just do not want to see this one move over towards that northwest side. Dopeness taking a bit of a gamble.
अरे भाई MK 14 चला दो कतई एकदम.
That's that MK. That Bob Barker bringing out here.
MK 14 बोलते.
Just gotta be a little bit conservative with that. That's one of the biggest things when it comes to Miramar. Resource management is so important. You gotta have that util towards the end game.
ऐसी MK 14 चलाती हूँ मैं. एक गोल ही नहीं लगती
by looting some boxes.
We get Skewin and looting. And the MK, it hurts. Shoot it as fast as you can click it. But I think for these moments where it's just pure situations where you want to get up in people's face, like when the shotgun would be very, very nice here.
क्या खा रही हो? मैंने नमक खा रही हूँ.
Moves out the way, will duck back down again. Look to take some shots over the top side though, but Claus will shut him down. The rest of the arena floundering a little bit. Schweppes immediately on those front lines, not able to stick up, and 10K next to fall here. The arena is getting brushed aside basically right now by Alula.
Quick with the quick thirst as well. The Thai squad in some trouble here. It's up to Joker. All by himself, 0 eliminations. Tries to put something on the points, on the board for his team. Quick's gonna throw that nade. That bounce does hit him up a little bit. Another piece of util. And Joker barely surviving that. And now that burn, baby, burn. That is E-Arena out.
Final 14
with 3 eliminations controlling the north side.
Alula
Furia A7 have chances of chicken, but let's see next circle will also decide the game. Bilkul.
Hoping they could go further in this game for E-Arena. They're sat in 5th place. They would love to add some more points to their tally. Not meant to be though.
7-1 to knock again.
They did swing over the top side of 721 GS. We're looking for those teams moving
ने
up
तो
from
पूरा
behind.
choke कर दिया इस बार तो GK भी choke कर गई पूरा.
2 down for this squad. This is a rough fight between the two
knock
of them.
finish हो गए भाई GK तो.
I don't know how he hits that shot, but he does. That's right from the center of the map. He is sending letters off to the very corners of Miramar.
Making it happen. QZ, 20-year-old Chinese superstar. He was the MVP of the Pubg Mobile Macau Invitational, even though they didn't end up winning it. It looks like Milu, though, is really performing so well. You know, that's hyping him up, saying, all right, it's time for me to start putting in some work as well. Next zone does pop. Tiamba are going to be in this next circle, so is Furia. Ooh, catch a break here, and they honestly need it. They've had a really rough day. They only have 2 players up, but they have a central position. Not the best one, though, because everybody's going to be looking right at them. It's going to be tough for them to get some eliminations. Maybe they can catch some steals. We'll see. But looking on the south side,
Scout by
not
भी
in zone. Goat gonna have to push on up. Yangon Galacticos right next to them.
Classic
Looks like this fight is
स्पॉट के साथ है एकदम जॉट तरीके से.
Yangon Galacticos, they did go for that reset at the moment. Go start to move up on through. Saycloud is
Miramar
completely out
कैसे
here.
map open हो गया?
Recover
कैसे
Smile
map open
earlier
हो गया?
on,
हाँ?
but as I said before, no one really wanted this with the head over towards that northwest side.
भाई
Sadly,
थोड़ा
it
सा
does. We'll see
हिंदी
just how
बोलो.
much it cuts in the near future, but it's going to become a very uncomfortable final
और ये ले
couple
पड़
of
गई.
zones. Smile, ducking,
बहुत
dodging
open.
as much as
वापस
you can.
से
Get
नॉक
behind the
इतना
vehicle at
नॉक
least.
क्यों हो
We'll
रहा
see
है?
if he does
जोन आ
get pushed
गया.
off the back of that one.
Yangon શું કરે છે તમે શું કરે છે? કઈક નોક કરેલા હે bro.
Top side now.
अरे भाई तो रशी कर गए.
About taking that engagement. Killer Joe
इस वाले में गोड भी अच्छा खेल रही है खैर. पहले उनका थोड़ा वो चल रहा था. सर्वाइवल में अच्छा खेल रहे हैं. तो वाइब हो गए. टीम ही वाइब हो गई.
Putting down that suppressive fire. He's got plenty of ammunition in the bank. It's time for him to
टीम
start
ही
using
वाइब हो
it.
गई.
Switching weapons over here. Very, very interesting as he's popping off some shots. 721 GS, you can see the look on their
721
faces.
GS वैसे टॉप बॉटम 3 में थे बट सर्वाइवल में ये भी अच्छा खेल रहे हैं.
For them.
Oops.
They are climbing up those leaderboards little by little. They're in 8th place right now. But they know now's the time to close
Buggy
the
is
gap
best for Miramar.
and win this game. They're on the edge of the circle.
मुझे तो
They're
लगता है
trying to
टाइम
hunt
आने
the
पे
spot
कोई भी
in
चीज
this next
बेस्ट
zone.
होती ही नहीं है.
Boostman.
सच
got the
बताओ
hate
तो
times.
कब क्या हो जाए
Hitting them
कुछ नहीं
lean
पता
beats.
चलता भाई. बग्गी के तो टायर फूट गए वहीं गेम खत्म.
The red dot, I mean, he is really mixing and matching.
आधा तो यही हो जाता
What
है.
kind of ranges he's working with? Gets a bit more ammo online. Force doesn't need to get picking up though. Nongshim Red Force sending down towards the south side. They picked up Force.
Oops,
Don't know
man.
if Goat's going to get too involved on this one, but Nongshim definitely looking for some more points. We'll re-knock him.
अच्छा जोन ले रहा है वैसे तो किलर ने. Outs.
Putting in that work here. And we see Rebel get a knock on the 721 GS. They're battling it out with them. They want this spot here on the east side. Heads up to Rian, all by himself. Rebel is ready to say, you know what? Let's not just run in blind. Let's use some of this util. Oh, but they do end up getting one player down. Got to be careful here. Another nade! Will barely survive it. Alpha 7 cannot afford to go down here.
Graham, looking to move from side. Great shot. Rebel walks directly into it. And now Alpha 7 in a spot above her. Good shot, though, coming out from Guizhou. Keeping the team alive in this moment. Alpha 7 needs another strong game. Good tag, but no flush, no knock. Here's the first aid.
No!
We'll keep the pressure on, and good stuff from Guizhou. An incredible clutch here. So important for Alpha 7.
Ooh, and there is Nongshim Red Force eliminated as Goat survive here. Fights happening all over the place. That was a huge break for the side of Alpha 7 and Goat. As
ऐसे ही चलाती हूँ मैं DBS.
full reset. You can see the frustration for some of these players
ऐसे
here.
ही DBS
As we are
चलाता
in the
हूँ.
second to last
Go,
match of day one. Only one more left to go, but this is a critical one.
Tiamba went down to 3 players much earlier in the game, and they're still kicking around down towards that southeast side. Furia also playing from.
हमारी जब डिफेंस चलती है उसमें से आवाज आती है गोम गोम.
Good work done. Igor, mate, Igor's is just unreal today. I do not know what's gone into him.
I know.
भाई बचा लिया.
Yeah, that twinkle in his eye yesterday. I'll tell you that right now. He said, you know what, baby? I'm gonna pop off tomorrow. And it looks like he is doing it. Silence has got that P90 as well. Furia looking rock solid here in the end game. Let's see how they're gonna be able to finish it out. They're currently in 3rd place. Trying to throw some util towards Alpha 7. Now it's a battle between the Brazilian Brotherhood here.
अरे नहीं लड्डू आ गया. कहीं गाड़ी से ना उतर जाए. अरे नहीं.
That Murado up close and personal, but Igor says no sir, not today.
Igor skates on the back of a vehicle. Now looks to send down another. Will be finally taken down, but Fury is putting in the work. Revo sent sky high by a nade, essentially shunted him further towards Fury in the situation. Nades planted inside the smoke. Obscures to send wide. Knows he can't do it now because he's getting shot at by so many separate squads. Sets up behind the trailer, but it's Aaron. But well-placed shot from distance to take the rest of Alpha 7 down. Not a bad result for them, but 8th place is not going to give you many placements overall.
They're going to put something on the board, and that's honestly what they need to do. They're currently in 4th place. That's going to be good enough. As long as you're in that top 6, that is all that matters. That's going to keep you in this tournament just a little bit longer. Tiamba, though, they're still in this game. Furia as well. It's a huge opportunity for them to start soaking up some points and make a big gap going into the last game.
I don't know, man. PUBG Mobile team seems to have blessed.
Hydra नहीं है. Hydra के मालिक तो खुद गॉडल में. Hydra तो खत्म भाई.
Yeah, absolutely. It feels like shining lights all around them. 777s.
They need it, honestly. I see Catch walking in here with a Band-Aid on his hand. He's like, you know what? I take all the breaks I can get, you know?
भाई ये तो एकदम सेंटर में है और
honestly.
They got a nice set
धक-धक हो रहा है और ऐसा लग रहा है कि इनके सिस्टम हैंग होने वाला है.
So they are dead center. Should be able to get some solid placement points. Who's going to win this game, though? That's the question. You got Dopeness up top. But with Dopeness so far,
अभी ऊपर में कैसे लेते हैं?
noise. They have the position. I think it's
इतने
time
में
for
तो
them to
मेरे को
start getting
streams
some
हैं पर
aggression
मार के
going as
10
this
बारी
next
चले
zone
गए.
does pop, and it's in the wide open field. And Ulf have the coverage here. Let's see what they can do with it.
Bro.
We'll see. I mean, it might be Tiamba time.
Are you
it
kidding
may
me?
actually be Tiamba time. As a 2-man, we'll see how Ulf can hold off these other squads, but it's
nice position.
The spot.
But
right? It is the spot. People see there's loot crates around it. You are going to see some big crashes coming in soon. And the first one is going to be gold.
Oh!
They want it. Can Ulf hold it? Scarface with the MG3. They got the weapons, but Killer Joe is up close and personal. But it is Ulf that is able to take him down. The duo putting in work.
Bro!
Wolves also looking over towards this location. Milu's going to swing wide down towards that southern edge.
दो प्लेयर ने वाइप कर दिए. 2v3 bro. 2v3.
Can Scarface make this one work? We'll stop short actually. The vehicle smoking, flames pouring out the front.
They get in the zone, that's all that matters, right? They got some coverage with their vehicles. Ulf now barely holding the spot. Are you kidding me? Ulf from the central position being so dangerous. Silence, you gotta move, bro. You gotta move. Ooh, barely escaping those nades. That hay bale coming in clutch. Finally, Silence able to put a little bit of suppressive fire. Knock on a Scarface.
That's the MG3 down right now. Might be the thing that saved him before, but it's not in play anymore. Molotov over the top. See if he can sink this one just about right. It's a little far. Might spread. Still taking some little shots here and there. Tiamba, in the meantime, were just backing off the Wolves, who have sent themselves crashing into Alula on the western side. Dopeness finally waking up, realizing that, guys, we've got to get a move on from this northern edge. We've got to control this.
Molly लग गई. गरम है.
Getting taken away by all these teams pushing in, but Dopeness getting it done finally. They are getting in the action. 5 eliminations for them. How many more are they going to try to get? Let's see. We got Tianba as well. They have been waiting.
भाई अभी तक सरवाइव कर रहे हैं और उसने नॉक भी दे दिया एक को. Confirm हो गया kill.
Scarface out. It's just Aaron up for the squad. Let's see what he can do.
Gorgeous little bouncer there for Ulf though. We expected way more out of this squad. They're currently on 21 points.
भाई अभी तक वो survive कर रहे हैं.
Very good depending on how many more teams do go down. Dopeness trying to split
अब नहीं लग रहा मेरे को survive हो पाएगा solo.
They're going to try and regroup and take the task over towards
4v1
on the Season side. Milu though trying to go for some shots. Won't quite tag on. The vehicle does get cut up in the process though.
भाई what is zone? क्या zone बनाया इन्होंने यार?
Tight look on the side of Milu. Milu has been on fire.
अरे क्या zone बनाया इन्होंने?
Tianba ने. Already in the bag. Be nice to continue with that and get this chicken dinner here and lock down that spot. The finals.
We said 20 points. 20 points was realistically what they were looking at for the last 2 matches of the day. Get up towards 80 and then it's super difficult to drop out. Aaron, the flames around him. Nade goes long. First one's a good knock over towards Silence here. Aaron's coming around the side, has to work with, but there's absolutely no way he's making it happen. Milu's been watching this the entire time. However, instantaneously, Tianba is looking to cause problems. They're trying to send nades down this way, clean out these players. They were able to get the res off. This nade goes a little bit too far to the side.
Furia now starting to loot up. Looks like they're really low on meds here. They would have been using them already if they had them. But now Eagle, he's got that nade. You gotta be careful here. All it takes is that one. It's looking pretty good.
Oh no, but बच गया.
A little
किसका chicken लग रहा है?
Overcooked there. Buggy now blown up.
अरे no.
What are you doing?
Milu bro, crazy.
Is just making it happen here from this angle and just tearing Furia apart.
It's the Milu QZZ show right now. Another nade, look to send it through and towards the middle. It certainly has been Tianba time today. And I don't think we're stopping the clock just yet. Igor underneath.
Oh, bro, what a lovely
Milu
spray.
tries to regroup the rest of the team. Not a possibility. Speaker will
knock
find them.
finish. Knock
That
finish.
angle was absolutely deadly, and now the openness from that northern edge. They're going to start to spread out on this one. It's the right call from them. Plenty of little bits of hardcore to play from that northern side. They can continue to squeeze these two teams now.
Eagle trying to pop up, make something happen with that M4. Lufa with that disgusting angle on that tractor.
Bye guys, let's go. फटाफट से like and subscribe करिए और बताएं भाई किसका chicken है chat.
Dopeness had the angle. Studio is dead stuck in the spot. And just avoiding these nades. All those vehicles coverage is just working out so well for them. And QZZ forced to inch up little by little. And getting punished there by Kenji.
Kenji will take down QZZ as well as Eagle from distance. Now Furia, a lot of work to do here. Eagles, who has been a man on a mission to impress today. Now looking to do it again here, but there's only 2 players left. Dopeness on 9 eliminations. Nade goes long, will knock. He finds the first. We'll go for the push on this one. Every single point counts, and Egos will find at least one more at the end of the game. But it's Dopeness from the north side to take the win.
कहाँ से अचानक से chicken dinner लेकर आए?
Relief. These guys popping off, they deserve that chicken dinner.
And this could be
the start of their run towards the finals. Let's get it going. Dopeness, man.
अच्छा हुआ फ्यूरिया का नहीं आया. अगर फ्यूरिया का चिकन आता तो ऊपर होते और.
That is how you get it done.
Yeah, honestly, Furia is looking good today. This is the Furia we expected and wanted whilst watching inside the groups. It's a tough game. That's a tough game to play there. I think they worked out well. They had some of the zone towards the early on portions of the game. Going on Tianba, they kept it cool. I think they kept it very, very cool. I like the Egos. Honestly,
Bye. बढ़िया गेम रहा यार. बढ़िया गेम रहा. मस्त एकदम. चॉपनेस. मेरे को तो लग रहा है इनका पहला ही चिकन है, मतलब पूरे ओवरऑल अभी तक.
What a set of just bold play after bold play that worked out. And it's great to see. I think Milu is feeling.
फ्यूरिया ने कम से कम अपनी सेकंड पोजीशन तो कंफर्म करके ही रखी.
This guy is looking too good. That 1v4 was ridiculous. This is the Tianba that you know, Max and I saw
Milu.
during
The name is Milu.
PMMI PUBG Mobile Macau Invitational, and then come group stage, we're like, what is going on? We're talking to each other, being like, this is not something that we have seen from them. They're playing it so passive, not looking confident at all. And then finally, in the survival stage, this is what we've been expecting. This is what we've been waiting for, and they are performing as expected.
For Dopeness, there's not been a whole lot of highlights from this team so far. I mean,
मैं PMWC देख के एकदम डॉग की तरह खेलने लगा हूँ.
survival stage, but this is kind of the major moment for them, right?
डॉग का तो कमबैक लास्ट के दिन में आया था. Godel already qualified those. Godel already qualified. कितनी बार qualify करवाओगे उनको? ये survival stage के matches चल रहे हैं.
Slowly coming from the north side, completely kitted, completely looted, and then just finish the game from there. We need to see a little bit more from Dopeness going forward, but this is the first step on their journey to get in towards that top 6.
Yes, it is indeed. So, I mean, it's a perfect timing to do it as well. We still got one more game here on the day, 6 more matches left tomorrow, and these teams that are, you know, in the top 6 minus, you know,
ये लोग तो I don't know क्या खेल रहे हैं, कुछ भी rush कर रहे हैं.
You gotta be able to make it happen if you want to make it to those.
कुछ भी rush कर रहे हैं. नहीं noob नहीं हुआ, मैं serious नहीं खेलता. Gameplay. आज तो मैं जाऊंगी ट्रेनिंग ग्राउंड में, उससे क्या होगा? गेम तो वही रहेगा जो है. उससे क्या होगा? ट्रेनिंग ग्राउंड में कहाँ से नॉक होगी? वहां चिल्ला रही होगी मेरा ये बंदा कंफर्म करो, मेरा ये बंदा कंफर्म करो, अरे इसको कंफर्म कर दे, वहां पे एक नॉक है, भीम वहां पे एक नॉक है, अरे भीम मोटा भीम है क्या, वहां एक नॉक है भाई, मार दे इसको, मार दे, मार दे, जा जा ना.
Now, one of the cool things that popped up here in week 6 is this new PUBG mobile booth in collaboration with Naruto. We just did a live segment here, so we've got everybody still hanging out, but you guys need to come check this out if you are hanging out at our venue, because it's kind of one big game. The more that you interact with this booth, the more cool prizes you could potentially go home with. We have cosplayers. Show them over there.
Whoa.
We've got a chicken hanging out, ready for some photos. Apparently Dawood is running around.
वो chicken मुझे भी चाहिए.
And you want to come by, take some photos here, because at the end of it all,
वो देखो पीछे निंजा भाग रहा है. अलग ही लेवल, दुनिया में अलग ही दुनिया का.
Naruto t-shirts. You see Dawood in the headband, who is really tiring himself, making sure he.
ये बहुत एक्टिंग करते हैं मेरा. हाँ ठीक है, एक्टिंग करती हूँ, लेकिन वो ऐसा झुका हुआ फूल क्यों है? I'm all good. Dayanand, thank you so much for your lovely 40 super chat. Big fan. क्या हाल चाल? क्या हाल चाल आपके? केडी बढ़ाऊंगी, लेकिन वो वहाँ पे थोड़ी बढ़ा पाएगी. कैसे बढ़ाएगी ट्रेनिंग में बेचारे? ट्रेनिंग में थोड़ी होता है. भाई अब लास्ट मैच रह गया है. लास्ट मैच और टॉप 6 आज के आप लोग के सामने आ जाएंगे. एक बढ़िया गेम तो खेलना ही पड़ेगा रेड फोर्स को और एरिना वालों को. आ गई छुटकी. अच्छा
think you guys have to remember that they actually clawed their way out of the bottom 3 to be in the survival stage. Yes, Max, kind of a gifted zone for them, I must agree, but also, yeah, their way that they defended that, especially with 9 eliminations, like this is something that they're obviously desperately wanting to hold on to, but when they are gifted those zones, they control it, which is something massive that I love seeing from Team Dopeness, and of course, that was the same kind of team we saw in the last kind of matches in our group stages, so I mean, it is deserved.
Yeah, for Dopeness though, just quick reminder, it's not about not being in the bottom 3, it's about being in the top 6 here at survival stage if you want to be able to get a chance to actually go to finals. Quick guess, who's going to be the MVP?
Milu?
Hey, Milu indeed with the 6 elements. And honestly, with the way he's performing, we'll get a chance to do some predictions once again towards the end of the day. But I wouldn't be surprised if that man is going to be none other than the MVP of the day. But let's look at the match ranking. Dopeness there with 21 points. Happy to see that.
Furia
was able to have a hell of a match here as
फिर
well.
भी यार प्लेसमेंट पॉइंट तो लेके चले गए थे इनबा वाले बढ़िया है
It was controlled, it was methodical, it was really nice to see them come through. We're going to get a replay in a little bit where I really want to break down a play that they made, but their timing was impeccable. And you know, any critique that I've had of them is that they're just playing too slowly for this lobby. It's worked in the past, but just not here. And here you can see some of the replays coming on through here, you know, up against Ulf, up against Tiamba. They were caught between Tiamba for the longest time. Them and A7 able to really pull up a really nice front of defense against them. And you know, here we are going to see Tiamba have a great high ground and be able to take out Furia 1 by 1. That is them for the 3rd place, but just a really good play overall from Furia this game. Very happy with it.
भाई बढ़िया खेल रहा है इनका ये
Continuing
प्लेयर
on that consistency that we've seen throughout the day, I was
उसके बाद उतर गया
ATL from China to actually end up performing well, Max. That is not the case right now, and we're not going to talk about it because that is two squads that I'm pretty sure, 100% sure we have in our predictions. So our predictions are sucking, my friend.
I actually have all gamers in my predictions and not Tiamba.
I should have checked your predictions before I did my predictions.
Okay, but now looking at the final moments here, Higor, what an absolute banging moment. I think you might actually talk about one of Higor's plays this game. He's been an absolute menace, him and Milu in particular, putting on an absolute clinic this game. I was loving it. Good times.
I want to do something that we used to do in the past, Max. And I want you to look at the camera. And just tell me why Alpha 7 was pissing you off that last match.
Oh my goodness. Why are you guys pushing one by one? I'm going to get really close. Can we get... I'm going to... Yeah. Oh, that was too good. Why are we pushing one by one? It's 2026. They should not be happening anymore. And they all push onto Higor or Furia. I am very confused as to what's going on because Alpha 7, we know they're a good team. They can do the clutches. But so are the other teams, right? Especially your Brazilian brethrens in Furia. What a misplay. That was one of the biggest throws of the tournament outside of
International भी रोज ही खेलती हूँ अपनी lobby में.
At the beginning of the day, I was talking about how they ended up benching Obscure. That is not the case anymore.
कैसे हो? All good, you say, Suraj.
That we did. Obscure is playing again, so I'm not sure what ended up happening there. If maybe the pressure was getting to the 17-year-old substitute player that they have here, but it's the core squad.
Yeah, it is the core squad. We're starting to see core squad things happening, except for the 1x1, because what was that? I'm also annoyed about it because they're usually so good about that. We saw that earlier in that game, right? Revo using the window animations. Yes, using the window animations to really try and spawn, you know, and try and get that information. He was doing a great job. He got some eliminations. They're moving through the building really well.
सांस ले ले बहन सांस ले ले
हाँ we've done enough for this game now. We got enough points. It's fine. It's like, no, you had a good position. Why? Stop it.
Stop it. Stop it.
सांस ले ले
I got school. For some of the other stuff, I know we had some clips that we wanted to see a replay of, and it was this one right here because Milu, my goodness, Milu.
1v4. This 1v4 was it.
Instantly with an 8, but then using the door frame to try and create a mini 1v1 in that scenario, and he's actually on fire.
This 1v4 was it.
What a beautiful play with that, especially that opening grenade.
Yeah, so nice, and these opening grenades are also great.
Hello, Adul. What's up?
A rough spot here. Furia coming in, bouncing those nades up. What I love about this is they wait for those nades to get them really low. They know
कितने मैच बचे? लास्ट मैच है
getting rid of that health.
बस एक लास्ट मैच बचे
instantly. Well, in a minute, instantly they're going to be pushing forward, right? Get another nade, get
try and get some extra
damage, and then they come.
अरे मैं अभी रात को स्ट्रीम करने आ नहीं पा रही हूँ ना. मतलब वैसे तो मैं कर ही रही थी, कल थोड़ा सा ब्रेक लिया था.
they're not going around because 721 is over there.
और अभी तो वो वैसे भी रैंक पुश कर रहे हैं. कल मैं वैसे तो मैं डेली उनकी स्ट्रीम पे आती हूँ.
They come on through, make that play come through, get the knock, get the win.
भाई यहाँ पे ये चारों बच गए.
And then they're actually going to keep.
उसने बहुत बढ़िया AJL को सपोर्ट कह रही हो स्पॉट किया. बहुत बढ़िया स्पॉट किया.
Very very excited about that.
Yeah, I just want to sort of add on. It's just the Furious special.
75 पे पहुंच गए, but इनको बस अभी आराम से खेलना है.
Going to clear their threats. Yes. And that is what they
But top 8, guys, डॉपनेस ऊपर आ गया एक चिकन लेते ही. Top 8 पहुंच गया, ज्यादा डिफरेंस है ही नहीं.
They are able to stick together.
अब इनके में कोई डिफरेंस ही नहीं है. अगर गीके ने एक चिकन निकाले तो एकदम ऊपर है, पूरा ऊपर है. ज्यादा डिफरेंस ही नहीं है, bro.
Place, 8th place, and I'm pretty sure when we end up going towards the next page,
ये लास्ट मैच बहुत कुछ डिसाइड करेगा अभी. कल का दिन तो है ही है, बट आज का लास्ट मैच बहुत कुछ डिसाइड करने वाला है.
13th place, Max. Everything, even 14th place, everything is so close they could end up changing within one match.
सब close हैं.
To notate on the last match, 5 out of the 7 teams that were still alive towards the end were teams that were towards the bottom of top 10. They need to make sure they start responding here. A party, and whoever ends up in first place of survival stage is going to end up crushing your keys.
Yeah.
Ladies and gentlemen, let's set the scene for those of you who may not quite know what is at stake right now. We've got $3 million on the line and a chance to immortalize yourselves in the Esports World Cup history books as champions of PMWC. Now, tomorrow, just 6 teams will have the opportunity to step into the finals, where the other 10 teams, if this will open, it apparently will not. That's okay. The other 10 teams will have their keys destroyed by this stunning crusher. Look at that right there. Now, imagine what it would feel like to have the only remaining intact key, whilst the 10 remaining teams... There you go. There she is. Now you get to see this beautiful crusher before it chomps on those keys tomorrow. Now imagine what it would feel like to have that remaining intact key whilst all of your other opponents have their keys destroyed, like this one right here. Now, it's almost time for our final map of day 1 of the survival stage, and some of our teams really
Anny दी अपने मैच है 14 से start है finals.
And into the finals. And so with that being said,
14 से.
Masters, let's go over to you for our final map of day 1 of the survival stage. Let's do this.
That's right. Sometimes you gotta warm her up before she gets going, and I'll tell you what, some of these teams are looking red hot. Finally, right? Tianba, these guys are looking so good. Dopeness are finally getting red hot here after that chicken dinner, but we got one match left here. This is
भाई कैसे पकड़ा देख, bro, घुस गया अंदर ही.
A lot of these other teams right here, they've also got a lot of anxiety, so we're all good. We're all good.
That's right.
But we're heading in towards our final match here. Tianba, they all look very happy with the way this is played out. Milu is laughing, and so he should be. I mean, that last game was just an unreal result. And it does show you exactly what confidence can do for your team, momentum can do for your team.
Kalana.
Another point sponge. We had Vitality, now we got Tianba. It is making these final days just so rough. As we head into day 2 of survival. But this is the final game of the day today. Let's see if any team can kind of differentiate themselves from that tight-knit pack towards the center and maybe live it large up there with Tianba. Maybe not quite as large because Tianba's on a table of their own.
Let's get into it right here. I mean, Milu has really been the all-star today, making some crazy plays. We saw him with the 1v4. We saw him hitting the crazy shots with those off angles. And now at the last game here for day number 1. Let's see if that could continue on here. Looking at the leaderboards, yeah, Tianba on top, 75 points. Yeah, these guys are pretty much a lock for the finals. I think we can say comfortably. But pretty much everybody else, it's still anybody's game here. Dopeness pushed themselves up into a good spot with 30 points and 8. If they finish strong here, we could definitely see them leave until tomorrow in the top 6. Now, looking on down, I'm going to really put the top 10 into the hot seat. I think this is a big game for them. because tomorrow those last 2 matches are going to be straight chaos. There's going to be teams doing everything and possible.
And anything.
So, and literally everything. So desperate to try to put up points that it's going to not be a typical game of PUBG Mobile. So the time is now. The time is now to make it happen. We got a pretty disgusting southern playing path here. But you got to be able to adapt. Got to make it happen no matter what.
Yeah, definitely right. But you're right, down towards 10th and below, it's getting tough. For AGAL as well as KRX, these are the teams that need to have a strong map here. Everyone else is sort of around that 20-point mark, where tomorrow it's possible after your first round, if you get a big win, you can send yourself up towards that top 6 territory. For AGAL as well as KRX, they need some points now to allow them to have a springboard tomorrow. Otherwise, it is starting to look a little bit dangerous. And I didn't expect this from KRX, honestly. I think that KRX is a good team. It has some pretty strong players on side.
थोड़ा सा भाई थम जा सांस ले ले
This is happening right now for them, because this is not a case of just having
close तो है yes
like this has been throughout the majority of the tournament, just not able to get the
तुमने वो
momentum on
देखा
board.
एनएस
And we've
कहाँ
given
लूट
Alpha
करने
7
गई
a lot
है
of grief, but at least they've been able to get themselves
जहाँ
towards
पे मैं बोल रही थी
top
यहाँ का
3
जोन आ जाएगा तो
consistently.
मजा आ
They
जाएगा
have been
वहाँ
able
पे
to close
एनएस
out
का
games.
ड्रॉप है
For
ब्रो
KRX, it feels like we have never really got that engine started.
ब्रो वहाँ पे एनएस का ड्रॉप है
I mean, that's the crazy thing about this game and this format, this tournament in general. Someone's got to be at the bottom, right? We got serious names here. Still, KRX 9 points is a big question mark. It's like, what happened? 9? You know, like, okay, if we saw the bottom of the tables and there's only a few points gaps, you know, like, yeah, I mean, it is what it is. But 5 matches, only 9 points.
इनकी तो लूट हो गई.
Not good at all. Hopefully we can see them make something happen here. And
drop है उनका हाँ drop तो है उनका मेरे को नहीं पता था.
You kind of start counting them out a little bit.
Absolutely,
I
agree. I think for AGAL, there is a tiny hope tomorrow if they don't do well here. But for KRX, it's just feeling like it's not going to be the case. And these teams absolutely do need themselves a lucky spin.
Yes.
Which you can find here with us at the 2026 PMWC at EWC.
फटाफट से like और subscribe हो जाए.
Sets, the one you see on screen right now that a lot of players are currently using for this year's PMWC at EWC. So really cool stuff. Make sure you get in game, because we all need a lucky break, but I would say AGAL as well as KRX need a bigger one.
Right, they need one of those Alpha 7 blessings that we saw a little bit earlier, right? In Erangel, they need a good, solid circle to help them out here. But the thing is that you got to make your own luck in these kind of tournaments. You got to be able to make it happen regardless of the situation. Another team I want to see more out of, we haven't really talked about them a lot, is Yangon Galacticos, our previous champions here, last year's champs. They have a beautiful skin in game that you guys got to go check out as well. We got to see them rock it the other day, and I got to say, probably one of the most insane fits jerseys. That classic traditional Myanmar fit is gorgeous, and I want to see them rocking it in the finals. So let's see if they can get things heated up here. They're in 13th place, 22 points, not in the worst position, right? One good game here, and we can see them all the way up to 3rd place, okay? It's just the longer they wait, the worse off they are.
I would say the only 2 consistent teams so far have been Furia as well as Tiamba today. Those are the only 2 teams that have really caught my eye. Everyone else in this top spot towards like the top 8, they've had good games here and there. I think Nongshim Red Force maybe has had like a little bit of a better day when it comes to just consistent results. But yeah, towards that top side, Furia, Tiamba, that's the 2 names that everybody's lips at the moment.
Top 3 से नीचे वाला जितना भी है ना,
with the ancient charm
सबका ऐसा है कि एक बढ़िया गेम, मतलब इनका ये वाला बढ़िया गेम गया ना सब top 3 पे.
Earlier today, it was a really good interview. Not only did we get to hear from him about how he's feeling in game right now, but how much his life and his team's life has been changed by winning at EWC, because it is life-changing money here and life-changing recognition and reputation gained from winning such an illustrious tournament. So for Yangon Galacticos, I think that the biggest takeaway I had from that interview was that he mentioned the pressure.
Yeah.
The pressure was on. The pressure is real here. Going towards survival stage, I'd imagine some of the pressure is a little bit off. We didn't go out in group stage. That would probably be the worst thing that could have happened to them. They got through to survival stage now. Yes, they need to shore some things up. They still have one more game to prove themselves and a whole 6 tomorrow.
भाई उसने गोली चला दी तक इधर आए ना बढ़िया था ये.
Galacticos, I don't think they've had the craziest play so far, but I won't ever say they're completely out just yet because despite everything, they're still putting up points.
For sure. I mean, and I think that's the right mentality for this team. I mean, all it takes is a good couple situations, and we know
guys,
they can pop
फटाफट
off,
से
put a
like and
20-point
subscribe
game
करें
and
and free वाली jewel send कर दे जिनके पास भी हैं.
I
Let's
want to
go.
see them do it. I want to see them back in the finals. I
दो
think
यार.
that they are a rock
तुम्हें तुम्हारे
solid
वाले की
team.
कसम.
That pressure is tough though. It's the hardest thing, and it's. I talked to some of these guys who have been in these moments. They've been in these games for years now, right? So you think that they'd be used to it. But even after talking to Risha, like, man, it's still hard. You know, your heart still races the same. You just maybe you're a little bit more understanding of it because it's not a new experience, but it's still so difficult to deal with. So when you see players like Milu do a crazy 1v4,
Zone depend करेगा
that
अभी
really
तो.
gets your team going, and you just kind of
क्या है क्या नहीं.
galvanize your squad and capitalize after that kind of play.
नहीं देखा.
But you know, we're in the last match of the day. Tomorrow's going to be a wild because so many teams are going to be just desperate all the way towards the end to continue their stay here in Paris, as this has just been an amazing place to be in. The pinnacle of esports is here. And man, it's good to see Feudy up here. Question.
Okay.
Which name up top? Any of those names that you see up top surprise you so far?
Right now, I would say that, to be honest with you, the only real team that does surprise me towards that top side, probably GK. I think this team has had like pretty cool performances in the past, but not sort of a third place team that I was expecting. I think they can do more though. I do think this team's got more in the tank left remaining for us. I think that they surprised us in multiple tournaments beforehand as well. So what I'm hoping is that GK can maybe have another good game, stay in that top 6 side, because realistically, I don't think they were on many people's like top prediction lists, and I think that they're kind of playing into how we had Yangon Galacticos last year.
Yeah, and I think
ये जो
that,
survivals में गए हैं उनके
something
matches है
definitely
इंडियन
happened
टीम
in the
अपन
day
भी
off
qualify हो
because
चुकी
I agree with you. I think out of all those names, hold on real quick. Southern shift on down to Los Leones. We're gonna see another crazy urban finish. That would be wild to finish things off for the day. You can see teams quick fast now, immediately, right now, moving down south, not wasting any time. Not a little later. Immediately.
Yeah, immediately. Right now.
Right now.
We're not waiting around. We're ascending down. The migration is real. I mean, it's always awkward having to move down from that north side as well. Past La Bandita, talked about it before. Minas Generales. Awkward rotational paths for some of these squads. Fury, on the other hand, they can kind of slip in towards that south side. They are rotating alongside with Nongshim Red Force. Tiamba, though, they like to play down here anyway. They went for a central position.
Guys, फटाफट से like and subscribe कर दें जो भी हमारे channel पे नए हैं. Let's
and they can set up their vehicles very fast and
subs
start to
Come
be
on,
on the
guys.
lookout, be on the overwatch for some of these other squads as they make their way in. However, it's actually our to take down Milu. That is surprising.
That's a huge finish. I mean, that is the star of today, right? I mean, the uncrowned king of the survival stage going out early here, and you can see Solus getting those thirsts. Players, now you can see just an extra little bit of sharpness in these shots. They know there's no time to waste here. Last game of the day, we got to make it happen if we want to continue our dreams here in Paris, France.
It is amusing though to me that RRQ pretty much went out of their way there. They were like, we've got to find Milu. We've got to take Milu out.
Where is he?
Because if Milu's in the lobby, we're scared, we're worried. We do not want that kind of pressure. So a bit of revenge, you know. Redemption, almost. Get him out in the first 10 minutes of the game and never have to experience another 1v4 again. It's not possible versus Milu, at least at this point in time.
Oh yeah, because if Milu's there, he could elim you. And you do not want that. You do not want to go back to the lobby here. So Tiamba are going to go for the rest of this match with a 3-man. They do have a spot in this next circle, but with this zone is pretty scary here because I mean it could always hard shift down straight to Los Leones. That'll be a wild game to see if that's the case. Young Galacticos are going to be doing a beautiful wrap all the way down to the south, most likely hitting that Los Leones urban side. Everybody else just trying to set up a position here.
Survival points भी नहीं ले पा रहे, last तक जा भी नहीं पा रहे हैं.
QGZ up on the roof, just trying to keep away. Oh no, QXCZ getting knocked there and beat up as well. So, oh my God, dude. Are you kidding me?
Those shots onto Benny is just demonic going through from QXC. Unbelievable stuff. Now from RQ. Underneath, just get absolutely obliterated by Hoxie.
इसने तो मेरी तरह ये aim खोल दिया.
Moves through the window, bold maneuver, Terra down. Lepar, as per usual, kind of picking up the slack here for RQ.
Benny throwing in the nade. He makes sure that his teammate is eliminated by his own nade. Benny, though, with the pub shotgun, trying to find some angles here. He's low on HP. He's got to be picture perfect. Jump shot to the QBZ. He's not going to do it. And that is KRX out of there in last place. The worst case scenario. Tomorrow, if they want to make it happen, have to just
survival stage में भी same 6-12 match ही होंगे.
They weren't in a good position. If they were to have a bad game here, it is miracles that need to happen tomorrow to get them in. Very unfortunate for the squad. Not what was expected from a team that tenure-wise has had great success over the years. Feels like survival stage might just be the final hurdle for them. They just could not get over. We'll lock back in with the next circle that does move down towards the south side. It is torn between Los Leones and the northern edge up towards the roadside. We've got some of the hills in play still. A lot of teams don't really want to be playing over towards the northwest. Alpha 7 would like to get a little bit further into this one. Dopeness, on the other hand, they're happy to wait. It worked out for them one time. We'll see if it works out for them again.
7-1 to go.
And they could definitely use it for sure. Because this one is pretty dang close.
Top 6
The zone is starting to close. You got Young Galacticos wrapping that south side. Aula is quite close to them here, though. Let's see if they are going to end up meeting each other. SayCloud now finally being able to get into this next circle.
Yeah, definitely feels like Yangon Galacticos have been casting out a big net here for Alula. They're in the way. They do not want their 180 being exposed as they move in towards Los Leones. Some of the more teams they can take out. So they continue to hunt out this squad. Marnet, as well as SayCloud, playing in front right now. Have to get it up the hilltop. Alula stops short, takes a quick break, takes a breather, playing inside the concretes. While Smile continues to provide that information back. They're going to have to move eventually, though. They can't stick around here forever.
Like, guys, come on. This is stage 3. There's plenty of room here. We can all be friends on the south side of Los Leones. And it looks like that's what Young Galacticos are going to do. They're going to hold on to this building here and say, see you later, Alula. We'll deal with you later. But, oh, Solana getting a knock onto GK. We see that happening in the feed. GK. Again, we were talking about teams that were a little bit of a surprise. I mean, yeah, seeing them at the top, I think is a really, really exciting thing for them. You know that their team has to be pumped up going into this one. Those of you guys tracking all the incredible things that are happening here at the Esports World Cup. We see some updates from Glitter. And I know GK is one of those orgs that really needs to have a good performance here. They want to see their team in the finals. I was wondering if maybe they had a little extra pep talk with them and say, guys, we need you to get there. All right, let's make it happen.
Yeah, that added a bit of pressure. That always works. That really does help the team out.
Yeah, I mean, it would work for me. You know, usually I'm at my peak performance if I have at least 2 women yelling at me during the day.
Yeah.
That's when I'm really pushing myself.
I think for Yangon Galacticos, it's a weird one. They did cast the net, but they essentially just gave the northern rotate to Alula and have banked on this ending in Los Leones. I feel like this is a bad trade.
Yeah,
not the best. We got like a holographic.
Look at the hype, man. I mean, I love Alpha 7 fans. Look at hype. They felt the pressure coming as Carrillo making them happy here, making them dance a little bit extra here, doing that salsa as Carrillo getting that elimination is going to open things up a little bit.
मैंने तो top 6 team already बताई थी, but उसमें से काफी team नीचे ही हैं।
But Quizal with that knock on Alufa. Time to hop in that vehicle. It's time to get moving. The fight has begun. Ding, ding, ding. Quizal looking to finish it quickly.
Whoa!
Quizal very low here. Goodness me, has to drop out the vehicle. And we'll just let it roll past him once he gets the first aid kit off. Though does move on towards the northern side. Wonder how much of this they have heard. Dopeness. Again, the waiting strategy didn't not work out this time around. They had to move. And I'm glad that Alpha 7 did something. I think you have to congratulate them for that fact, because this is the big complaint we've had for a long, long time. Finally, they clear out some space for themselves. Great news. Now they can play in towards the south side and hopefully play a little bit further into the south side later on.
Hey, Alpha 7 crowd, I know you are in here. I want to start hearing some old school cheerleading chants, right? Be aggressive, be aggressive. That's what we need to see from Alpha 7, because when they do, man,
Wait, where did you throw that nade from? That was like nestled perfectly in his lap.
You like heard the click of the nade before it popped on
Let's go
him.
guys यार, फटाफट से like and subscribe करें जो भी हमारे channel पे नए हैं. Let's go.
Now for Dopeness, that's where they'll be cut short. Down to 14 teams, 50 players still left alive here. Alpha 7 still taking it a little bit slow. Smoke's going down. They've got Furia down towards their south side. Can certainly play off the back of that.
Come on, Zone. Go
भाई
south.
ध्यान अच्छी जगह
Let's just
है.
go crazy here.
कोर्ट ने भी अच्छी
Full-fledged
पोजीशन ले
urban
रखी है, वहाँ
finish.
से
Can you
बढ़िया
imagine?
एंगल आएगा.
That would be wild. Furia wouldn't like that. Let's see if the zone does surprise everybody here, as it is just about to pop. Where are we going? Oh!
Zone तो है भाई.
Yangon Galacticos,
इसका zone तो है.
they're a little lucky, right?
Yeah.
भाई
They're a
इसका
little
zone
lucky.
तो है.
They do get themselves a lovely central spot here and one of the good
पूरा
buildings to play in, as you do
loss
heading
में
up towards
चलेगा.
those really awkward circles where they line up. But now, Alpha 7, we got to get out the building. We're going to get in vehicles. We have to move.
Not finish.
Yuck. Similarly as well. I know, disgusting. Not fun. Not enjoyable. Jumba, however, tearing Ulf apart. They have lost Eagle and Milu at this point, but Tiamba has been a consistent threat inside the lobby. Shame that they moved over towards the northern side. I think it was the smart choice. I don't really want to start in an urban area, especially Los Leones, because it is so massive. And getting out of it can be a bit of an awkward mission.
Yangon Galactical Smile actually gets a knock onto QZZ.
कोर्ट तो बढ़िया जगह है, but
See if he
इनके
ends up getting
kills
the
नहीं
thirst.
निकल रहे ना.
Yes, we're waiting for that to happen in the elimination feed. Catch getting knocked by
ध्यान
Nongshim
को
Red
तो
Force.
अगर मर भी जाएगा तो
Now you
उनको
got
कोई इतना
Joker, the
टेंशन ही
Thai
नहीं
team
है.
of Arena. Just again, so shocked
But
that
एक
they're
होता है
even
ना,
here
पहले
in the
दिन
first place. They
अच्छे
had
से
a record-breaking
स्पे गैप में लेके
rondo.
जाए.
39 total points
अरे
and still
lol.
weren't able to make it into the finals directly. So now they're here in 7th place. They're
Finally
right there
Joker
on
ने
that
मारा
cutoff.
तो.
Gonna go ahead and get even closer to that 6th place position with that elimination there. Right below the likes of Nongshim Red Force. So easy, gets a knock on
Guys
the
यार
obscure
फटाफट से
from
like
Alpha
and
7.
subscribe कर दे जो भी
And the
हमारे
fights
channel
are
पे नए
really
हैं.
starting to
Let's
ring
go.
up here as teams are just trying to find a position in this next zone.
Yeah, Alpha 7 plays up towards the silos, tries to get a bit of high ground to work with, to watch down towards a lot of these other teams. Should be very resible here for Obscure 2. They've got RQ underneath them. Nade plays should go well. I mean, Carrillo has full broadside on this, just doesn't want to expose himself to other angles from within the city. That's not a bad position to kind of stepping stone from, potentially. You've got Fury coming in from that western side.
Unbelievable.
Egos is taken down by Alula at distance. This is hard though. You're going to have to stop off right now. A lot of smokes were already invested. Egos is going to need to be rezzed. Delaying the push in. Revo's down again.
Can't be getting knocked. Oh,
Not
and
finished.
thirsted by
Hard fighting.
Baton. So the Wolves stealing that elimination. Now Carrillo says, okay, this is the angles I needed. Yeah,
मैंने पहले ही बोला था अगर क्यों ऐसी जगह पर है जहाँ
This is a
पे
really bad position.
मतलब नेट मॉली से वो वाइप
Fortunately
हो
for them,
सकते हैं.
though, there's so many other
Easy.
teams right above, forcing Carrillo to not be able to make some plays. He finds an angle, though, puts some pressure, immediately
तो
pops
need
back
भी
on
नहीं
over,
है.
and now Fudia are going to get the mix here. Fudia with the push on RRQ, getting popped out of these vehicles. They're getting punished here, but they do end up taking out RRQ. But is Alpha 7 going to get in there? Yeah, Carrillo steals an elimination.
Yeah, this is exactly what they need. I mean, Carrillo's been doing a good amount of work here, waiting for the rest of his team to recuperate, revitalize. Revo's completely down now. Ayala underneath with Igor's.
मर गई RRQ तो.
Trying to get him back up on his feet. Realistically, for Alpha 7, they want to slip down towards this location so they can continue to play things out. Sidelines are a bit awkward. Get out the vehicle, confirm the flush.
Oh no, Guizao ends up getting knocked here. Carrillo gets popped back and forth. Ayala doing a great job
मुझे तो नहीं
of
लग
just
रहा
continuing on that
कि
pressure. Looks like it is a 2v2 situation now.
survive
Carrillo and
होगा.
Obscure
क्या
versus
Furia क्या क्योंकि उनके
Ayala and
ऊपर भी है.
Igor. Guizao gets knocked by Schweppes though. We're finished. And the nades are starting to ring out here. Ayala gonna be throwing someone back, but Obscure catches the edge of Igor. Carrillo with 3 eliminations though. Gotta make a play.
Stun grenades out. Ayala, last line of defense here for Furia. Will look for the first. Carrillo does get himself the nice drive-by. Vehicle is flaming. Very, very low. But Alpha 7 definitely looking a little bit more aggressive here. And Carrillo honestly has stepped up this game. I think Carrillo is the main driving force of this match so far.
Still one survive.
Which is a good thing to say. Been with the team for a long, long time. Everybody knows this guy is a phenomenal player. But it's the first time in a while where we've seen him really take the game into his own hands.
चिल्लाए के जा रहे बार बार तो क्या करूं? बैठ के ऐसे ही देखूं. क्या मजा आएगा फिर मेरी watch party में?
Because these
वो तो वैसे भी automatic निकलता है. इंसान ऐसे चिल्लाता नहीं है.
I've never seen them do this so often. Usually they just play. Yeah, they just like, oh, we can do this. You know, I want to start doing this more often. And usually they just end up playing together on foot, pushing together, and just being an unstoppable force. But now they're doing these like really cheap drive-by plays. I don't know if I like it, but it's working for now. They're in 3rd place, and that is all that matters. As long as they make it to the top 6, that's what they need to be obscure. Getting some shots.
A7 भी 2 बचे, but इनको placement point चाहिए होगा.
On to GOAT.
इनको
Not able
placement
to
point
get the knock
चाहिए.
just yet. Carrillo, knowing that, man, this is going to be a tough one to get this.
Geek ने तो fight ही नहीं ली है. इसमें तो लग रहा है 0 के लिए.
It's going to be up to Smokes and that M4 to get them in this next circle. Oh, ow, 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 ow.
Yeah, Carrillo making that cross there. It was always going to be difficult. There's so many angles, so many sidelines. At this point in time, we are just getting rid of the outsiders at the moment, which is a fair few of these teams trying to make their way in. Again, it's not an easy circle. Really, really isn't to play. Goat's also struggling now as the circle moves further and further downwards.
Rush करेंगे मुझे लग रहा है.
Well, let's take a look here, Hot Jukes. E-Arena looking to redeem themselves towards that top side of the tables in 7th and get themselves some more points on this game. Look a little bit prettier. Furia went down. Alpha 7 will get some more points. But again, we are starting to see more and more squads
मुझे तो लगा चिपक गई. Short again.
Tough push.
मुझे लगा चिपक गई.
Push it deep, but they're making it work so far. Ulf finally starts to show some signs of life. AGAL, another one of those teams, really trying to make things happen for their org in this World Cup. Only 1 elimination so far. Ooh, that one hurts. Down to 1 HP. No, actually, no, he does have 3 first aids.
क्या game चल रहा है, bro?
AGAL starting to push up there towards Ulf. Catch going for the res. Should be able to get it on the Solus. He does. Zone about to close in the next 39 seconds, though. Can they get these heals off? XEC just can't find that perfect angle to throw this nade, though.
कहाँ बैठी है?
And bounce it off the doorway.
14 पे है.
Goes a little long though, the airburst's not quite there for AGAL. We talked about this earlier. This has to be a big game for them. They see the circle shift and they decide that this fight is not worth it. It's going to delay them too much. Can they get further down? Can they snake their way into the circle itself? Tiamba, last player alive here in QZZ. And again, I respect the motion here. Because they know that, yeah, they're on 75 points. It doesn't necessarily guarantee them tomorrow if they have a really horrendous day. So for QZZ, he's going to put all the stock into trying to live out this game as long as possible as a solo.
Crazy.
No risk taken.
Survive.
Yeah.
Gotta survive here. Might as well. I don't care how many points you have. You play as hard as you can all the way up to the end to guarantee that you extend your stay here in Paris. Here comes Nongshim Red Force, though. Monster squad. Putting some pressure on Al-Ula. Hyunbin, Maxman's favorite player. So humble, so accurate. Throws the nade and gets the knock.
And that's why he knows how to make these fights work. DBS in hand. About to push on in. Wolves is the next target for Nongshim Red Force. They currently have 4 players still alive here. QZZ finally goes down. That will be Tiamba's run done. 75 points is where they'll finish the day. Again, like we're saying, roughly around 15 points for top 6. Go further tomorrow. E-Arena, another team that desperately wants that scoreline, but Cloud from Yangon Galacticos opens up onto 1. Geeke also chiming in here. Have to drop those smokes down. Just wants players to get closer to them. Los Leones uncomfortable in the central position. Honestly, for Yangon Galacticos, if they can get rid of more and more players here from the arena, there is a world where they may want to cross the road.
They're going to have to here. We can see them with those P90s. They're making it happen. I don't know who.
They got to go.
Oh, they got to go immediately. As you can see, AGAL getting hurt. Going to go ahead and get those first aids going. As we now have reached the final circle shift here, we are in stage 8. I don't know who it was that wanted to see a Los Leones urban finish here at the end, but whoever it is, they got what they wished for.
बट फिर मैं स्ट्रीम करने आ गई थी ना, मैं वहाँ पे गई थी इंस्टा पे देख, मतलब स्टोरी डालने ना तब देखा था, अब जाके देखूंगी.
Up to 10th now on 31 points. It's a decent innings. But you're right, we're almost heading in towards stage 9. I was surprised that Yangon Galacticos didn't try and hit the train here. They are slowly moving across because they know E-Arena is weak and they're on the center dot. Like, that's where you want to be, and they've opened things up, but they're being very, very careful right now.
By the way, you go out right now, 1 placement point.
Yeah, and we're almost in the last zone.
8 teams still remaining. None of them can afford to go out right now. Got Wolves there on the southwest side. Those guys need some points. Big time. AGAL, Yangon Galacticos, our previous champs. These are the squads that really need them more than anybody else. But you got the likes of Geeke, Nongshim Red Force, and E-Arena right there. You can see the Wolves getting into some CQC action. They take out quick. Now they're rocking a 2-2 split. Geeke are still in this match. All 4 up, only 1 elimination. It's really going to come down to the last second here.
So many teams banking on this game. Yangon Galacticos maintaining high ground. I mean, once you got better lay of the land, kind of understand why they're still playing up there. They have 2 players up front though, so there is a possibility of a daisy chain in the near future. Wolves also needing points off the back of this game. Running on 25 right now. Nongshim Red Force getting the parkour done, somersaulting through that smoke into a better position. So easy, gets caught on the back lines by a nade. Necessary. Nasty spot to throw those nades in. We'll see if Nongshim Red Force can weather it.
मुझे लग रहा है एनएस ने पटने वाली है.
These guys need to hire a new roofer, man. This is so tough. This hole in the roof is being so rough on them. It's just tizzy now for the side of Nongshim Red Force. And here we go. We are in stage 9 here, folks. The zone is about to close to the center of the map as Baton and the Wolves trying to keep their tournament hopes alive here. The NA squad up close and personal with Nongshim Red Force. Blind nade getting thrown, trying to get these confirmations, but Baton very hesitant here. Throwing down some more smokes, waiting for his squad to get back up before he pushes. Doesn't want to push on his own, but that is allowing Nongshim Red Force to get a reset.
Ooh, Cloud bounces off the stairs. Could have been a freebie. Instead, it's costly.
Oh.
1 nade down now. Nongshim Red Force have to make a big maneuver. But Baton has got him locked in the corner. Will just send in to get the finish off the back of that one. Yangon Galacticos still using this high ground to their advantage. AGAL in an awkward position on that north side. Finally, they strike. That's Slonic. He went up high from behind. The Wolves finding a bit of an area to play off the back of.
climbing up those stairs so quietly. Here goes Maple as well, trying to find that precious high ground. Gonna be able to look at those plays, but here comes the blue zone. This is an unrelenting circle. It's going down to the center. Now it's time to make the plays. No choice. Bust out those shotguns. Hit those shots. Maple looking for the angles. DBS in hand, and you got Elementrix stuck with the AWP, trying to make a play for his team.
Solo player alive
On the outside with that XEZ. We said that AGL needed a good game. KRX also. KRX went down in 16th, but now AGL looking for the first. Maple finds another. E-Arena slowly falling and now out. AGL with 3 players still up. Yangon Galacticos with the 1. Wolves with 2. All these teams very, very important right now. They get further up in the rankings. Who will be able to finish this off? Wolves to the high ground. AGL underneath. Flower blooming from the desert floor.
Finding the angles, but he gets caught. Flower Age takes away that high ground position, and it's AGL clutching up the final chicken dinner
What
here
a
at the
spotting, bro. Kya mara hai usne DBS.
And they needed that game so badly, down towards the bottom of the leaderboard, getting themselves further up there and opening up a chance tomorrow. But that's all it is, just a chance for them. So many expectations on this squad, and only now just delivering. A nice play from them, a good disengage from Ulf earlier on too.
Team Agrawal ले गई. यार ये क्यूट सा मेरे को भी चाहिए. भाई क्या DBS मारी है यार, क्या DBS मारी है स्पॉट करके ब्रो. OP.
Really got themselves into a very, very good position there. Hopefully they'll be able to continue that consistency. For Tiamba, it's a tiny drop in the ocean in terms of points. Furia, they got to go a little bit further. For everyone else,
भाई अभी मजा आएगा टेबल देखने में.
Guarantee it.
I'll tell you, all you guys watching right now, mark your
अब मजा आएगा.
set your alarms, tell
लीडर बोर्ड देखने में.
Look at Maple, are you serious? I'll tell you what, all of AGL, they're
भाई ऊपर वाला नहीं दिखाया यार. मैंने सिखाया था उसको DBS भाई बराबर की थी. भाई ये देखना इसके मुंह पे क्या चिपकती है. ओह भाई DBS मस्त पड़ी. सिर्फ 2 DBS के पट गप गप हो गया.
He went out for a little peek and Flower was straight there with the pellets. Sent him right up to him. But yeah, that's it. But the thing is, this is
यार ये जो वो है उसका नाम क्या है यार. वो है उसका नाम क्या है यार. मतलब मैं अलग ही लेवल के क्वेश्चन आंसरिंग करती हूँ इसका. जो पांडा जैसे है.
I think if AGL don't win that one, I would have had very little hope for them, right? The fact that they did, though, really just lights a fire, I think, in them, everybody watching and supporting them here, and puts them in a great spot for tomorrow. And one thing I did notice, and I'm starting to see a trend of, is that the
वो वहाँ वाला वो है क्या बोलते हैं उसको.
Because I mean, you just keep hearing that no matter what. I mean, no matter what team, what org, right there at the end.
Hello, Hari.
The unification word of victory.
ये क्या कमांड ऐड किया है. टीम लिख रहे किया जरा.
KRX, sorry, it's not so nice.
No.
It is not so nice.
No.
Again, tomorrow it's gonna take miracles.
पहले का होगा. रैंक पुश में काम आता है ना इसलिए.
If anyone can do it, it's gonna be them.
They need an immediate chicken dinner tomorrow. Not even wait a little
भाई
bit.
glass skin.
In the meantime, let's head down to the stage to close out our day with Kalaris.
That's right, thank you very much, Blank. Of course, I do have
Geeky
here from Geeky after they've had a pretty successful day, all things considered, for the game so far. So let's start off with this last Miramar. Obviously, it goes down to yet another Los Leones ending that we actually have here. You guys were in one of the buildings pretty early to try and play it out, but it's always hard to transition between those locations. What was the game plan for Geeky once you'd found that spot?
To be honest, I'm one of the best players in the world in Los
Which one you prefer? यार मैं शॉटगन तो कम ही चलाती हूँ. तो अगर मेरे को JS9 मिलेगा तो I will go with JS9. शॉटगन कभी कभी चिपक जाती है, बस ऐसा सीन है मेरी.
clear. So we crashed it in the third zone. Yeah, it was clear.
ऐसे सभी शॉटगन ही चलाते, बहुत रेयर केस में ही JS9 किसी पे देख रहे हो तो देख रहे हो।
Much players, we couldn't take much eliminators also, so we played a little bit passive. But at the end zone, we got kicked out of the zone, so the zone was rushing us in our pack. Also,
I'm
two
on
teams were
T.
focusing on us. I think one team in the hangar and YG on the left. We got stuck between the two teams and we got eliminated. But so far, it's not really bad game. It's a hard zone, but we managed to get some points. That's fine.
Not too bad at all. Talk to me about the win that you guys were able to have today as well. Because obviously, I think that's your second win of the tournament so far, right? You got one in the group stage. So that win, obviously, you had that compound for a long time. West side.
Godel already qualified है.
Pubg, I want to say. So was it just a
Godel already qualified है दोस्त.
Kind of flexed out against the
I
positions of the rest of the teams and eventually dealt with Alpha 7. That looked fantastic. So talk to me about that finish.
To be honest, it's a 50-50 zone. Like, it was a little bit lucky that the zone came back to us, but still, if the zone didn't come back to us, I was managing the movement from this compound. I was
hello Monty, what's up?
That's why I choose this compound, mini Pachinki, because I know how to move from this.
टोक्यो वॉच पार्टी सर्वाइवल वॉच पार्टी है, इसमें टोक्यो वॉच पार्टी क्या होता है? जरूरी है कि एक टीम को ही अपन देख रहे हैं? अपन की तो PMWC की वॉच पार्टी है, अपनी टीम क्वालिफाई कर गई तो ऐसा थोड़ी है हम देख नहीं सकते। गजब क्वेश्चन करते हो यार।
Take this qualification card for the finals, and in the finals we're gonna change everything. Don't worry about it.
Ragnarok, thank you very much. Fantastic interview. It's time to head on over to Barney, who has more to come.
That's right, Kalaris. I've got turning.
यार इन लोगों से अगर गेम एकदम ही चले जाता होगा तो इनको कितना गुस्सा आता होगा ना, है ना? बट मतलब ऐसा सीन नहीं है ना कि ऐसे फोड़ तोड़ दे भाई, कैसे कंट्रोल करके बैठते होंगे सब यार, कितना मतलब कंट्रोल करके बैठना होता होगा ना ब्रो।
ก็ปกตินะฮะทีม Arena เนี่ยปกติฟอร์มของเราจะเล่นค่อนข้างออกไปทางดุ
अपनी तो गॉडेलैंड ओजी है,
เราค่อนข้างเล่นที่แบบว่าแบบค่อนข้างไปทางเรียบง่ายสบายๆพาสซีฟเป็นค่อนข้างเป็นส่วนใหญ่นะฮะแล้วก็เราได้จบไปที่แบบท็อป4เป็นท็อป4หรือท็อป5นี่ค่อนข้างเยอะเลยนะฮะในวันนี้อยากถามว่าแบบมีอะไรมีความเห็นยังไงบ้างครั
yes
วันนี้ผมคิดว่ามันวงเข้าครับบางตาแต่เราก็ทำไม่ได้ครับ
Yeah, I think today we a little bit of like underperformance, even though like the zone come to our
hello
side,
bro,
like, it's just another bad day.
It's a shame to have a bad day on the survival stage day, but we've got another day tomorrow, so let's talk a bit about that. Closing out today, you managed to get 4th place.
मैं EWC में जाऊंगी तो यार वॉच पार्टी कौन करेगा?
Vital points for you guys to go through to the finals. Going into tomorrow, are we going to see the slightly more aggressive arena trying to chase people down eliminations and get those points for finals?
อยากถามนะครับพรุ่งนี้น่าจะเป็นวันสุด
मुझे
ท้าย
नहीं लगता मैं कभी लाइफ में कार ले पाऊंगी
ในรอบในอันดับของเราในตอนนี้ฮะเราก็แบบว่าอยากถามว่ารู้สึกยังไงบ้างครับว่าพรุ่งนี้ฟอร์มของเราจะเป็นยังไงบ้างจะเล่นพาสซีฟเหมือนเดิมไหมหรือว่าเราจะไปทางแอคทีฟมากขึ้นครับ
ก็เล่นเรื่อยๆครับตามวงครับถ้าจังหวะไหนเล่นได้ก็เล่นครับจังหวะไหนเล่นไม่ได้ก็ค่อยๆเล่นครับ
Well, to be honest, I would say that
आपका स्वागत करते अच्छे से। अच्छा तुम लखनऊ से हो क्या?
The zone come to our side, we're gonna play aggressive. If it's not, we're gonna play passively. So hopefully the zone gonna be on our side tomorrow.
That's the smart answer, Tony K. Nicely done. Thank you very much for joining me in this interview. Best of luck.
Dinner हो गया? Dinner? नहीं
Like
यार।
I said earlier on, only 6 teams will make it through into the finals, and so these teams have got to start scrambling for points.
एरिना एक्चुअली बहुत मतलब थोड़ा सा बहुत लो खेल रहे, मतलब कल इनको थोड़ा सा अग्रेसिव खेलना पड़ेगा मुझे लग रहा है।
He is not going to be allowed to be quiet if he wants to be on those top 6. Overall, an interesting day. We ended up seeing his sponge points, especially towards the top, the consistency that we saw out of Tiamba as well. But in this last game, Max, it couldn't have been any better for those teams that are trying to even keep it closer towards that top 6, because the top 3 teams didn't really do much.
It's like, you want an opportunity for a comeback? Lost Leonis finished. Okay, I can't do much about that. But overall, it was very fun to see how many of the teams were at the very tippity bottom, right, if you can say that, of the rankings. So overall, I gotta say, a big compliment to the entirety of that lobby in the sense that a lot of the teams are trying to play the outskirts of the city in case it does go up in the city itself or outside of it. So big compliment to all of these teams. I think they played as good as they really could for city finish.
But take a look at the overall ranking after day 1 of survival.
यार है तो अभी टॉप 6 में अपनी वही टीम्स जिनके नाम लिए थे, बट फ्यूरिया का नाम नहीं लिया था, है ना?
Between 3rd place all the way down to 8th, and I'm pretty sure when we end up seeing the 2nd page as well, everything is just going to be super tight. It can change within
मतलब तियानबा अपना इच्छा निकल गई है, बट वो ये कि थोड़ा सा अभी उनको मेंटेन करके ही चलना है, वरना फिर दिक्कत रहेगा।
Had as much presence as we might have liked them to. Maybe they've had a bit of a fumble here and there, right? But Alpha 7, no wins, still 3rd place. You got Arena.
मैंने लिया था फ्यूरिया,
but they're still 5th.
मैंने नहीं बोला था
Wolves
खैर।
as well, just continuing that momentum game to game until now they're 2 points behind.
BGMS की वॉच पार्टी करते दिलवा दो, अभी कर लूंगी,
Stepping up, and with 6 more games tomorrow, who knows how big the
क्योंकि हाइप इसलिए नहीं है बिकॉज वो आपका किक पर हो रहा है ना, किक का हाइप चाहिए सबको।
Furia didn't really play to the zone. They were catching those eliminations, and look at where they're sitting. If E-Arena can just mimic that kind of play style, because when you actually have a look at this lobby, yes, Tiamba are skyrocketing up there, especially
इस बार RRQ भी अच्छा खेला, मतलब पिछली बार ये लोग बहुत सरवाइव कर रहे थे, कोशिश कर रहे थे, बट पॉइंट्स नहीं आ रहे थे, किल्स नहीं आ रहे थे, बट इस बार ये अच्छा खेले हैं।
Hiding.
YG तो है ही नहीं बेचारे, 13th पे है।
Max, on the 2nd page of the overall ranking, I want you to look at one team specifically, and that is none other than GOAT team. Because when we're looking at that team, it's just pure fragging power. But once again, the storyline has been for this team.
यार ये तो मेरे को भी नहीं पता कहाँ की टीम है। अब कल होंगे ना मैच? कल 2nd डे है सर्वाइवल स्टेज का। आप ये देखो यहाँ पे ये लिखा हुआ है मैच 6, ठीक है? आज अपन के 6 मैचेस हो गए, अब हमारे कल 6 और बाकी है। कल फाइनल रिजल्ट रहेगा कि कौन सी टॉप 6 अपन की सर्वाइवल स्टेज से आएगी फाइनल्स में, देन 13th को ब्रेक रहेगा, फिर 14 to 16 आपका ग्रैंड फाइनल्स होंगे, ग्रैंड फाइनल्स, समझिए आप?
But yeah, 4 placement a hat. Hopefully your name comes out at the end. But you remove that chicken.
Hello,
dinner,
Mesh.
only 2 placement points over the course of 5 matches. That also
उनका परफॉर्मेंस डाउन नहीं है, उनका आपने आई गेस कौन से ग्रुप में थे, जिस भी ग्रुप में थे आपने उनके मैच नहीं देखे, वो बहुत सरवाइव कर रहे थे, मतलब साला 2 नॉक होते थे फिर भी 4 मैन खड़े हो जाते थे, बट उनका लक नहीं चल रहा था। वो जोन ना अभी बना नहीं पा रहे थे, मतलब लाइक अभी भी उन्होंने जोन देखो कहाँ बनाया था, उनको पता है ऊपर टीम का बहुत प्रॉपर एंगल आएगा, सब कुछ है, बट उन्होंने जोन प्रॉपर नहीं बना पा रहे, वैसा सीन है। कल नीचे वाले कमबैक करेंगे और ऊपर वाले डिफेंड, वही देखो कैसा रहता है।
Chai toast.
Just completely disappears. So I would like to see them trying to fight for strong compounds or strong POIs around the map, and if they do so, we saw Hoxie in particular step up massively in the group stage.
Thank you for your lovely 40 Anny, आप कार जरूर लोगे।
Anny app car jar or lojhani lapong asam apolo.
बिल्कुल बिल्कुल, बट मैं चाहती हूँ कि पहले मेरा खुद का घर हो, I just want कि अपना घर हो, उसके बाद तो कार वार तो चलता रहेगा, एक ही है कि अपना घर हो, that's it। पहली चीज कि अपना घर हो। पासपोर्ट टूर्नामेंट से ऐसे ही खेल रही है और कॉन्फिडेंस कम हो गया उनका, पता नहीं यार क्या है। आपकी श्योर प्रेडिक्शन बताओ एटलीस्ट यार, मेरी श्योर प्रेडिक्शन में तो यही है, मतलब मुझे लगता है कि त्यानबा तो जाएगी जिस हिसाब से फ्यूरिया खेल रहा है उस हिसाब से फ्यूरिया भी जाएगा, क्योंकि इसमें सर्वाइवल स्टेज में फ्यूरिया बहुत अच्छा खेल रहा है कंपेयर टू ग्रुप स्टेज, तो ये टीम्स तो जाएंगी जाएंगी। और अल्फा 7 का तो ये है, चल गए तो अभी चल गए, वरना तो फिर नहीं चल रहे। डीके और रेड फोर्स भी जा सकते हैं, बिकॉज वो रेड फोर्स पे तो थर्ड पार्टी हो जा रही है कंटिन्यूसली, बट वो फिर भी अपना प्लेसमेंट पॉइंट निकालने का काफी ट्राई कर रहे हैं। कट ऑफ कितना रहेगा यार? कट ऑफ मुझे लगता है कि सिर्फ तियानबा का अगर गया तो ऊपर गया, वरना डिफरेंस तो रहेंगे काफी। तुमको क्या लगता है? तुम लोगों को क्या लगता है? सही। ओजी का और गॉर्डल एक ही दिन मैच है कि अलग अलग दिन है? अरे अब तो वैसे भी फाइनल्स में टॉप 16 टीम्स का इकट्ठा ही होगा ना दोस्त। फाइनल्स है ना, अलग अलग क्यों होंगे अब? मुझे तो ज्यादा नहीं लग रहा, मतलब हाँ अगर तियानबा निकाल गई तो निकाल गई। एरिना नहीं आनी चाहिए, क्यों भाई? एरिना यार बड़ा ढीला सा खेल रही है। जो इन्होंने रोंडो में दिया था परफॉर्मेंस, वो परफॉर्मेंस इनका वापस आया ही नहीं है। कल तो यार आई थिंक सारे टीम्स मार के खेलने वाले हैं। सारी टीम्स ही मार के खेलने वाली हैं।
And I want you to pick a team that, whether it is positive or negative or PG or not PG, just tell us what that team needs to do tomorrow.
कैंपर टीम थोड़ी कोई होती है, यहाँ पर कोई कैंपर टीम नहीं होती है दोस्त।
Why are you guys playing so passive? I saw so many good glimmers of hope in their group stage. I was like, yeah, they're taking fights. It's so nice, especially like Orangutan did back in their group stage. And that was enough for them to instantly qualify to the final. And Yangon Galactic, of course, they had so many opportunities. I'm not saying like game-winning opportunities. I'm not saying they could have gotten wins. But they're not taking fights that result in actually a really good upside win for them in the overall match. Like maybe a top 5 with a bunch of eliminations. Galacticos, you've already won. You've done it in the past. Right, well, not right here. It was in Riyadh, but they've won PMWC before. I want to see you be confident. You can do it, but right now they're just, I don't like using the word scared usually, but it really feels that way in today's games.
Felt exactly like that for Yangon. It kind of felt a bit messy, honestly, super messy for Alpha 7, even though they're currently towards the top. It's a team that we expect to see a lot more. But ladies and gentlemen, don't forget that tomorrow is the final day for survival stage here at PMWC at EWC 26. It's been a pleasure being able to hang out with you guys. Hopefully you guys enjoyed it. If you do end up sharing anything on social media, make sure you use the hashtag EWC and hashtag EWC26. I was thinking of something
स्टेडियम
else.
में कैंप नहीं बोला था वो, उन्होंने जगह ले ली थी जहाँ पे जोन बन रहा था। ये कोई कैंप नहीं, तुम्हारा क्लासिक का गेम नहीं चल रहा है बैठ के कि वहाँ पे नरूटो का इवेंट आया हुआ है बैठा बड़ा इंसान।
Max Man Neptura, the 7WG. See you tomorrow.
गजब हो भाई तुम लोग तो, भाई तुम लोग थोड़ा सा कैंपरों की दुनिया से बाहर निकलो। आई वॉन्ट कि NS A7 एंड आयरर क्यों कर ले। कल खेलेंगे, कल खेलेंगे, देखना ये लोग खेलेंगे। हेलो हेलो दर्शन, हाय गानू, व्हाट्स अप? बैक टू बैक चिकन लिया है ब्रो। Yangon Galactic। हे प्रभु मेरे, कल वाईफाई लगेगा फिर कुछ काम बनेगा। हाँ यार वाईफाई तो चाहिए रहता है यार, कहीं पे भी जाओ यार, वाईफाई इज नीडेड। चलो बढ़िया है, कोई नहीं। सरप्राइज अटैक मिला तो कौन है? अरे भाई हाँ ठीक है भाई, तुम्हारा पीओवी तुम अपने पास रखो, मेरे को तुम्हारा पीओवी नहीं चाहिए। यहाँ पे इसने 1v4 करा, बोल दो भाई ये भी कैम्प कर रहा था, उनकी टीम आ गई, उन्हें पता नहीं था है। ऊपर से किल भी चुराए। अबे बड़े भाई अपने नाम के आगे से लियो गेमिंग हटा दो ना भाई, हटा दो, सो जाओ वहां जाके। उफ, बाप रे बाप भाई। वो कहते हैं ना कभी भी आपकी सोच ऊपर नहीं जा सकती, वही हाल है। चलो, थैंक्स फॉर वॉचिंग द टूर्नामेंट, कंटिन्यूज टुमारो। विप्पी 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 सोपी पीस वुपीस। गजब के हाल हैं, गजब के हाल हैं। पता नहीं भाई इनका सोच कब जाएगा ऊपर, भगवान। मुझे तो लगता है कि ना हो पाएगा इनसे। बाबा रे बाबा। काबिल बने होते आज तो ये हरकतें थोड़ी होती इनकी, कबीलों वाली हरकतें होती। अगर आज पता होता कि कैसे क्या होता है तो ये हरकतें हरकतें ना हो पाती। करूं इंतजार। अगर ऐसा कुछ होता ना ब्रो, इनका सिस्टम होता ना, हम तो दिल से लॉल्स के फैन हैं, हम खुद लॉल्स के फैन दिल से। आज ही आए कपड़े, जम्मा मैन कर दूंगी क्या। हेलो ठाकुर अभी, व्हाट्सअप, क्या हाल, कैसे है। हाँ मतलब हाँ ठीक है, जॉनी का फैन। वैसे तो मैं भी बोल सकती थी बट मैंने नहीं बोला क्योंकि मैं खुद उनकी फैन हूँ। बट हाँ, जिस हिसाब से आप किसी के फैन है उस हिसाब से आपकी सोच आउट ऑफ लेवल है। अरे यार, एग्जैक्टली। टीएजी यानी कब? अरे मैं कहाँ टीएजी में जाऊंगी भाई, मैं वैसे ही किसी ऑर्ग में नहीं हूँ, मैं वैसे ही किसी ऑर्ग में नहीं हूँ, कहाँ जाऊंगी मैं टीएजी में, बताओ कौन लेगा मुझे, क्या है ऐसा मेरे में, ये बताओ। हाँ। चले गाइज, आई होप आप लोग को मजा आया होगा। मैं आप लोगों से मिलती हूँ कल। कुछ बोलना था बट नहीं बोलना, मत बोलना। नहीं 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 मुन्ना नहीं। फाइनल डे, गोइंग फॉर डिनर, बिल्कुल बिल्कुल, एंजॉय योर डिनर। हेलो शिव पार्वती, गेम शो फुल मजा में आप हैं। हेलो महेश, क्या हाल। हम चाहते हैं कि आप टैग में ही जाओ। आप भी फेवरेट, जोनीज लव एंड लोल्स बाय इंस्पिरेशन। अगर कहीं पे कोई जना ऐसे ही ले किसी को तो बात ही क्या है, बात ही क्या है फिर। ऐसा नहीं होता ना दोस्त। कंटेंट क्रिएटर फॉर टीम एपेक्स गेमिंग, ओ माय गॉड, ओ माय गॉड, तुम लोग अच्छे मुझे सपने दिखाते हो, थैंक यू सो मच, मैं इसी में ही बहुत खुश हो जाती हूँ, थैंक्स अ लॉट। चले, क्या बोलती पब्लिक, क्या बोलती पब्लिक। बीआई क्लैन है कि नहीं? कहाँ बीआई क्लैन है, अब तो कोई वैसे ही नहीं है। ये हमारा काम ही है, बिल्कुल सर। बाय, चलो गाइज मिलते हैं कल की वॉच पार्टी के साथ, कल और मजा आने वाला है और होप फॉर दी बेस्टम बेस्ट, मजा ही आ जाएगा, पता चल जाएगा अपन के कौन टॉप 6 में आ रहे हैं, क्या है देखते हैं, फिर उसके बाद फाइनल्स का वेट करेंगे। तो मिलते हैं कल की वॉच पार्टी के साथ, बाय बाय एवरीवन, टेक केयर, ध्यान रखिएगा अपना अपनी फैमिली का।
रोवेगी मुकद्दरां नूं हीरे मेरिए, जे हीरियां दे हार जे हयार खो गया। नी मून लाइट दे ओले भेट के गोरियां बाहां दे पाए जाल सोहणीए, हुणे मैनू दस किन्ना प्यार करदी, लभदी फिरेंगी जे फरार हो गया। तू संग दी रहे मैं हत्थ फड़ ला, अखां उत्ते आए हुण वाल सोहणीए। बस विच बैठी सजदी जी सीट ते, गीत मेरा चले तेरी हार्ट बीट ते, मेरे गीत उत्ते ने शराबी नचदे, फड़की जांदे ने नी गलास कच दे। तेरे नालों चली हसीन कोई ना, तारे चन्ने अंबर जमीन कोई ना, मैं जदों तेरे मोढे उत्ते सिर रखिया, ए तो सच्ची समा भी हसीन कोई ना। मैं जदों तेरे कोलों वड़िया खोलिया, मैं तुरिया बड़ा ना वे तो जावे मुड़िया, ओ जिवें रहिंदे पन्ने नाल पन्ने जुड़दे, मैं रहां तेरे नाल ना वांगू जुड़िया। मैं लिखदा हुंदा सी तेरे बारे अड़िए, जाके पुछ ले गवां दे तारे अड़िए, जो करदे मजाक ना हस लैण दे, जो तांदी कसदी ना कस लैण दे। एक दिल नूं रख ठिकाने नी, जो मंचोर बड़े सियाणे नी, जग सब कुछ तेरा लट कर गए, फिर दुख सहे ना जाने नी, नित चाहती उमरे रोग इश्क दा बिंद नूं ला लेंगी। सखियां ने मैनू मेरे प्यार दिया, दिया ने चंगा गल्लां प्यार दिया, शाम नूं तू किथे किदे नाल हुंदा, देखिया मैं फोटोआं बेकार दिया, घर जिहा लगदा ए दिल टुट ना जाए बेचारा, तेरे यार बतेरे ने मेरा तू ही है बस यारा। तेरे नालों चली हसीन कोई ना, तारे चन्ने अंबर जमीन कोई ना, मैं जदों तेरे मोढे उत्ते सिर रखिया, ए तो सच्ची समा भी हसीन कोई ना। सोहणियां भी लगणगियां फिर वालियां, गल्लां नाल जदों टकराइयां वालियां, तारे देखी लब लब किवें हरदे, दुबारा चल गईयां जदों रातां कर। रसिया होया वे तू की सजना, कल दा लगे ना मेरा जी सजना। देवे ना जवाब वे तू मेरी कॉल दा, मैं रोवां तेनू दसदा ही नहीं सजना। रोवेगी मुकद्दरां नूं हीरे मेरिए, जे हीरियां दे हार जे हयार खो गया, हुणे मैनू दस किन्ना प्यार करदी, लभदी फिरेंगी जे फरार हो गया। डार्लिंग उमरां दा वादा करदे, डार्लिंग उमरां दा वादा करदे, टेंपरेरी प्यार बड़ी बार हो गया। बिल्लो बग्गे बिल्लियां दा की करेंगी, बग्गे बग्गे बिल्लियां दा की करेंगी, बिल्लो बग्गे बिल्लियां दा की करेंगी नी, मेरा मां दा उबाले खून अंग अंग तो, काले दे लिबास दी शकीनन कुड़ी, दूर दूर जाले मेरे काले रंग तो, ਸਕਦੀ ਰਹੇ ਤੂੰ ਪਈ ਕੁੜੀ ਜਿੱਦ ਤੈਨੂੰ ਜਾਵਾਂ ਦੇਣਾ ਤੇ ਵਿੱਚੋਂ ਵਿੱਚ ਜਾਨ ਤੇਰੀ ਸਕਦੀ ਰਹੇ ਨਾ ਛੱਡੀ ਚੱਲੇ ਨਾ ਮੁੱਕੀ ਤੇਰਾ ਮੂੰਹ ਭਾਵੇਂ ਕੜੀ ਤੇ ਰੱਜੇ ਹੁਣ ਚਾਰ ਗੋਰੀ ਮੈਨੂੰ ਲੱਗਦੇ ਉਹਲੇ ਵੇਖਦੇ ਅੱਖਾਂ ਤੇ ਆਲੇ ਹੁਣ ਵਾਲ ਸੋਹਣੀਏ ਦੱਸ ਕੀ ਕਰਾਂ ਤੇਰੇ ਤੇ ਮਰਾਂ ਕਹਿਣ ਤੋਂ ਡਰਾਂ ਕਹਿ ਲੈਣ ਦੇ ਤੂੰ ਮੇਰੇ ਜਜ਼ਬਾਤ ਛੇੜੇ ਇੱਕੋ ਗੱਲ ਕਹਿੰਦੇ ਜਿਹੜੇ ਬਸ ਤੇਰੇ ਨੇੜੇ ਤੇੜੇ ਰਹਿ ਲੈਣਗੇ ਲੱਭ ਕੇ ਬਹਾਨੇ ਜਾਣੇ ਜੋੜ ਲੈ ਯਾਰਾਨੇ ਜਾਣੇ ਖੜੀ ਪਿੰਡ ਤੇਰੇ ਵੇੜੇ ਪੈ ਲੈਣ ਦੇ ਮੈਨੂੰ ਤਾਂ ਨਾ ਰੋਕ ਮੈਂ ਤਾਂ ਪਹਿਲਾਂ ਹੀ ਡਰਪੋਕ ਮੇਰਾ ਹੌਸਲਾ ਨਾ ਸੋਖ ਇਹਨੂੰ ਵਹਿ ਲੈਣ ਦੇ ਮੈਨੂੰ ਮਹਿੰਗਾ ਲੈ ਤੇ ਮਹਿੰਗਾ ਜਾ ਮਰ ਜਾਣਿਆ ਇੰਨੇ ਪੈਸੇ ਦੱਸ ਤੂੰ ਕਿੱਥੇ ਲੈ ਕੇ ਜਾਣਿਆ ਮੈਨੂੰ ਮਹਿੰਗਾ ਲੈ ਤੇ ਮਹਿੰਗਾ ਜਾ ਮਰ ਜਾਣਿਆ ਇੰਨੇ ਪੈਸੇ ਦੱਸ ਤੂੰ ਕਿੱਥੇ ਲੈ ਕੇ ਜਾਣਿਆ ਵੇ ਮਰ ਜਾਣਿਆ ਵੇ ਮਰ ਜਾਣਿਆ ਰੋਵੇਗੀ ਮੁਕੱਦਰਾਂ ਨੂੰ ਹੀਰੇ ਮੇਰੀਏ ਜੇ ਹੀਰਿਆਂ ਦੇ ਹਾਰ ਜੇ ਹਜ਼ਾਰ ਖੋ ਗਿਆ ਨੀ ਮੂਨ ਲਾਈਟ ਦੇ ਉਹਲੇ ਬੈਠ ਕੇ ਗੋਰੀਆਂ ਬਾਹਾਂ ਦੇ ਪਾਏ ਜਾਲ ਸੋਹਣੀਏ ਹੁਣੇ ਮੈਨੂੰ ਦੱਸ ਕਿੰਨਾ ਪਿਆਰ ਕਰਦੀ ਲੱਭਦੀ ਫਿਰੇਂਗੀ ਜੇ ਫਰਾਰ ਹੋ ਗਿਆ ਤੂੰ ਸੰਗਦੀ ਰਹੇ ਮੈਂ ਹੱਥ ਫੜ ਲਾਂ ਅੱਖਾਂ ਉੱਤੇ ਆਏ ਹੁਣ ਵਾਲ ਸੋਹਣੀਏ ਹੱਥ ਵਿੱਚ ਬੈਠੀ